Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Next, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series chapter 131 Mysticism Logic 1. Lu Xun looked at the lizard calmly, and the lizard's face turned serious. It's not as simple as looking at the distance, he explained honestly. Whether it's the black market or the wanderer's gathering place, they both respect and hate the people of the High Wall City. The respect is that they now more or less have to rely on our High Wall City to make a living. A lot of food, daily necessities, and even alcoholic drinks come from our High Wall City. And in terms of equipment, they are far inferior to us. However, the reason for their hatred lies in a natural conflict of interest, or simply because they don't like it. After all, in recent years, many of their people have been attracted to our High Wall City. It's also because of the orders of High Wall City that they are restricted from robbing and doing whatever they want. They've probably been holding in their anger for a long time. On the surface, they will listen to the High Wall City's orders and cooperate with us. But in some special times, people or carriages from the High Wall City will appear in these places and be killed by them quietly. It is also very common. While speaking, the lizard gently tapped the map and said, "There are only 2 of us, and we're carrying a lot of stuff." In their eyes, probably the most suitable fat sheep. Will it be dangerous if we go in? Lu Xun nodded. The lizard looked at Lu Xun and mumbled, "You sound a little worried. But you don't look like you're worried." "Don't worry," he said with a smile. "The name Kingang still has some power." As he spoke, he got out of the car again and looked around. He said, "However, to be safe, I still have to report it. This way, even if something really happens to us here, at least someone will come and look for us." As he spoke, he opened the trunk and took out a sturdy iron box from it. There was a small signal receiver inside. After setting up the wires, he made a phone call and reported the specific location. "The 2 missing agents have been found. Please report to the higher-ups that they have been sacrificed. We suspect that the knights have already entered Blackwater Town. We are now preparing to enter Blackwater Town to investigate. Report back in 3 hours. If there's no signal, something must have happened." After reporting, he packed up his things, got into the car quickly, and drove along the current road. The latest progress report says that the special operation team has found the 2 missing agents and has locked onto the knights' position. They have entered Blackwater Town to investigate. Unbeknownst to Lu Xun, an emergency meeting was called upon the moment the lizard's report reached Kingang. Or rather, this meeting had been waiting for news from Gecko. He's really seriously investigating this matter. In the large conference room, several bald professors and professional intelligence personnel were sitting around the long oval table. Usually, such a formation would only appear when they were facing a war. After hearing the news, many people subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. But they've only been out for less than a day. A strange voice was heard. It was a fat researcher wearing a wig. He lifted his wig and scratched his head. His expression was strange. Without any intelligence support, they found the bodies of 2 missing agents thousands of miles away in the vast wilderness. And they also locked onto the position of the knights. This doesn't make any sense, does it? When the other professors heard this, their expressions were similar. It was obvious that as researchers, they didn't like things that were completely beyond their understanding. Subconsciously, many people looked at Professor Bai. Behind him, there were 2 electronic screens, on which Mr. Su and Director Shen were on. They were also very concerned about the progress here. The ability of a mutant is indeed mysterious at times, but it's not without logic. Professor Bai also lowered her head to look at the latest announcement. She said slowly, "You can try to understand how he did it." In the meeting room, everyone was frowning. A researcher with messy hair and the aura of a fortune teller sighed. "It's useless to study these. Maybe his ability is to directly locate her." Professor Bai smiled and didn't want to talk to her. She turned to the others and said, Or rather, try to think about it. How can he do it? Several professors and researchers discussed in low voices. Professor Chen, who was wearing glasses and had a hairline that reached the back of his head, raised his pen and said, "If we rule out the possibility that he's omniscient and omnipotent, able to know the location of the Order of Knights with just a thought, or that head placed a tracker on the Order of Knights long ago, then there's only one explanation for him to be able to find the location of the Order of Knights in such a short time." Speaking up to this point, he seemed to have a guilty conscience. He paused for a moment and said, "It might not be that strict, but at least it's logical. Old Chen, we all know what's going on. Just tell us." Professor Bai said with a smile. Professor Chen nodded and stood up. He marked the location of Blackfader Town on the map on the writing board behind him and said, "Blackfader Town is at least 700 kilometers away from Green Harbor City. If they could get here in a day, it could only mean..." The writing brush in his hand stretched out and drew a long straight line. "He wanted to go here from the beginning." The professors looked at him seriously. The fat man with the wig said, "Why did he go there?" "There are two possibilities. One," Professor Chen said, "he knows that the other party is there. Two, he has guessed that they are there." "You guessed it." There was a slight commotion in the meeting room. "Yes, I guessed it." Professor Chen emphasized his words and drew a few more circles on the map. "Try to imagine, after those knights escaped from Satellite City No. 2, other than the first half an hour, they would be in a hurry to escape. However, in the wilderness, their supplies are a big problem. If they want to travel long distances, their food, water, and gasoline are all big problems. Therefore, as a strict night order, I think they will need a suitable supply point. They won't go to the supply point that's too close to Qinggang because there are many of our people there. If it's too far, they won't be able to hold on." As he spoke, he circled out the surrounding gathering points. "Therefore, there are only a few places that suit them. Our initial investigation has confirmed that they have fled to the south. Then, in the south of Green Harbor City, only Blackwater Town meets this condition." Professor Chen's words made the conference room fall into a momentary silence. Professor Bai, who was sitting at the head of the table, nodded with a smile. "I have a question." A female researcher in a white coat said, "There are many places that can supply them with gasoline, food, and water. They might not choose this place if it's for the sake of concealment or safety. The smaller gathering points are more suitable for them to choose from, but they need to replenish more than that." Professor Chen replied softly. He put his hands on the conference table and said, "There's a puppet user among them. This is considered a power system that has been thoroughly studied. We all know that the first stage of puppeteers can only control up to 10 spiritually modified humans. On the other hand, puppeteers are not very strong without the help of the mind-modified people. Since they want to escape, they must be prepared to deal with the enemy who is chasing after them. Therefore, this puppeteer must be in a hurry to replenish the number of psychics around him. Based on our previous investigation of Satellite City No. 2, when we ambushed Senior Colonel Chen and Shan Beng, we destroyed 6 of the modified people. We also discovered 3 of them when we were cleaning up the battlefield below the south wall of Satellite City No. 2. Therefore, we have reason to suspect that the puppet type ability user has almost run out of spiritual modified humans. Even with the addition of our 2 special agents, the number is far from enough. Therefore, the supply point they choose, in addition to food, water, and gasoline, must meet another condition." At this point, he paused for a moment and continued, "The labor market." He emphasized the words and then said, "Only Blackwater Town can meet their conditions." The meeting room fell silent. "That's my speculation." Professor Chen, on the other hand, emphasized his words and said slowly, "Shan Bing has all the information on this night order and the most detailed military map of the surrounding area. Moreover, when they left the city, they had already received information from the investigation team in an abandoned city 10 kilometers away that the member of the Order of Knights had fled to the south. If at that time, He did a quick summary analysis and finally speculated that the knights might have escaped to Blackwater Town for supplies. So he rushed there with the lizard at the fastest speed, and found our 2 missing agents on the roadside not far from Blackwater Town as evidence. He paused for a moment and knocked on the table. Then, everything can be explained. For a moment, TNE meeting room was silent. After a while, Professor Bai nodded and said, "We can analyze it from this angle." Many people in the meeting room nodded silently. He even heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, so it can still be explained. Only the female mysticism expert rubbed her face helplessly and said, "I still insist that he directly located the location." The people in the meeting room looked at each other, but no one paid attention to her. They buried their heads and began to analyze and record. When the conference room finally fell into a busy silence, a girl in military uniform raised her hand gently. "What are our arrangements for them to enter Blackwater Town to investigate?" Professor Bai didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at Director Shen on the screen. Monitor the entire process. Even though he was on the screen, Director Shen gave off a cold and majestic aura. His voice was indifferent. "Special Task Force. Hurry to the periphery of Blackwater Town and wait for orders 10 miles away. Once there is a distress signal, attack immediately." As he said that, he seemed to still be a little resentful and continued, "When it's necessary, we can use super long-range plasma weapons. Just flatten it." Chapter 132 Chapter 132 The Labor Market 1 Chapter 132 The Labor Market 1 The slightly red sky in the southwest direction was indeed illuminated by the lights. Lu Xin and the lizard continued down the path and soon discovered that the red sky had become more obvious. It was like a cloud of red mist, and there was a faint light below. After walking for about 10 minutes, they saw a rusty finger sign on the side of the road. It stood on the side of the road, with a few big scribbled words and arrows painted in bright red paint. Blackwater Town. Below these 3 words, there were a few slightly smaller words. Good luck. Eat. Big Guardian. The last word was a little unclear. The service is quite complete. The lizard perked up a little and followed the direction of the arrow. The car turned into a small road covered with gravel. Both sides of the road were dark, and there was wild grass that was only as tall as a person. At times, Lu Xin would hear rustling sounds coming from the grass and see the grass swaying. "It's a rabbit." The lizard chuckled and explained in a low voice. "Can you take one down?" Lu Xin asked. "Don't." The lizard was shocked and quickly stopped him. It said in a low voice, "That's the rabbit released by Blackwater Town to observe the movement." When we arrived at Blackwater Town, these people had basically figured out our background. Only then did Lu Xin understand that the word rabbit meant spy. After driving on the road for about half an hour, the car finally arrived at the brightly lit area that seemed very close to them. It was a town, built on a higher terrain, surrounded by thick wooden fences that were 3 to 4 meters high. The fences were wrapped with ferocious, barbed wire. The lights they saw from a distance were actually only a small part of the fence. Outside the fence, there were large black trucks parked. Some were empty, while others were filled with goods. There were a few guards around the truck. They looked around vigilantly while smoking cigarettes. At the end of the path, there was a rusty iron gate and a pavilion with iron railings. Those searching the wasteland, come and rest for a while. The lizard drove the car to the side of the pavilion and shouted, "Search the wasteland." The person in the pavilion seems to have known that lizard and the others would come. He looked at the lizard and Lu Xin through the window and laughed. "LT doesn't look like it. You two look quite clean." His voice was a little high, and a few people sitting in the pavilion with guns took a few steps closer, intentionally or otherwise. On the other hand, many of the people who were resting and chatting next to the truck also looked over. "We're here to search for scraps, not scrap picking. Why can't we be clean?" The lizard patted the car door hard and pretended to be forthright. "What? Must I roll in the mud before I can enter?" "No. I'm just asking." When the person in the pavilion saw the lizard's fearless appearance, his eyelids drooped and he routinely said, "Old rules. You can enter the town, but you can only bring pistols." The heavy firearms must be placed in the car. You're asking what heavy firepower is. 222 means heavy firepower. If you want to put it in the car, pa means you can carry it on your body. If you stop the car, you still have two options if you park it in the town. You'll get $100 a day. Or 10 cans of food. You'll also get to pay for the guns and bullets. We'll have someone to keep an eye on you, but you have to carry your valuables with you. If you stop outside the town, no one will care about you. You can leave some people behind to keep an eye on the town. No one will be responsible if anything happens. Lu Xin was a little surprised to learn that there were so many rules when parking a car. Of course I'm going to bring along some sex. Do I need you to tell me that? The lizard took out a gun and patted the door twice. Stop inside, in case someone removes the tires. Many people around him looked away when they saw that he had a gun in his hand. Just because you can bring a gun doesn't mean you can shoot. If you shoot in this town, regardless of whether it's reasonable or not, you'll be fined 1,000 yuan first. The person in the pavilion mumbled. He took the 100 alliance dollars from the lizard and shouted, "Niuzi, please accept it." The iron gate was opened, and a young man ran out with a bamboo board in his hand. He split it into two, gave half of it to the lizard, and tied the other half to the left mirror of the car. Then, he stood in front of the car and waved his hand. Come in, it's okay. It won't scratch you. Just drive boldly. It costs 100 yuan to park the car. Lu Xin's heart ached at the thought. However, he thought about it again. It's a business trip anyway, so I can reimburse it. Then, he thought about it again. If he had saved some from the official duties, he didn't know if he could keep it for himself. The car stopped at a flat open space behind the iron gate. The lizard jumped out of the car, pulled out the key, and closed the door. We can just stop here. Lu Xin didn't have much experience going out, so he was still a little worried. Nothing bad will happen. Right, don't worry about that. Ordinary people can't deal with this car. The lizard patted the back of the car and said. Lu Xin nodded, and turned around to see that his mother and sister had already alighted from the car. His mother was smiling as she looked in a certain direction. She was looking at a wall, but her gaze seemed to penetrate the wall and look further away. It's very close. You have to be prepared. Seeing that Lu Xin was looking at her, she smiled and nodded at him. His younger sister was already very happy, and her eyes were shining. Men, what are you doing in this town? After stopping the car, the young man called Niu Zai led Lu Xin and the others out of the parking lot. Then, he looked at Lu Xin and the lizard attentively and said with a smile, "There's more food, drink, and fun in Blackwater Town than in Highwall City. I can take you there if you want to stay in a hotel or drink and eat." Then, he lowered his voice and said, "If you want to buy something else, there are different places. The big market is closed now, so you can only go there tomorrow. If it's a small market, it depends on what you want. I know almost everything anyway. Can I buy people?" The lizard laughed and winked at the young man. Of course. Niu Zai was also interested when he heard this. He lowered his voice and said, "Our labor market is the largest in the surrounding area." As he spoke, he counted with his fingers. Laborers in their prime. 3 for 10,000 yuan. The young female slaves were a little more expensive. Each one cost 5 to 6,000. But they could be bought individually. As for the older ones, they are not worth much, and are generally considered a companion. If it's short-term, we can rent it too. The price is much lower, but you have to pay a deposit. Don't think it's expensive. It's not the same as before. There are animals running around everywhere. Of course, the price has to increase. It may be more expensive in the future. Lu Xin couldn't help but look at him with a strange expression. Born in the Highwall City, he did not know that there was such a labor market outside. The lizard seemed to know this, but he didn't think of this. He frowned and said, "Who wants to buy this? It's so heartless. I'm asking about those. This. You're really reserved." When Niu Zai heard this, he instantly became bored, as if he didn't care about such a small business. He pointed to the street and said, "There are too many. You can pick anything you want. Tisk tisk. The lizard shook its head in excitement. But it still turned to look at Lu Xun. Lu Xun glanced at an empty spot, as if he had just confirmed something. Then, he looked up at the town and said slowly, "Let's walk around first." "All right, let's go for a walk." The lizard grabbed the young man called Niu Zi's shoulder and stuffed a few coins into his hand. "I'll find you later." "All right. I'm at the gate." The youngster named Niu Zi readily agreed, but his gaze was somewhat cunning. Chapter 133 Chapter 133 No Need for a Plan 1. Chapter 133 No Need for a Plan 1. Lu Xun, the lizard, his mother, and his sister arrived at the bustling street in the middle of the town. At first glance, this place was even livelier than the dead streets of Satellite City. There were stalls on both sides with all kinds of goods on them. There were unknown meat, all kinds of living things locked in cages, or directly tied with ropes. There were even a few stalls filled with guns. The stall owners were even wrapped in bullets and holding guns in their arms as they promoted. "My spear is good. My spear is amazing. My gun doesn't get stuck. It's the most suitable for robbery." On both sides of the muddy road, there were many stalls with huge canopies, and exaggerated posters stood next to them. There was a host in a strange outfit holding a microphone and dancing an exaggerated and strange dance to the dynamic music. Beside him, there was a cage. Inside the cage, there was a small and thin humanoid creature covered in black feathers. It was curled up in a corner of the cage and did not move. It only trembled slightly when a kick landed on the cage. As for the MC, he was dancing while holding the microphone and shouting loudly, "Come and take a look. The entrance ticket costs 10 yuan each. There's a child and a VAT, a chicken man with long feathers, a mutant after the disaster, a human-headed snake woman. There are all kinds of monsters here. You won't lose out on buying them for $10, and you won't be fooled. But as long as you buy them for $10, you can open your eyes." The people walking on the road were all different. Most of them were wearing worn-out but sturdy clothes. In the town outside the city, the temperature was already quite cold, but many people deliberately opened their arms to reveal the guns at their waists. Some of the doors had neon lights wrapped around them, and there were many women with heavy makeup smoking there. Her small eyes under the dark circles were scrutinizing the people passing by on the street from time to time. Every time he met someone's eyes, he would shout in a rough voice, "Try it, good service." There were also some thin men who leaned against the pillars and shouted when they saw people, "Try it, give me a fruit plate." Lu Xun felt a little uncomfortable under their gazes. He turned to the lizard and said, "What are you doing?" The lizard only glanced at it and shook its head in pain. "I'm a business student. I sell newspapers." "Is this the world outside the city?" he asked. "Of course." Lu Xun knew that the lizard was talking nonsense. He had seen such a business before in the satellite town. The reason why he asked was that he didn't expect there to be a man in this line of work in Blackwater Town. As he walked quietly on the street and looked at the bustling surroundings, he sighed in his heart. This was a completely different world from the city. There were similar streets in the city, but more of them were selling vegetables and trinkets. The people on the side of the road were not too arrogant. Overall, the city seemed a little depressed. But here, it was very lively. The world after the crimson moon had always been like this. Order and chaos were like two parallel lines, developing at the same time, inside and outside the wall. The world outside the city was, of course, very dangerous and cruel, but it gave people a feeling of madness to the point of almost being unrestrained. Perhaps it was this feeling that attracted some people. Therefore, even though the material life inside the high wall was already good, there were still many people willing to stay outside. "Brother, where is the person we're looking for?" At this moment, the lizard had already put on its huge sunglasses. It was already night time. Even if the street lights were bright, she shouldn't be able to see clearly with sunglasses on. She didn't know what he was thinking. Hearing his words, Lu Xun also looked up. It wasn't easy for them to get to such a lively place, but his sister had already run away. His mother wasn't by his side either. but whenever Lu Xun looked up, he could always see her shadow. Some of them were standing in front of a small stall, as if they were admiring the piles of small jewelry, or they were standing at a cold corner and pointing at a certain position, following his mother's guidance. Lu Xun slowly made his way through the crowd. What should we do after we find those people? Lu Xun asked the lizard as they got closer. The lizard frowned and looked around nervously. He also knew that the purpose of his trip with Lu Xun was to track down a group of knights. Dilulu lavkel kavilk puvker ano q pliluk udvald. By right, we should inform the boss of this town first. I heard that it's a guy called Master Snake, and he has a big armed force under him. He has a lot of business dealings with us, so he should cooperate with us. Gecko frowned and analyzed in a low voice. However, we're quite a distance away from Qinggang City. I'm not sure if the aptitude users hiding here are in cahoots with them. If we reveal our identities first, we might alert the enemy and create an opportunity for them. Normally, it should be easier to deal with those people in this town than outside. After all, I only have a pistol with me when I enter the town. Let's find them first. Then, Lu Xun nodded. He could understand why Lizard had analyzed the situation. A force like Blackwater Town had done a lot of things to a high-walled city like Green Harbor. If they had the intention to cover up for them, they might do something in the dark. However, if they found those people in advance and then informed Blackwater Town, they would be honest. If they did anything to them, it would be obvious that they were going against Green Harbor. While they were conversing, they had already crossed a busy street and arrived at 2 rows of 3-story houses. Lu Xun saw his mother standing at the door of a chess and card room. She turned around and smiled at him. He knew what to do and said to the lizard, "Let's go in and take a look. Do you want to bet money? Or?" The lizard looked at the chess room and was slightly stunned, but it quickly followed. "What are you doing here?" When Lu Xun and the lizard reached the chess room, 2 tall and burly men with fierce-looking faces stood up. Lu Xun walked straight in, while the lizard looked up and cursed. "We're already here. What do you think we're doing?" As he spoke, he took out a stack of cash, flashed it, and stuffed it back. Seeing him like this, the 2 strong men did not say anything. They shook their heads and sat back down. As soon as Lu Xun entered the hall of the chess room, he was immediately greeted by a pungent smell. It was a super heavy odor balm mixed with smoke, alcohol, body odor, sweat, and other complicated smells. Walking toward him was a young girl in a bikini with white rabbit ears on her head, holding all kinds of cigarettes and alcohol in her arms. The noise filled their ears. Some shouted big, some shouted small, and some shouted, "I said big. I said small. Go to hell, go to hell. Ah Pewee, ah you dare to spit salty Pewee." They had come to this place that they usually liked the most, but the Gekstone's face was no longer smiling. No matter how frivolous he usually was, he knew what he was doing on this trip. They were not only tracking the knights, but also 3 aptitude users, especially since they were not in Qinggang City, and they had the Special Pollution Control Department behind them. Although Qinggang had a lot of influence in the surrounding areas, it was not uncommon for people from all walks of life to suddenly disappear or have their bodies found in the wilderness. If he wasn't careful, he might be the one. He looked at Lu Xun and said in a low voice, "Is this the place?" Lu Xun nodded his head. His gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd and landed on a tightly shut room. The lizard reached for the gun on its waist and said cautiously, "What's the plan?" Lu Xun's gaze shifted to the side as he subconsciously followed the lizard's words. Now, his sister was beside him, squatting at the table next to him, watching the others play with great concentration, as if she really wanted to play. His mother was standing at the side of the innermost room, holding an exquisite little satchel in her hand, looking at him with a gentle smile. Behind this door, there might be the knights who had killed so many people in Qinggang. "There's no need to make a plan," he said, shaking his head. As he spoke, he walked straight to the door of the room and kicked it. The door was kicked open, causing a huge commotion. The people who were sitting around the long table and playing cards immediately looked over. Lu Xin quietly scanned the room and saw that there were 7 people in total. 5 of them were playing cards at the table, while 2 girls with rabbit ears were serving them. He didn't find anyone who looked like Qin Ran in the crowd, but his eyes were fixed on a man in a red suit sitting by the window across the table. He slowly confirmed something. The man was holding 3 cards and raising them high, as if he was going to throw them down. Seeing Lu Xin enter the room, his expression froze. Lu Xin looked at him, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. You finish this card first. I'm not in a hurry. Chapter 134 Chapter 134 Puppet Type Ability User. Chapter 134 Puppet Type Ability User. The expressions of the people in the room changed as they looked at the friend-looking young man who had suddenly pushed the door. The man sitting opposite the man in the red suit looked extremely rough. He was the type who looked fierce and not to be trifled with. He seemed to be in a bad mood at the moment, and his eyes were red from losing. Startled, he suddenly slammed his palm on the table, stood up, and cursed. Who the FCK let you in? Don't you know that we're playing cards right now? As he cursed, he had already reached for the gun at his waist. There were 2 types of people who lived in the wilderness. One was particularly good-tempered, while the other was particularly bad-tempered. However, before he could pull out the gun from his waist, a cold dagger was suddenly placed in front of his throat. The lizard had followed him into the room and directly restrained the man who was about to pull out his gun. He held a dagger in one hand to restrain the rough man with a bad temper, and his other hand had already pulled out a gun. Ah, this. What are you guys trying to do? The bad-tempered man's temper suddenly became much better. He slowly let go of the hand that was pulling the gun and asked in a trembling voice. The lizard slowly straightened its body and glanced at Lu Xin. Its other hand had already pulled out its gun and released the safety. His eyes swept across the other 6 people in the room, especially the 2 girls with rabbit ears. A smile began to appear on his face. Then, he turned the gun in his hand with ease, and his finger drew circles on the ring with ease. The safety had been released, so the gun was in a state where it could fire at any time. However, the lizard's strength was very delicate. Its finger was on the trigger, but it didn't have enough strength to pull the trigger. As he turned, it looked like he was just acting cool, but in fact, he was pointing at everyone else. Brother, which one is it? Or are all of them? He asked Lu Xinfo with a smile. Lu Xin did not answer. He merely nodded his head slightly as his eyes remained fixed on the man in the red suit. The man had long hair and was dressed in a bright red suit, which made him look very flirtatious. In a place like the wilderness, it was unknown how he managed to do it. His red suit was bright and clean, which made him look like a flower in a gray crowd. Lu Xin recognized him without his mother pointing at him. It was the puppet ability user from the night regiment that attacked Satellite City No. 2. The reason was simple. When Lu Xin saw the smile on his face, he felt a sense of familiarity. Back then, there was a modified human who wanted to get close to him, but he knocked his head off. Now, looking at the man in the red suit, he felt that his smile was very similar to that of the modified human. Now that she thought about it, the man in the red suit was the one who had smiled at her. At that time, it was him who had smiled at him through the mind-modified human. The man in the red suit met Lu Xin's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled. He put down the cards in his hand and said with a smile, 3 aces. I win. The rough-looking man, who was sitting opposite him with a gecko pointed at his throat, suddenly moved uncomfortably. He seemed to want to curse, but he couldn't because the sharp dagger was pointed at him. The man in the red suit slowly leaned back against the back of his chair after he placed his cards down. His narrow eyes were sharp as he scanned Lu Xin and the lizard. He smiled and said, Who are you guys? The lizard subconsciously glanced at Lu Xin. Lu Xin's expression did not change. I think you should know me, so I won't answer your question. I'll just tell you my purpose. This time, I'm here to bring you back. You'd better not resist, because I intend to bring you back alive. It'll only be more meaningful to kill you after you've been interrogated and convicted. But because I don't have any experience fighting an aptitude user, I can only kill them. If that's the case, I'm worried that you'll be dead by the time I catch you." Hearing this, the lizard's expression became slightly strange. The man in the red suit, however, had a bigger smile on his face. After a slight pause, he shook his head and said to himself, "No wonder the boss is so careful." "You're right," he said to Lu Xin with a smile. As he spoke, he slowly extended his hands, as if he was giving Lu Xin a chance to put handcuffs on him. The lizard had been staring at his movements and would shoot if he moved. However, throughout the entire process, he was extremely well-behaved and did not have any intention of resisting. However, at this moment, the few people sitting on both sides of the card table looked a little stunned. When Lu Xin had barged in, and the lizard had pulled out its gun, they had been so afraid that they hadn't said a word. However, at this moment, two of them seemed to be extremely afraid. Suddenly, they let out a cry and fell back at the same time. One of them pulled out a gun from under his chair and pointed it at Lu Xin. The other one used his shoulder to lift the card table and was about to flip it over at the lizard with the gun. "You're dishonest," the lizard's voice sounded. At the same time, two gunshots were heard. The gun in his hand, which was spinning quickly, let out two short but loud sounds. The two people who wanted to cause trouble fell to the ground at the same time. One was shot in the forehead, and the other in the shoulder. Their movements slowed down and they all fell down. The situation at the scene seemed to make people feel a little more at ease. However, to everyone's surprise, the man in the red suit sitting across the table suddenly smiled. In the next moment, the two people who had collapsed on the ground suddenly opened their eyes. Regardless of whether it was the one who was shot in the forehead or the one who was shot in the shoulder, all of them started to move, swiftly and violently. One of them fell to the ground, aimed at Lu Xin, and pulled the trigger. He quickly lifted up the card table, and the cards and money on the table flew into the air. Mind modification. The lizard immediately called out to Lu Xin when it saw the two mahjong players who were almost immortal. Lu Xin looked at the two of them as he recalled the information he had read. The research data of the puppet series. This was her first time hunting down an aptitude user, and she had no experience in fighting with an aptitude user before. Therefore, Shenjing had prepared a sufficient set of information for herself. It was compiled and analyzed by several professors from the Research Institute of Qinggang City. Puppeteering ability user. Characteristics: controlling the actions of others through spiritual threads. Attribute: the higher the mental energy level, the more proficient the ability and the more proficient the control. Can pass off the fake as the real. Key point: the puppets of the puppet series ability users need to be specially manufactured. Normal people could be controlled by people with puppet abilities, but due to personal will and mental strength, it often led to certain resistance problems. Only after a frontal lobotomy and a mental baptism can the puppet without any mental power be controlled by an ability user. The first stage puppet ability users do not have the ability to transfer will. First stage puppet series ability user. Control limit 10 wooden puppets. Weakness of the puppet: spine damage. Puppeteer's weakness: approaching the body and destroying the will. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. It's not over yet 2. Chapter 135. It's not over yet 2. As the information flashed through Lu Xin's mind, he had already made his move. Recalling the contents of the information in his mind and his actions seemed to have become two separate matters that did not disturb each other. His sister was always by his side, because she knew that this must be very fun, so she never left his side. Therefore, when the man who had been shot in the middle of his forehead opened fire at her, she took the initiative to grab Lu Xin's hand. As Lu Xin took a step forward, his movements became extremely swift and fierce. Before the man could even lift his gun, he had already crossed a distance of 2 meters and stepped on her wrist with great precision. Her hand was stepped on the ground, and she could not lift it up. Therefore, she could only pull the trigger subconsciously. Pa 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 pa. All the bullets hit the wall. After the bullet missed, the man remained expressionless and emotionless. He raised his other hand to grab Lu Xin's leg. Lu Xin lifted his leg and kicked her in the elbow, twisting her arm into a strange shape. However, she didn't feel any pain or reaction like a normal person. Instead, she lifted her legs and twisted them around Lu Xin's waist. Lu Xin twisted his body and dodged her legs. Then, he knelt down. With a crack, her spine was broken. His body was still in this twisted and strange posture. His eyes were dull, and only his fingers were still trembling slightly. In the process, the lizard had already kicked forward, and the overturned card table was knocked forward, knocking the player who had been shot in the shoulder against the wall. The card table was very powerful, but this player's body was very fragile, so half of his body had collapsed and he was stuck on the wall. However, that person didn't feel any pain and was still trying to reach out to the lizard. His actions were slow and strange. This strange scene scared everyone in the room. The other mahjong players fled to the side in horror, while the two bunny girls had already screamed. In the chaos, even the puppet-type ability user in a red suit seemed to be slightly stunned. He did not seem to have expected that his two modified people would be so easily dealt with, as if he had already accepted his fate. He smiled helplessly and sat there without moving. The lizard looked at Lu Xin and pulled out the ability suppressor from behind its waist, ready to put it on him. However, at this moment, Lu Xin suddenly looked to the side. His mother was standing in the messy room, looking at him gently. She smiled and said, "It's not over yet." Lu Xin immediately went on his guard. Immediately, he heard a faint beeping sound in the chaotic room. There's still a problem. He grabbed the lizard that was slowly moving forward and looked ahead. At his feet was the immobile body of the genetically modified human whose spine had been destroyed. Only her eyes remained open as she looked at Lu Xin with indifference. The beeping sound was coming from her abdominal cavity. Lu Xin's gaze swept across the room and saw a small bomb filled with electronic components in her abdomen. The red light on the bomb was flashing more and more rapidly, and Lu Xin frowned. The moment he turned to look, the lizard was taken aback. It cursed and immediately pulled Lu Xin away from the room. Lu Xin didn't move. Instead, he quickly crouched down and pressed down on the cyborg. The moment Lu Xin's palm touched the modified human, her body began to twist and contort. Her arms, waist, head, legs, and waist were all folded in a manner that defied common sense. It looked like a paper figurine that was being kneaded into a ball with brute force. The bomb in the abdomen was wrapped in the middle. After that, Lu Xin stood up and retreated. At the same time, he pushed the modified human forward. Bang bang. The massive modified human suddenly exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere in the room. The bombs were not very powerful, and the modified human had absorbed most of the firepower when it was crumpled into a ball. However, the room was still in a mess, and screams rang out. How strong is his mental energy level? The lizard was a little surprised by Lu Xin's actions. The spider-type ability could be used on the user, causing the user to twist and react quickly. However, this was the first time he had seen someone like Lu Xin, who could fold his opponent in an instant. As he thought about this, he quickly rushed over. His target was the modified human that he had stuck to the wall. Since there was a bomb in the stomach of one of the modified people, the other one was not safe either. The lizard's movements were a little twisted, but it was still very delicate. It stepped in front of the man and slashed its dagger at his abdomen. The man's abdominal cavity was very empty. There was only a beating heart, and other than the heart, there was also a bomb, with a red light flashing on it. However, the bomb showed no signs of exploding. Was this because he didn't hurt his spine? The bomb that the puppeteer had placed in the body of the spiritual modified man was meant for those who understood him. Only those who knew him would know that he had destroyed the spine of a person who had undergone a mental transformation. This way, the bomb would explode. For safety's sake, the lizard quickly cut off the wire of the bomb and then completely destroyed his spine. What is this? Even when the crisis in the room was over, the people beside him were still shouting. At this moment, the entire room had already become like an abstract painting, with blood splattering everywhere. Even though most of the body structure of the modified human was different from that of a normal person, the explosion still painted the room red. Everyone was frightened and shouted with all their might, making a lot of noise. The dead resurrected, their limbs twisted, and there was a balm in their abdomen. Even if they were people who were used to living in the wilderness, their minds went blank from the strange and twisted scene. It looks like the 5 of you are playing cards. But in fact, it's you 2 who are beating up the 3 of them. Lu Xin looked at the remaining 2 gamblers and the bunny girl and answered slowly. There was no problem with the 2 players. They were alive. This wasn't strange. On the same table, if everyone was spiritually modified people, who would he win money from? However, one thing was certain. These 2 people must have lost a lot. As he thought about it, he looked across the room. The window had been broken, and the man in the red suit had disappeared. He had chosen a seat by the window so that he could escape easily if something happened. The bombs in the stomachs of the modified people were not very powerful. Their purpose was probably to cause chaos and make it easier to escape. At the same time, in the hall outside, the sound of gunfire from the room was heard. It suddenly became chaotic. Some people hurriedly squatted under the card table, touched their guns, and looked around vigilantly. Some people scrambled to escape. When they rushed to the street, they immediately shouted excitedly into the distance. Quick! Quick! There's trouble here. Where's the sheriff? Come quickly! Hualala! On the street in the distance, a group of people rushed over, each holding a weapon and kicking over the stall. The leader was the young man called Niuzai. He ran while shouting. One knew there was something wrong with them. It's too big of a commotion. The lizard, Lu Xin, could hear the chaos outside. But he didn't panic. He turned to Lu Xin with a smile and said, I'm afraid the armed forces in the town will come here soon. We'd better not rush to make a move. These people have the courage to shoot at us. Maybe we can explain the situation to them first and then arrest them. Lu Xin glanced at the corner of the wall and saw that his mother was no longer there. She seemed to have left the room when the bomb exploded. Perhaps she was worried about being splashed by blood. She had always loved cleanliness. You stay here and explain to them. I'll go and deal with them, he said to the lizard after some thought. After saying that, he went out of the window. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Chapter 133 Can't Run Away Anymore 1. Chapter 136, Chapter 133 Can't Run Away Anymore 1. Previously, Gecko had analyzed that if these people dared to hide here, they might have colluded with the armed forces in this town. Therefore, although the safest way now was to communicate with the town sheriff and catch them with their cooperation, it would be better to catch them before the sheriff came to prevent them from protecting those people in the dark. Hey, the other party might have 3 aptitude users. The lizard panicked at Lu Xin's words and called out in a hurry. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xin had already dashed out of the window. The man in the red suit had escaped from like a cat. The lizard shook its head in hatred. Sigh. This little captain got into the zone too quickly. As he said that, he pointed angrily at the other people in the room and shouted, Don't move. I'll kill you if you move again. Big brother, do you think I still have the guts to move in this situation? The rough man was so scared that he almost peed his pants. And the 2 bunny girls were also weeping. You're right. The lizard laughed and put away its gun. He straightened a chair and sat down. He looked at the slim bunny girl on his right and smiled. How old are you? Then, he looked at the buxom bunny girl on the left and said with a smirk, You're not young. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside, and a group of people rushed in with guns. Haha, don't be so excited. Don't be so excited. I don't want to kill you. Gecko quickly raised his hand to show them the gun and dagger in his hand. He smiled kindly. After Lu Xin rushed out of the window, he immediately scanned his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, he saw the man in the red suit quickly turning into an intersection. He immediately looked up to the side and saw his mother carrying a small satchel. She was standing gently by a small courtyard and smiling. However, her eyes were not looking at that intersection, but at another alley. Lu Xin nodded. He held his sister's hand and climbed up the wall of the alley as if he had escaped from gravity. They quickly made their way forward. After passing through the narrow alley, they saw a warehouse with its door open. It only took Lu Xun a second or two to reach the warehouse that was 20 meters away. Lu Xun's mother stood outside the warehouse and smiled at her. "Be careful." Lu Xun nodded and dashed into the warehouse. Da-da-da. The moment he rushed into the warehouse, he suddenly heard the sound of an iron pipe turning. Immediately after, intense red light flickered in 4 places. Countless bullets were fired at the warehouse where Lu Xun was. With the flash of the red light, one could even see that on the second floor of the warehouse, there were 3 burly men squatting in different positions, pulling the trigger with no expression on their faces. Behind them was the man who had taken off his red suit. He had put on his helmet and was riding a tall and heavy motorcycle, stepping on the accelerator. It was obvious that even though Lu Xun had arrived quickly and abruptly, he was well prepared. After Lu Xun ran out of the window, he arranged for someone else to mislead him. After he entered the warehouse, he arranged for 3 machine gunners to snipe Lu Xun while he escaped on his own. Lu Xun and Gecko had assumed that he had used up most of his cyborgs, but now it seemed that he still had at least 6 or 7 cyborgs with him. They had no idea how he had managed to create all of them in such a short time. The 3 multi-barreled revolving machine guns were aimed at Lu Xun from 3 different positions, and the bullets formed a fan-shaped pattern. Lu Xun was instantly overwhelmed by the sudden gunshots. It was as if the scene at Satellite City No. 2 at the junction of Jiujiang had reappeared. Hippie, hippie, hippie. The roaring bullet, accompanied by the pungent smell of gunpowder, hit the ground where Lu Xun was standing. The cement ground was lifted up piece by piece, instantly tearing a big hole. However, Lu Xun did not appear at the spot where the bullets had landed. The moment the enemy opened fire, Lu Xun had already jumped up and climbed up the ceiling. By the time the 3 machine gunners reacted, Lu Xun was already halfway up the ceiling. If they were to aim their guns at Lu Xun, who was still on the ceiling, it would take them at least a second. This was more than enough time for Lu Xun to get behind them. Previously, Lu Xun had suffered a loss when he was pointed at by 5 multi-barreled revolving machine guns. That time, he had relied on his mother's protection to escape the disaster. This time, after his mother's reminder, he was naturally more careful. As long as a spider-type aptitude user was prepared in advance, the possibility of being forced into a dead end was not high. Spider type. As Lu Xun climbed down the ceiling, the man in the red suit, who was already on the motorcycle and was about to start the engine, narrowed his eyes. He instantly estimated the time it would take for Lu Xun to reach him, and he knew that he would not be able to. Suddenly, he turned his head and stared at Lu Xun, who was crawling toward him from the ceiling. He made a gesture with all his might. He suddenly raised his left hand and clutched his throat. With the help of the flames from the barrel of the minigun, one could see that Lu Xun's movements had suddenly become strange. He had been crawling toward them on all fours, but he suddenly raised his left hand and reached for his throat. Puppet Series ability 2 Forced Imitation. This thought had already flashed through Lu Xun's mind when he involuntarily raised his left hand to grab his throat. It was one of the abilities of the Puppet Series stated in the information. Puppeteers could not control normal people freely, but when they focused their energy, they could force the other party to imitate a certain action of theirs. The range of influence should be between 5 to 10 meters, and the number of people affected could reach up to 3. The information also recorded a case. There was once a puppeteer who pointed an empty gun at his temple and fired. The result was that all 3 opponents shot themselves to death at the same time. Lu Xun naturally wouldn't use his left hand to strangle himself in such a moment of desperation. However, he was currently climbing up the ceiling. After doing this, his body fell, and below him was the torrent of bullets from the minigun. If it really was a lizard, they might really have no way to resist it. However, Lu Xun was different. He had a younger sister. As his body sank, he had already shouted in a low voice. The bullet whizzed through the air, and his voice was so soft that most people wouldn't be able to hear him. However, His sister could hear him. She flipped over happily and reached out her hand to grab Lu Xin, who was still jumping down. At the same time, she used her strength to swing him forward. Lu Xin, who was already in midair, was flung toward the other end of the warehouse. It looks like he was flying. Caw. Under the flickering light of the gunfire, Lu Xin landed behind one of the spiritual modified humans who had fired the shots. His body was strange and sharp. In an instant, he grabbed the shoulder of the leftmost person. Then, the body of the spiritual modified person twisted like burnt plastic. Both his arms and body became crooked, and the crooked body affected his movements. The machine gun in his arms was pointed at his companion in a strange posture. Pa 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 pa. A series of gunshots rang out, and the two modified humans were beaten into a mess of flesh and blood. Lu Xin turned to look at the warehouse's side door. The man in the red suit was riding on the motorcycle and looking at him in horror. Lu Xin slowly let go of the modified human in his hand and stood up with a bright smile on his face. You can't aim at me with a gun every time. Chapter 137 Chapter 137 From the Crimson Moon Getting on the Shelves 1. Chapter 137 From the Crimson Moon Getting on the Shelves 1. Starting from the Crimson Moon is going to be released soon. Brothers. Tonight at midnight. It was already 300,000 yuan. The free period was not short. What's more interesting is that when I first started writing this book, I didn't even think about putting it on the shelves. I just wanted to write whatever I wanted. In the end, I wrote it all in one go. It's the best performing book I've ever written. Those who are worried about the outline and design don't need to worry. I've only written about 30 chapters, and after chatting with a few of my friends in the book group, I've already completed the outline and setting. After all, since I wanted to write this from the beginning, I already had a general direction in my mind, so it wasn't difficult to do this. Besides, I've been writing Xia novels for so many years, so I'm quite familiar with the techniques. I really have to thank a few people if I want to be on the screen. One of them is our Team 2's chief editor, Northern River, and my editor in charge, Horsetail Whisk, a Xia writer for so many years writing a sci-fi novel. It's not reliable at all. But the two of them are actually so supportive of me. How interesting. Then there were the other two Godlevel authors, All Metal Shell and Ron Zilron. When I first came up with this writing style, I had a lot of inspiration when I wanted to write about this subject, but I didn't know how to start or how to express that feeling. It was after a long phone call with Shell. Now you know why I'm single. I talked to men for more than an hour every day that he gave me a few perverted ideas. And then I got inspiration all of a sudden. To be honest, I'm far from being as hardcore as he thought. I'm sorry, Shell. I did it on purpose. After I wrote the opening, I hesitated, not sure if I should post it. One day, when he was chatting with Ron Zhaorong, he showed it to him. He didn't expect him to be so bold, saying one word release. I was intimidated by Rongjin's perverted aura and quickly created a new book. Then, everyone knew the story. I released my new book for fun and slowly updated it. At that time, I wasn't sure of the fate of this book. I even told my old readers not to invest in it, and there was no need to force them to read it. However, this book has its own vitality. From the time it slowly appeared on the new book list, a group of readers started to like it. Later on, its performance got better and better, and it had more than 100,000 bookmarks. However, to be honest, I don't think that this book will be popular. The theme is decided, and this is a book with a niche audience. Sometimes, when I try to describe the details, only a few readers may feel it. Others may think that I'm just wasting my time or complaining. I definitely won't admit that it's because of my poor writing level. I won't admit it even if I die. I'll write about the great pleasure and super pleasure that some readers want to see when the time is right. But I won't deliberately force myself to write it. If there are really readers who like to read this kind of plot, then go and read my Xia. Really? It's super good dog. Head. Speaking up to this point, I'll also directly explain. In the past, When I wrote Xiangxia, I preferred the feeling of big ups and downs, the feeling of big opening and big closing. I worked hard to create a magnificent and soul-stirring story. I found the root of my enteritis, and it stirred up too much. But this book is after all for the sake of changing my brain, so I will write more details. I don't force contradictions or the like. I will honestly tell the story well and convey the feeling well. From the beginning to the end, I've been inclined to write a slightly strange feeling, with more details and more stories. During this period, I've seen some people who are urging me to kill as soon as possible. There's really no need to be so anxious. I won't drag it out, nor will I speed it up. You'll just keep this pace and tell the story better. Even if you threaten me, I won't change my outline. It's also because of this problem that I blocked accounts that speak ill of me. I don't know if there are any accidental kills. If there are, I apologize to you. If you really like this book, you can join the group and then find the administrator to unseal it. But forget about those who speak in a strange way. Really? I'm familiar with a few IDE. Not only do I read pirated books every day, but they also come to me in different ways to flame me with every book, reporting the management and leading the way. Really? We don't know each other. And I'm not your Yukian? What are you doing? Although it's not good to say this before I'm on the shelf, I still want to say, as an author, I cherish every reader who reads my book and every subscription. But really, I don't cherish you at all. As for the promise of true love, I didn't know what to say. I could only say that I would definitely take responsibility for the book I wrote. During this period of time, I was so tired that I often collapsed on the bed, lying there without moving, as if my heart would stop at any moment. However, every chapter that I published had been refined more than 3 times. Furthermore, I would do this again in the future and write as much as possible in detail. Look at the 1,000 plus words. Let's stop here for now. I still have to write later and get ready to release more chapters. Attached here is the group number. You can enter by reading 672-692,024. Below is the list of people I would like to thank. Thank you, Red Halberd, for pushing the book for me. Thank you, Brother Jiu from 3rd to 6 Stratagems of the Book Shortage for pushing the books for me. Thanks to Big Boss Get Lost for pushing the book for me. Thank you Newspaper Seller for helping me push the books. Da Feng is too slow in updating. Thank you Rong Zodon for pushing the books for me. Thank you, Big Boss Kichia L, for helping me push the books. Thank you to you for pushing the books for me. Thank you Moon Breeze for pushing the books for me. Finally, I have to thank Eagle Eating Chicken. You're still sacrificing me even though you're done. Thank you to my 2 operations officers Dassie of Love Chief Operations Officer Jejahu. Finally, I would like to thank my lovely alliance masters. The Cute Tong Tang, Muslin, Ammon, Wang Xiai, Dog Emperor, Bro Flattop, Midnight Overlord, Shanxian Kishan, Chief Genius Jejajahu, Meng Jiu Suiel, Fellow Taoist, Don't Move, Old Wine Inn, Your Old Age, Xing Yel, Sei Xiao Ji. Of course, I also have to thank the leaders of my White Silver Alliance and Gold Alliance. Although he didn't have one, what if he did in the future? Finally, thank you to all the friends who have been supporting me. Tonight, the world of the Crimson Moon will officially begin. Chapter 138 Chapter 138 The Reading Festival's Live Broadcast Manuscript. Chapter 138 The Reading Festival's Live Broadcast Manuscript. When the second bus stopped at the bridge, Lu Xin, who had been sleeping with his head against the window, suddenly woke up. Have we reached the place? He picked up his black bag, zipped it up, and got out of the car among a group of uncles and aunties in swimming shorts and bikinis. The cool sea breeze blew in his face, and he shrank his neck, looking at the group of uncles and aunties happily walking towards the beach. His pupils shrank. I'm sure there's a huge problem with this city otherwise. Why aren't these old men and women afraid of the cold? Lu Xin stood under the bus stop and looked at the city with red bricks and green tiles. He then took out a document from his bag. This was what Han Beifeng had given him. It recorded the information of his mission. Investigate the serious pollution in Qingdao. Mission description: many people have entered this city and are unwilling to leave. Mission level S, threat level S. Then let's start. Lu Xun decided to end this mission quickly and return home. The wind was too strong here. Since so many people had entered the city and refused to leave, they must have been seriously polluted. The way to investigate this matter was simple. They only needed to follow the tracks of these tourists and see what they would come into contact with. With this thought in mind, Lu Xun followed behind a group of old men wearing red hats and holding small flags. Is it because the buildings here are beautiful and the roads are clean? Lu Xun pondered over his first question. The city's architecture was very stylish. Beautiful red tiles could be seen everywhere, and solid outer walls could be seen. On both sides of the road were rows of French parasol trees, which echoed with the vast sea, giving people a quiet and peaceful feeling, leaving a deep impression. But the problem shouldn't be that simple. Lu Xun continued to follow the group of elderly people on their tour. They climbed Mount Lao and elders. She went to Beijishui. The beautiful scenery and the rich history seemed to be factors that could affect tourists. However, this was not enough. Lu Xun left the group of old men and followed behind a group of primary school students with backpacks. First, it was for a better ambush. Second, it was because the old men were too good at climbing mountains. He followed the primary school students to the underwater world and the polar ocean world, and then realized a serious problem. It turned out that the underwater world and the polar ocean world were two different places. The blue ocean, the beautiful fish, and the various fun activities on the water might have affected the tourists. But Lu Xun felt that it was not enough. There must be a deeper reason for a city to have such a strong attraction that people would come over time and time again, and even stay willingly. This was his investigation mission. So, he went to Yingku Road and the beer street. The fresh and cold beer was directly filled into the plastic bag, and the dazzling seafood was directly picked and bought in the market, then brought to the small shop next door to be processed. There were oil-splashed turbot, and spicy small abalones, palm-sized swimming crabs and fat oysters. It was really strange. These things were called oysters in some places, but in Qingdao, they were oysters. Lu Xun was tempted. If he could eat like this every day, he would definitely. It's gout. However, a true warrior would face difficulties head-on and not fear gout. What made him hesitate was that there was a record in the information that there was a shop here that sold a shrimp for 38 yuan. Although he had made a round and confirmed that there were no more such phenomena, he still had to be careful. Every single dollar was very important. As he continued his investigation, Lu Xun discovered more problems. They had a divine drink called the 100-flower snake grass. They had a wine called cherry white orchid. They actually called candied hawthorn sugar balls. He even held a meeting for it every year. They would actually set up a small table and drink on the road from noon to night. They are actually wearing bikinis on their faces. As Lu Xun's investigation progressed, he became more and more cautious. He felt that he was close to the truth, but he was still missing the most crucial factor. The most important factor. Could it be because Lu Xun looked over and realized that all the girls here were tall, had long legs, and were fashionable and beautiful? If it were another colleague of his, he would probably be unable to move his legs by now, even if it was himself. Just as Lu Xun was sizing her up, the long-haired girl turned around and said, "Do you like it? Does it look good? It'll make your eyes pop out of their sockets if you keep looking." Lu Xun retracted his gaze. Beautiful, bold, and passionate. The girls in this city were too different from those in other places. The only problem was that if he offended them, they might really dare to make a move. The investigation mission was almost over. But just this. Lu Xun already knew what attracted the tourists in the city. However, he was also a little bit challenged. If he could attract the tourists, he would be the best. The beer and Gara might be able to attract his father. The clean and elegant streets, the fashionable and well-known German style and scenery might be able to attract his mother and the young ladies on the streets. However, it was not enough. His sister was not defeated. In that case, Lu Xun decided to try and feel it more deeply. He entered the library and began to read about the city's history, culture, and folklore. Then, his eyes gradually lit up. All his attention was attracted by another most charming feature of the city, the top 10 ghost towers. No. 19. Huang Tai 8th Road, basement of the Marble Tower in the 8 Passes. The Germany Water Army Club, Red Cross Society. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Xun's face as he read through the information. He did come here to investigate, but when he thought about how it might rain a little more on a moonless night, or how the wind might be stronger, he put on a transparent raincoat after eating a bowl of wild wonton, stepped on the gravel path, and came to these old buildings, surrounded by urban legends with a pleasant mood, enjoying the oppressive and gloomy atmosphere. How wonderful it was. So, you've also considered staying in Qingdao. While they were settling the migration procedures, a permit-hair ant spoke to Lu Xun enthusiastically. What attracted you? The architecture and culture here. Lu Xun answered with a smile. Well said. Are you the only one moving in? His aunt asked. No. Lu Xun shook his head. It's my family. When are they coming? His aunt was curious. When are you coming? There was no one around Lu Xun, but he still smiled happily. They are already here. Father and mother are right behind me. Sister, she's right behind you, smiling happily at you. Chapter 139 Chapter 139 Mother's Ability 1. Chapter 139 Mother's Ability 1. The motorcycle made a weak and dispirited sound. After Lu Xun was hit by the puppet ability's forced imitation, the man in the red suit had already rushed out of the warehouse's side door, intending to escape. However, the motorcycle only managed to rush out before it suddenly stopped. No matter how hard he tried to step on the switch, he only let out a series of groans. No matter what, he was unable to successfully start the engine. The man cursed, then abandoned the motorcycle and reached up with both hands. He clenched his fist, and as if he had grabbed onto something invisible, his body suddenly bounced up. He seemed to be pulled by something and was about to fly into the sky. Unfortunately, just as his body was about a meter away from the motorcycle, Lu Xun had already appeared beside him. He grabbed his calf and pulled him down from the air, and he sat back on the motorcycle. Lu Xun's expression finally relaxed as he placed his hand on the man's shoulder. Spiritual threads. Through the threads transformed by the mind, it can wrap around the target object and achieve the control of the object within a certain distance, even moving it in the air. Lu Xun had seen it before on the spiritually modified humans that had broken into Satellite City No. 2. This was the third ability of the Puppet series ability users, allowing them to move as if they were flying. However, this ability was more commonly used on people who had undergone mental modification. Puppeteers themselves rarely used this ability because their bodies were heavy and their reaction and balance were lacking. In addition, when used, the mind-modified person under his control would enter a state of deep sleep. The man's face was already extremely pale by the time Lu Xun pulled him back into the car. The 7 modified people he had prepared at the last minute had been completely used up. The other party seemed to have already found a way to deal with the forced imitation ability. For some reason, the motorcycle could not be started, and at such a close distance, even if he wanted to use his mental threads, he would not be able to escape. The moment he sat back on the motorcycle, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and his mood instantly tensed up to the extreme. He suddenly pulled out the gun at his waist, turned around, pointed at the man's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The ear-piercing sound of the gunshot reverberated in the narrow space. The muzzle flash lit up Lu Xun's smiling face. His neck twisted twice at an extremely twisted angle and speed, making a clear cracking sound. All the bullets missed. The man in the red suit was still holding the gun in his hand, and the bullets had not been emptied. However, his palm was already trembling. The spider-related person was approaching him, and so close. Hualala. Lu Xun merely placed a hand on his shoulder and did nothing else. However, the gun in the man's hand flew out one by one, followed by his fingers, then his wrist, and then his arm. Little by little, they flew into the air and then spread on the ground like withered roses. The man screamed and rolled down from the motorcycle. He curled up on the ground, letting out a shrill cry of pain, his body twitching and twisting. However, the pain only lasted for a short time. She didn't know how he did it, but she saw him struggle for a moment and then stop. After lying on the ground for a while, he panted and forced himself to get up from the ground. There was no longer a pained expression on his face. "You don't look like a spider." After he stood up, the man in the red suit seemed to have completely given up on resisting. A wry smile appeared on his pale face as he turned to Lu Xin and said, "I don't remember spiders being so scary." Lu Xin did not reply. Instead, he chuckled and pulled out the car keys before stuffing them into his pocket. He recalled the introduction of the puppet series ability users. Several professors had emphasized in the information that the weakness of the puppet series ability users was their body. As long as they could find their body and get close to it, they could easily control the ability user. He just didn't expect that it would still take a lot of effort. Whether it was the modified people who were disguised as normal people and hiding beside him, or the bombs in the stomachs of the modified people, they were not easy to deal with. He remembered that on the information he brought out, there were 3 lines of large red words. Those were the warning given to him by the Special Investigation Department. It was also the first lesson of the Aptitude User Combat Training course that he had yet to learn. The most important one was the 3 main principles of the confrontation between aptitude users. First, aptitude users would never initiate a battle without preparation. Second, the battle had never been the key to victory or defeat. The preparation for the battle was. Third, it was more important to ensure that he would not lose control of the score and determine the outcome. The surrounding environment had a huge impact on an aptitude user's strength. It was enough to change the outcome of a battle. Therefore, every aptitude user would try their best to create a favorable home ground for themselves. In this regard, the puppet type aptitude user was actually quite good at it. Although it was not a big threat, it could at least cause some chaos and even escape. But fortunately, they really didn't have the experience to deal with people like him. "Where are the others?" Lu Xin stuffed his hands into his pockets and asked softly. "They are not here." The man laughed helplessly. "When we failed to record the mental bomb experiment, Boss already felt that something was wrong. Although there were no physical traces after the incident, they still separated from me to be safe. I didn't take it seriously at first. I just wanted to rest here and buy a few people to replenish my puppet. But I didn't expect you to come so soon. It seems that the person who can be the boss really has some skills. King Gang City is really not easy to deal with." Lu Xin did not pay any attention to his words. He frowned and said, "Then where did they escape to?" The man in the red suit glanced at Lu Xin and smiled sarcastically. Lu Xin looked at him seriously and said, If you don't want to tell me, I can ask you in another way." The man laughed out loud. Then his voice gradually sank and he said softly, "You're underestimating me, my friend. In the wilderness, rules and promises are the most important. I've fallen into your hands. So of course I can only admit defeat. But you don't really think I'll tell you everything at once, right? If I lose my credibility and reputation, I'll end up in a situation worse than death." "That's right." As he spoke, he seemed to be more relaxed. He smiled and said, "I have to remind you that I'm a puppeteer. I can control myself like a puppet, so I won't feel any pain even if you cut me into pieces." Lu Xin looked at him indifferently and said, "LTS, okay. We can definitely find a solution." The man was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to understand his friendly answer. Lu Xin, on the other hand, looked to the side. His mother was still standing not far away, as if she was watching her child participate in the sports meet. When Lu Xin's gaze fell on her, she smiled and said softly, "It's not over yet." Lu Xin furrowed his brows and thought carefully. What else is there? His mother was different from his sister. She would not lend her powers to him, and it seemed that she did not need to lend them to him. When he encountered problems, she would take the initiative to help him. It was just like how she had blocked a bullet for him at Satellite City No. 2 on Jiudyong Road. It was just like how he usually protected himself in his father's shadow. It even included the detailed reminders he had to pay attention to during the battle just now. She was a very meticulous person, so she could always observe some small places. Her reminders were always useful and critical. However, it was also because of her mysterious ability that Lu Zhen had to observe her closely. But no matter what, if she said it wasn't over yet, it must mean that he hadn't thought about it. However, the puppeteer did not have any power to resist. At such a distance, he could kill him at any time, if there was a problem. Where could it be? As he was thinking about this, a clamor came from the distance. Hey, brother, let's talk this out. I'm telling you, I have a high status in Qinggang City. In the distance, they could see a group of people pushing geckos and rushing over. These people all had guns in their hands, and the models of the guns were different. There were pistols and submachine guns. The lighting equipment in their hands was also different. Some of them were wearing miners' hats with a lamp on their hats. Some were holding flashlights, but some were bright, while some were already a little dim, and some were even holding torches. The only thing they had in common was the snake-patterned armband they both wore. It seemed that these people should be the Blackwater town security team. Of course, the real sheriff should be the few people with flashlights and submachine guns in their arms. The others might be the staff, security guards, and some people who followed the sheriff to join in the fun. The lizard hugged its head with both hands and kept shouting, looking very pitiful. What's wrong with this vice-captain? Seeing so many people approaching, Lu Zhen stood up and threw the cigarette butt, which was already burnt from the filter, on the ground, and stepped on it. Kai, 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 Kai. Countless flashlights shone on his face at the same time. Among the group of people, a burly man who was almost 1.9 meters tall and wearing a black trench coat stood out. He was as burly as a bear, and his arms were covered in tattoos. He was holding a gun in his hand. As he strode over and scolded, "Are you FC-ing here to cause trouble? Don't you know that shooting is strictly forbidden in Blackwater Town?" he asked. "I don't care where you're from. You won't have a good end if you cause trouble in Blackwater Town." Chapter 140 Chapter 140 Your Abnormal Part 2 Chapter 140 Your Abnormal Part 2 Lu Zhen's eyes were dazzled by the light from the flashlight. He squinted his eyes and looked forward. He could see the lizard raising its hand with a helpless look on its face. It gave him a look, as if to say that it had already tried. They had just divided their work. They went out to chase people, while Gecko stayed to persuade the armed forces of Blackwater Town. Logically speaking, this should have been an easy matter to resolve. But Lu Zhen had no idea why the lizard had been detained. "Please don't misunderstand." Lu Zhen stood up and said to the group, "We are from Qinggang City. We have Qinggang's ID and we are here to catch this wanted man. Now we have the man. Moreover, he was the one who fired the gun first. I know you're from Qinggang. So what?" The burly man spat on the ground and glared coldly at the man Lu Zhen had captured. Seeing the man's sorry state, his expression became even fiercer. He raised his gun and aimed it at Lu Zhen's face as he cursed. "This isn't Qinggang. In this FC-ing Blackwater Town, Master Snake has the final say. When Master Snake doesn't speak, I have the final say. If you want to arrest someone, why don't you tell me?" Lu Zhen furrowed his brows and remained silent. The man who was holding his shoulder smiled. Lizard, who was standing at the side, felt that something was wrong. He panicked and shouted, "Brothers, don't mess around. I've told you 10 times. We're really from Qinggang City. Messing around." The brawny man glared at him coldly, then gave a signal to the people beside him. Immediately, 2 men stepped forward. One of them tried to detain Lu Zhen, while the other walked toward the man in the red suit while cursing. Blackwater Town has its own rules. Whether they have committed a crime or not, we have to interrogate them first. You said that you're from Qinggang. How do we know if it's true? Do you believe that even if I kill you and feed you to the dogs, no one can do anything to us? Amidst the scolding, Someone had already made his way to Luzin and the man. It was as if he wanted to take them away separately. Damn. Is it that hard? At this time, the lizard was already a little surprised, as if it had not expected the sheriff to be so strong. Even Luzin was surprised. In such a chaotic town, it was impossible to completely trust them. That was why they didn't inform them and directly arrested them. Generally speaking, even if the people of Blackwater Town had any collusion with the knights, they should not dare to act rashly after he had caught them. However, he did not expect that as soon as the sheriff appeared, he showed an obvious dissatisfaction with their behavior. He knew that he was from King City, but his attitude was still so tough and irritable. Luzin chuckled as if he had understood something. He slowly raised his head. He saw his mother at first glance. At this time, she was standing not far away, looking at these people with interest. Luzin's heart was certain, seeing that the sheriff's man was already in front of him. He smiled and said, "You're not normal." The sudden answer made the men under the Blackwater Town sheriff slightly startled. The tall and burly security officer also squinted his eyes and looked at Luzin. "What did you just say?" "I said that you're a little abnormal right now." Luzin's eyes met the strong light of the flashlight and looked forward. Anyone's eyes would become slightly out of focus after being illuminated by such a strong light, but Luzin's eyes seemed to be able to see through the light. Under the strong light, his facial features seemed to be a little dark and uncertain, but he had a very calm smile. His voice was also very soft and sincere. He smiled and said, "This man committed a crime in Kingang and we've already caught him. Yet, you still want to let him go in private and even look like you're not afraid of harming the two of us. So, are you looking down on Kingang? Or are you not normal anymore?" Hearing these calm and serious words, the sheriff was stunned. He paused for a moment before he shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? You dare to call me old?" He had only taken one step forward, but because of the tense atmosphere, his movement was still somewhat eye-catching. A few guns around him were pointed at him. The security officer was also taken aback as he pointed his gun at Luzin's head. Usually, Luzin would feel nervous when someone pointed a gun at him like this. However, now that he had found out the truth, he found it rather amusing. Also, because his sister was right beside him and his mother was not far away, he did not feel nervous even when the gun was pointed at him. Instead, he put on a smile and looked at the sheriff's face, sizing him up. In fact, he didn't want to laugh either, because it didn't look serious enough and wasn't professional enough. But he couldn't help it. "What are you looking at?" It was as if a string had been stretched to the extreme. With so many black muzzles, it was possible for a bullet to shoot out at any time. The sheriff was clearly holding a gun in his hand, and the muzzle was pointed at Luzin's face. The distance between them was very close, but for some reason, he was clearly nervous. On the other hand, Luzin, who was smiling at him at the muzzle of the gun, seemed much more relaxed. Could it be that this person was not afraid of guns who was abnormal? Facing the sheriff's menacing gaze, Luzin slowly said, "Did you accept anything from him?" Everyone around him was stunned by his words. What the hell was this? The sheriff even licked the corner of his mouth, and the ruthlessness on his face intensified. "What do you mean? I'm not saying that you're taking a bribe, although he might have given it to you in the form of a bribe." Luzin thought about it slowly. He looked at the man in the red suit, then at the tall sheriff, and the smile on his face deepened. It could be a rose, or it could be something else. In short, he gave it to you personally. Think about it carefully. Did you have a particularly good impression of him after you accepted the thing? It's even very, do you love him? Hearing his words, the man in the red suit beside him suddenly changed his expression. The lizard on the side was also startled, as if it had thought of something. Luzin smiled quietly as he observed the public security officer's reaction. No wonder Mom said it wasn't over yet. This sheriff was acting too strangely. The incident with the red roses had happened in the city before, so it should be easy to link them together. This man was the companion of the boy who sold roses, so it was normal for him to have something like a rose. If he had used a certain method when he entered the city, perhaps by sending roses, or by using some other substitute after all, it was too strange for a man to give roses to another man. The other party might not be willing to accept it after giving it to the sheriff. The sheriff would start to have more and more favorable impressions of him. Before the favorable impression reached its limit, the sheriff would try his best to protect him. This was the man's final trump card. If she hadn't discovered this trump card, it was very likely that it would have caused her a lot of trouble. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Chapter 136, The Third Gun 1. Chapter 141, Chapter 136, The Third Gun 1. You, what nonsense are you spouting? When the sheriff heard Luzin's words, his face turned red. This didn't seem like anger, but more like angry from embarrassment. The sheriff could sense that there seemed to be a lot of strange eyes looking at him. In fact, many of the people around them were looking at Luzin in surprise. They found it unbelievable that someone would say such a thing to the Blackwater town's notorious sheriff with such a serious expression. It sounded like a provocation, but the man's calm expression made him look serious. Such a strong contrast gave people a rather comical feeling. Is this person crazy? Why don't we just kill him directly? Slowly, some people began to clamor. Usually, the sheriff likes to take a bath with his brothers. How could it be possible? Of course, there were also quite a few people who reacted quickly. At this time, they already felt a chill. Shut the FCK up. As the sheriff cursed, he gave his men a look and held his gun even tighter. His eyes revealed an ominous glint, as if he wanted to take a gamble. Even though he knew that the two of them were from King Gang City, he still wanted to kill them. It's not good to say vulgarities. Luzin's smile slowly disappeared as he looked at him with a serious expression. I'm going to get angry if you keep talking. He was speaking the truth. It was reasonable to say that the sheriff was influenced by someone and did not deserve to die. However, if he really wanted to start a riot, he could only kill him before the riot started. Judging from the sheriff's reaction, he was affected, but not for a long time. He hadn't reached the level of distortion and greed, which was why he said so much to himself and the lizard. He only wanted to take the man in the red suit away first and then release him privately. At this time, his awe of King Gang City had not been overwhelmed by the thought of love. However, if they didn't stop him, they weren't sure if he would do something irrational because of love. If that happened, it would probably cause unnecessary trouble between them and Blackwater Town. After all, Blackwater Town also had a lot of armed forces. If they really made a scene, even if he and Gecko could retreat safely, the situation would become very difficult. This was a matter that required a clear distinction between what was important and what was not. And Luzin could tell. At the same time, the lizard behind him, who had more than 10 guns pointed at him, also had a change in expression. He finally understood what Luzin meant. Seeing the sheriff raise his gun, he suddenly laughed and attracted the attention of others. Haha, look at you. You're big and burly. This hobby of yours is quite unique. As he said this, he naturally put down his hands. No one knew how he did it, but he gently stretched his hands to his sides and snatched the guns from the hands of the two people closest to him. Then, he stepped forward, stretched out his arms, and pointed in two directions. A pistol was pointed at the tall sheriff, and the other was a shotgun, but it was pointed at other people. The Earth-made shotgun spits iron sand, has a wide range of radiation, and is easy to cause group damage. Alright, you'll stop joking, brother, Gecko said to them with a smile. It doesn't matter if you're being controlled or if you really love him. Now, let's stop. Please activate cooperation mode. This sudden scene shocked the surrounding people. Even the person who had 2 guns stolen didn't know how their guns ended up in the other party's hands. The sheriff was even more shocked. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, he felt a little guilty, but he was still a fierce man who had fought in the wilderness. So he still said, fiercely, "Who are you trying to scare, bastard? This is our territory. Do you think you can scare us all with these 2 guns?" Hearing his words, the other men, who were still in a daze, hurriedly stepped back and pointed their guns at the lizard. At this moment, the number of people who still cared about Lu Xun had decreased significantly. With so many guns pointed at it, the lizard looked a little excited and said, "You guys really think I only have 2 guns? Woo-woo." However, it was also at this moment that the heavy sound of an engine was heard not far away. Everyone was a little surprised, not knowing where this commotion was coming from. Before she could react, she suddenly heard a crash and the wall beside her was broken. A dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They saw a steel monster heavily rushing along the broken wall to the front of the crowd. Then, on the roof, the metal plates on both sides retracted, and a black multi-barrel revolver automatically popped out. With a click, the black muzzle was pointed at the crowd. Behind it were the 2 broken walls and a row of wooden houses that it had crashed through on its way from the parking lot to here. The heavy body of the car, the dazzling lights, and the dangerous 6-barrel machine gun. He was like an angry steel monster, staring at everyone present. Everyone who was pointed at stopped breathing. Lu Xun finally understood why the lizard had been captured by these people. With his ability, even if he couldn't convince these people, they couldn't force him to come over like a hostage. It turned out that he had been eyeing this car for a long time. The garage was very close to the parking lot. In fact, it was only 2 walls away. Moreover, the car was equipped with the latest self-driving and defense system developed by Qinggang City. Although Lu Xun did not think that it could be used in such a way, the lizard obviously knew. He even thought that the car was more powerful than humans. With this car, he could threaten all the enemies in the entire sector. If they really encountered a situation, they could immediately take the man in the red suit into the car and rush out of the town. He had to admit that this vice captain did a good job. The brawny man finally reacted. He was a little panicked and angry. He could barely hold the gun in his hand, so he could only force himself to shout, "You guys, what do you want to do?" If there were only Lizard and Lu Xun, he wouldn't be afraid even if they were armed. However, the appearance of the car seemed to show the difference between the people from Blackwater Town and those from Qinggang City. They were both guns, but the multi-barrel rotary machine gun that was carried by one person and the one that popped out of a car were not on the same level. The deterrent force was much greater. "Brother, a man will only affect the speed at which you can draw your gun." The lizard laughed and patted the fat on the sheriff's face with the gun. "I know that you think that you found your true love, but think about it carefully. This is the person that we, Qinggang, want. If you're willing to protect her, you really don't have to worry." When I was lying in bed with him, a missile suddenly fell from the sky. The words he said after that were already very heavy, and his face no longer had a joking expression. The tall and strong Blackwater Town security officer's face suddenly looked a little ugly. He glanced at the silent man in the red suit on the motorcycle, and the muscles on his face trembled. His eyes seemed to be a little sad. It was the kind of misery that appeared in a 300-episode large-scale sadistic love drama. The people around them who were holding torches and spears were even more frightened by the steel monster. People who held guns in their hands would often have the illusion that they were very powerful, especially when they had so many people and so many guns. But at this moment, under the gaze of these 2 young men, they faintly had a feeling of being completely suppressed. It was just like a monkey running naked in the wilderness, while the other party was the big shot with the confidence and strength. "You guys." The sheriff's throat was dry. He closed his eyes slightly and then opened them. His expression seemed to have become a little calm. He put down his gun and said, "All right. I admit defeat. Why aren't you guys taking your people away?" The lizard looked at him with a smile. Although he admitted defeat, his eyes were still secretly glancing at the man in the red suit. His eyes seemed to be a little determined. "Love has entered my brain. I'm hopeless. Let's just follow the procedure." The smiled helplessly. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Xun and made a request to the captain. Lu Xun didn't know what the look in his eyes meant, but he trusted the lizard and nodded. In fact, he also felt that it was a bit tricky at this time. A real fight wasn't scary. What was scary was this kind of thing that involved dealing with many people. Even if he pointed out the problem, he could choose not to admit it, and the others might not believe him. If they were determined to stop him, what should he do? Kill them all. Although it was not impossible. No, that's too much. While he was thinking, the lizard had already reached out and taken something from the sheriff. It was a blue and white electronic loudspeaker. After the switch was turned on, it first let out a harsh noise. The lizard raised its horn, and its face became serious. He turned to the crowd around him, or rather, to the darkness of the town shrouded in shadows, and began to shout. We're the special operation team of King City. He's the captain, and I'm the vice captain. We're ordered to go out of the city to catch the wanted criminals. Before leaving the city, I've already received the highest level of emergency response clearance. I can judge whether I'm facing any threats on my own. The special operation team is just outside your town. A plasma missile of the order of 100,000 is already aimed at your town. So, if you don't want to see the brilliant fireworks before you die. He took a deep breath and raised his voice. Just FC can get the person who can make the decision to come out and speak. Chapter 142 Chapter 142 Be reasonable, everyone for one. Chapter 142 Be reasonable, everyone for one. Everyone present was shocked by the lizard's words. The person who was grinning and didn't look fierce at all just now seemed to have become another person. The people of Blackwater Town had never had such confidence. These desperados felt an inexplicable shiver in their hearts. Not only did their expressions change drastically, but some of them even dropped their guns. Niuzai, who was hiding in the crowd, took a step back when the lizard looked at him. His pants were already wet. At this moment, the sound of a car accelerating to full power could be heard. Immediately, from all directions, dazzling car lights were lit up. 7 or 8 cars that had been modified in various ways approached the location at the same time, illuminating the area. In the cars, there were groups of armed forces holding guns, pointing their guns at everyone in the middle. They came very quickly. It could be seen that although Blackwater Town looked chaotic, the person in charge was actually also observing all the movements in the town. This wasn't strange. People who knew about scattering rabbits outside to observe information wouldn't have such slow reactions. The door of the southernmost car opened, and a plump figure came out. As her back was against the light, only her silhouette could be seen. She was wearing a black cheongsam and a pair of white high heels. She was holding a lazy orange cat in her arms. 2 people followed her, one holding a gun and the other holding a transparent umbrella for her. Surprisingly, it was a woman with a graceful and well-developed figure. Master Snake. It's Master Snake. Seeing this person, everyone was shocked, especially the people who came with the sheriff. They quickly lowered their heads. Put down your guns. The people from Green Harbor are not our enemies. Of course, we're not King Gang's enemy. The plump woman with the cat in her arms walked over slowly. Her voice was lazy but very dignified. It was only when she walked out of the light's range that he could see her clearly. She was extremely beautiful, but she looked a little old, and a little listless. However, when she raised her eyelids slightly, her gaze was very sharp. When the security team heard her words, they immediately put down their guns. But the lizard still raised its gun and aimed it at the tall and strong sheriff. It turned around and smiled. Hello, Master Snake. His eyes quickly and discreetly swept over the woman's body, and his smile instantly became even more brilliant. What's going on? You too. The woman called Lord Snake looked up at the lizard, then turned to Lu Xin and said slowly, if you want to come in and catch someone, you should at least let us know. You only need to tell us who you want to catch, and my people will help you catch them. Why do we need to make such a big scene? The lizard laughed, as if it was thinking about how to explain. He didn't expect that the fierce Master Snake was actually a woman. He didn't know whether the information in King Gang City was omitted, or they didn't know, but it was more likely that King Gang didn't expect him to come to Blackwater Town to catch people. I'm really sorry, Master Snake. Lu Xin opened his mouth at this moment. He showed a certain degree of respect to the leader of the other party and explained seriously. We came in to investigate before because we were afraid of alerting your side. It's indeed our fault. We know the rules of the town. My Fran fired 2 shots just now. And he's fined 1,000 yuan for each shot. Well, pay it in full. Lord Snake seemed to be a little surprised. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Lu Xin. The lizard, who had just laughed out loud, turned to look at Lu Xin in surprise. However, the facts have proven that it's right for us to be careful. Lu Xin looked at Lord Snake with a serious expression and continued his explanation. I've already noticed that there's something wrong with your men. They are under a special influence and will protect the people we want at all costs. So that fine? Master Snake, don't believe him. Before Lu Xin could tell him his real purpose, the sheriff had already started to scream in panic. The muscles on his face twitched unnaturally. He hurriedly turned around and shouted at Lord Snake. He's talking nonsense. Lord Snake waved his hand, and he immediately shut his mouth. Her expression was a little curious as she asked, "What kind of influence did you receive?" Lu Xin thought for a moment and decided to answer directly. He loves him, Ayo. Lord Snake was a little surprised. He glanced at the public security officer and the man in the red suit. His eyes were a little strange. He likes this style. How come I didn't know about it? You can try, Lu Xin said sincerely. Master Snake nodded with interest and gave a look to the people beside him. The people around him understood and immediately pulled out their guns, pointing them at the man's head. The sheriff seemed to believe that Master Snake's men would dare to shoot. He suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs, as if he was frightened, and kept begging for mercy. Master Snake, don't hurt him. I'm begging you, please let him go on the account that I've worked for you for so many years. The man in the red suit sighed slightly. He looked a little embarrassed and explained in a low voice. Actually, I'm straight. Lu Xin turned to look at him and said, "Are you letting him down by saying that?" The man in the red suit stopped talking. On the other side, after seeing the sheriff's performance, Lord Snake's expression was obviously more interesting. So there's such a fun thing? She slowly stroked the cat in her arms and chuckled. But this matter is too dangerous. I have to investigate it carefully. I'll send him to Qinggang City after I've clarified everything. Okay, this is not good. Lu Xin still showed enough respect to the leader of Blackwater Town and explained seriously. Well, definitely bring this person back. And, for safety's sake, we won't let him come into contact with anyone until we've confirmed some things. Lord Snake's face seemed to be a little unhappy. She rubbed the cat in her arms and glanced at Lu Xin. Then what crime did he commit? You can at least tell me. Right, he said lazily. Lu Xin thought for a moment and felt a little awkward. But he still explained. We have a confidentiality agreement. Before the higher-ups disclose this matter to the public, we can't simply disclose it. If you want to know, I can consider going back and sending an application to the headquarters. If the higher-ups agree, I will tell Master Snake. I hope that Master Snake can understand our difficulties. If everyone is reasonable, things will be much easier to deal with. Lord Snake's brows were already furrowed. He turned his head and glanced at the lizard. The lizard was standing at the side in a daze. When it saw Lord Snake's eyes looking over, it quickly straightened its chest and said, 111. Listen to Captain. Lord Snake didn't say anything. His expression seemed to be a little unhappy. In her arms was a fat orange cat with smooth and shiny fur. It was lying comfortably on her chest with its eyes half closed and half open, looking at the strange man in front of it. Lu Xin's eyes, which were looking at Lord Snake, happened to sweep across its body. The man and the cat's eyes met in the air. If there was a sound when their eyes collided, then it should be the sizzling sound of electric current rubbing against each other. This cat is so fat, Lu Xin thought to himself. Meow. The cat in Lord Snake's arms suddenly meowed. She didn't know if it was uncomfortable being rubbed by her. Its neck hair stood up and it struggled directly from her arms. Because of the intense movement, its claws scratched Lord Snake's plump arm and blood flowed out. This was too sudden. The surrounding people who were pointing their guns at this place all felt a dangerous aura. Row after row, behind the dazzling lights, the clatter of guns could be heard. It was the sound of many people opening the safety. At any time, after Lord Snake said a word, they would immediately shoot at them. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Chapter 143 Chapter 143 Chapter 143 Hope you can explain yourself. Chapter 143 Chapter 143 Hope you can explain yourself. The originally peaceful atmosphere was suddenly filled with tension because of a cat's meow. The people around them were surprised, but no one dared to relax. Not only were countless black muzzles aimed at Lu Xen and the lizard behind the bright lights, but some people had even carried a few rocket launchers and aimed them at the tall and mighty steel beast behind the lizard. On the other hand, Lu Xen furrowed his brows slightly as he recalled the strange look in the cat's eyes. He looked at the orange cat thoughtfully and then at Lord Snake. "I'm fine." After being scratched by the cat, Lord Snake immediately reacted. She looked at the scratch marks on her arm, but her expression did not change. She gently waved her hand, then stuck out her soft tongue and slowly licked the wound. The lizard sensed that something was wrong, although it couldn't tell what the problem was. It still reacted. "Master Snake, it's not that we're unreasonable. There are rules above." As he laughed, he took out an ID from his pocket and unfolded it in front of Lord Snake. He smiled and said, "Do you know him?" Lord Snake looked at the badge on the ID and was slightly stunned. A gentle smile reappeared on her face as she turned to Lu Xen. "For you to come all the way here to catch him, he must have committed a serious crime." "Right." Lu Xen thought for a moment and felt that this was a reasonable answer, so he nodded. "It's not small. No wonder they want to catch him." Lord Snake nodded, as if he was actually dismissed by this question. His expression became calm as he waved his hands towards the people beside him. His subordinates were a little confused and didn't seem to understand. Lord Snake raised his hand and gave him a slap in dissatisfaction, then said something in his ear. The subordinate finally reacted and strode toward the lizard. As the lizard smiled brightly, they went straight past it and held the tall and burly sheriff down. The sheriff was shocked and angry, and he struggled with all his might. But before he could say a word, he was slapped in the face. Then, his subordinates grabbed a handful of stones from the side and stuffed them into his mouth. He picked them up and left. His pitiful look made the people around him feel like they were breaking up a pair of mandarin ducks. "Don't catch me. Master Snake is begging you to spare him on the account that I've worked so hard for you. I beg you. You must help him." Woo-woo. The sheriff, who was screaming desperately, was taken away. Lord Snake also smiled and took 2 steps forward, signaling everyone to put down their guns. The people around him looked at each other, but seeing Lord Snake's attitude, they still slowly put down the weapons in their hands. Gecko put down his gun with a smile. At the same time, he made a gesture and the revolver on the roof of the car was put away. "Come to think of it, our Blackwater town and Green Harbor are one family. It's all thanks to Green Harbor's food that we're able to survive the winter. It's also because of Green Harbor's wine that we're able to live like humans. So, Green Harbor's business is our business. We're not separated. As for the matter of my subordinate, I would like to apologize to you, little brother." As Lord Snake spoke, he stroked the orange cat in his arms and smiled gently at Lu Xen. "I hope you can understand. There are many people under me, and many of them are insensible. You see, this bastard always stares at my butt every day. Who knew that he actually likes this style?" It was quite infuriating to say, but I really have no choice in this kind of thing. Looking at Lord Snake's chuckling appearance, the surrounding people were a little dumbfounded. The lizard looked on from the side, and its eyes were also a little straight. When Lu Xen heard this, he laughed happily and said, "It's okay. I can understand. Thank you." "Aya, what are you being so polite for?" Lord Snake smiled gently and said, "Should I say that I've caused you trouble?" The 2 of them were very polite. One of them apologized, and the other didn't even say anything. This made the people around them have strange expressions. When did Master Snake become so easy to talk to? Why was he so reasonable? Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lord Snake smiled and said, "In addition, we'll do our best to support your work. We'll give you people, guns, and a 15% discount if you want to work hard. So, don't worry. no matter who it is. If they dare to go against King City, our Blackwater town will not tolerate them. Now, I wonder if there's anything we can do to help." As he laughed, he turned to look at Lu Xun. Lu Xun seemed to have a good impression of this Lord Snake. He nodded and said, "I need to borrow this garage for a while." Then, she turned to look at the man in the red suit and said, "One have to ask him something." "He'll use it." Lord Snake agreed and said, "Do you want me to help you move the saw? Nails are fine too. There's lot of chilly water. There are whips with thorns." Lu Xun shook his head and laughed at the kind words of Lord Snake. "No need. There's no need to go through so much trouble. We're already very grateful that you're able to exempt us from the fine." Lord Snake was slightly stunned. In fact, he didn't quite understand this sentence. Seeing that the matter here was over, Lu Xun turned around and walked into the garage in front of everyone. Under the pressure of his gaze, the man in the red suit did not resist and followed him in obediently. "I already said it's useless." The puppeteer seemed a little helpless. He smiled and said, "I can make myself feel no pain. Any form of punishment is useless to me. And looking at you, you don't seem to be a dreammaker or a hypnotist. Of course, it's useless even if they come." Lu Xun turned around and slowly pulled down the curtain. The light from outside the rolled-up curtain door shone in and became shorter and shorter. Darkness began to shroud the warehouse like a curtain. "I told you. It's fine." He turned around with his back to the curtain door, and only the light from a few small holes in the door shone on him. However, this made his face even more difficult to see, as he was completely immersed in the darkness. Only his voice was very calm, even a little gentle. "I don't intend to torture you." The man in the red suit felt his heart skip a beat as he stared at Lu Xun's figure in the dark. He didn't know why, but he felt a little nervous. His throat seemed to be slightly dry, and his voice also changed slightly. "Then, what do you plan to do to interrogate me?" "I'm just an ordinary office worker. Where did I learn interrogation?" Lu Xun stood by the curtain door and replied softly, "That's why I hope you can take the initiative to tell me. It's only complete when you say it yourself." The man in the red suit was flustered by this strange way of talking. It was such a normal answer, but it gave him a strange, creepy feeling. Before he could say anything else, he suddenly heard Lu Xun, who was standing by the door, call out softly, "Younger sister." The man in the red suit frowned, not knowing what those two words meant. It was too dark in the warehouse, giving people a sense of oppression. This kind of pressure to the extreme seemed to give people the illusion that there was not only him and himself here. He was only getting more and more nervous as he stared at Lu Xun, who was standing by the door. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a small, cold hand touching his face. At the same time, he could hear a faint heel sound. At this moment, the man in the red suit suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. It was as if electricity had been passed through his scalp, and his hair was standing on end. He could feel goosebumps all over his body. An indescribable panic and strange feeling had instantly rushed into his mind. He was still looking at Lu Xun, who was standing at the entrance. He was clearly standing there and had not moved at all. Then who was the one who touched him? Chapter 144 Chapter 144 He's very normal now. Chapter 144 He's very normal now. "Little brother, how should I address you?" Outside the warehouse, one of Uncle Snake's men handed over a box of cigars. The voluptuous and lazy Lord Snake took out a cigarette and lit it on the fire handed over by her hand. She slowly blew out a large mouthful of smoke. She looked intoxicated. The cat in her arms was immersed in the smoke and seemed to be intoxicated as well. Then, Uncle Snake took out another one and handed it to the lizard while asking with a smile, "Im Jang Sen, he's like C." Gecko took the cigar and took a puff. He immediately choked and coughed. "Big sister, is your cigarette moldy?" Lord Snake continued smoking happily and said, "It's something from before the catastrophe. It's been roasted. I've heard some rumors about your department before." Then, she didn't try to expose Lizard's lie. She just smiled and said, I used to think that it was a little too exaggerated. But after seeing it with my own eyes today, I know that it's true. Let's not talk about other things. You didn't even blink when so many guns were pointed at you. This means that you're very confident." As he spoke, he looked at the lizard with a smile and said, "Little brother, are there many people like you in King City?" The gecko took a small puff of its cigarette and blew smoke rings. At the same time, it laughed and said, "That depends on which aspect." While speaking, he glanced at Lord Snake's plump figure and said, "There aren't many people as handsome as me in King." His subordinates couldn't help but look at the lizard. However, Lord Snake didn't seem to mind being teased by the lizard. Instead, he looked at him with a gentle gaze and smiled. "Indeed, I've only seen a few as handsome as you, but am asking about another thing. You two don't look old, and you don't look like you've been trained. But I have a feeling that you're not afraid even if the people around me shoot at the same time. Do you have the confidence to take care of a weak woman like me when so many of you were shooting at the same time?" She was all smiles and seemed very curious. "I don't have much confidence." The lizard also smiled and answered honestly, "I'm only 50 confident. And that's if in close to you." Then, he looked at the warehouse and said, "But if it's our little captain." He seemed to think seriously for a moment and said, "LT shouldn't be just you. It's possible that he'll take care of everyone." Lord Snake's eyes blinked, and his eyes flickered. Grandpa Snake should be able to see it. The lizard lowered its voice and laughed. "He's a very reasonable person, but you can't be unreasonable with him." Lord Snake nodded thoughtfully. The cat in her arms narrowed its eyes, looking as if it had fallen asleep. At this moment, the person beside him walked up and said, "I got it." Heis and took a gold brick from the guy in red pants, and then went crazy. He helped him buy a few people at the cheapest price, helped him cut open their stomachs, and even helped him keep an eye on the surroundings until now. He still says that he's found his true love and doesn't think there's anything unusual about it. No. Grandpa Snake waved his hand. He secretly received benefits. Then he deserves to be tricked. Lock him up. Then, he looked at the lizard and smiled gently. "These people are quite scary, but the two of you are obviously more powerful. You were caught so easily. People like you must be very important in King City." "Right." The lizard slowly exhaled a large mouthful of smoke. It was obvious that it had been smoking. Then, he looked at Lord Snake with a smile that was not a smile and said, "That's right. We have special privileges in Green Harbor." Lord Snake's eyes became a little playful, and he seemed to say inadvertently, "Ayo, what is it like? I want to hear." The lizard looked at Lord Snake from head to toe, and its smile began to change. "For example, it's not against the law to take care of a young lady's business." Lord Snake took a moment to understand what he was saying. He was a little dumbfounded. He looked at the lizard in confusion and said, "Just this. That's just one of the reasons." In fact, Gecko knew what Master Snake was asking about. Its face became more serious, and it said softly, "The more important reason is that we like to stay in the city. You can go to school, work there, and go home to buy groceries. When I want to work, I'll take on an exciting job. When don't want to work, I'll stay at home and lie down for the whole day. I don't have to be so tense every day like a cockfight. Most importantly, the young ladies on the streets will not come out without a short skirt because they are afraid." At this point, he turned around with a smile and said, "It's quite lively here, but there's something bad about it." He looked at the people around him who had their arms open in the cold wind, holding a gun, snot flowing to their mouths, and didn't care at all. He slowly said, "This is too crazy." When Lord Snake heard the lizard's words, he frowned slightly, as if he wanted to say something. At this time, a small man wrapped in a layer of black plastic cloth rushed over. He seemed to have something urgent to say but didn't dare to get close. Lord Snake nodded slightly, and he hurriedly walked up and whispered a few words. Then, he saw Lord Snake suddenly quivering. His face showed an incredulous look, and even looked at the lizard in horror. "You used a loudspeaker to shout just now." Her expression was extremely unnatural, and even her voice was fluctuating strangely. Is it true? A big horn? The lizard was stunned for a moment before it reacted. It smiled and said, "What are you thinking? That's a lie. You said we were too crazy. Don't tell me you're High Wall City." As he spoke, he subconsciously looked up at the dark night sky and snorted coldly. "You want go crazy." The lizard didn't understand why Lord Snake suddenly became a little cold. It thought in surprise, could it be that she doesn't like people who brag? Just as he was about to explain, a scream suddenly rang out. The scream came from the warehouse. It was from the Papa-type ability user in the red suit. The cry was so loud that it almost made the people outside the warehouse jump in fear. The scream was filled with pain and fear, shock and fear, and even an indescribable shiver. The armed men around them, as well as Master Snake, who was smoking and talking with the lizard, suddenly had goosebumps. They looked in the direction of the warehouse in horror. The people in the wilderness were all experts in lynching, and Lord Snake's own collection could be considered the best in the wilderness. However, no matter how hard they tried to imagine, they couldn't imagine what kind of torture device could make a person scream like this. The cries continued and continued to rise. Even the cat in Lord Snake's arms was awakened. It turned to look at the warehouse, and the expression on the cat's face seemed a little strange. Lord Snake's first reaction was to look out of the town. Then, she turned around and looked at the lizard. Her face was a little serious, but there was also unconcealable nervousness. The lizard's voice suddenly tightened and it swallowed its saliva. He was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Lord Snake and said, "Of course. We also have a few abnormal ones." Lord Snake turned his head to look at him, his eyes becoming strange. The scream lasted for about 10 seconds, and then it suddenly quieted down. After that, there was a long silence in the warehouse. The people outside were also surprisingly quiet. No one spoke. After a long while, the door to the warehouse was suddenly lifted open, and Lu Xin walked out. He seemed to be deep in thought, and his expression was still a little scared. What is he afraid of? The lizard couldn't help but think, based on what happened just now. Did the scream of the man in the red suit scare him, but wasn't the other party's scream you're doing? Are you afraid of yourself? I've already asked what I needed to ask. Lu Xin walked over to the lizard. It was obvious that Lord Snake took a step back when Lu Xin walked over. Lu Xin saw the subordinate next to Lord Snake, who was still holding a cigar. He took the cigar and handed it to the lizard, saying, "LT, looks like we should leave quickly. We don't have time to escort this person back to King Gang City." "Can we lock him up here first?" he asked. As he spoke, he looked over at Lord Snake and said, "Someone from King Gang will come and take him back." Lord Snake was stunned for a moment before he said in surprise, "Little brother Lai Si, do you believe me?" Lu Xin took a moment to recall who Lai Si was before he nodded and said, "One believe you." Before they caught them, they were worried that the people of Blackwater Town would shield these people, or that they would let them come into contact with these people and cause some unnecessary accidents. But now, the people had been caught and even those who should be interrogated had been interrogated. It was impossible for these people to cause any more accidents, and it was even more impossible for them to let the man in the red suit escape. He might not run away even if they let him go. "It's a good thing that little brother believes in me." The woman called Grandpa Snake licked her lips and chuckled. "But this person isn't normal. Can I really lock him up?" Lu Xin turned around and, with the help of the light from outside the warehouse, he could see the man in a red suit squatting on the ground. There were no visible wounds on his body, but he was trembling all over. The muscles on his face were twitching non-stop. A deep sense of fear seeped out from his eyes, and the tears and snot on his face were a mess. When someone's eyes fell on him, he shouted hysterically, "Monster! Monster, all of them are. They are all monsters." The atmosphere suddenly became tense as everyone turned to look at Lu Xin. Lu Xin merely shook his head calmly. "Don't worry. He's very normal now." Chapter 145 Chapter 145 It's just that my ability is a little strange one. Chapter 145 It's just that my ability is a little strange one. Master Snake is really a good person. Very generous. Lu Xun said as he sat in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle. The lizard was driving seriously, its mouth shut and its eyes looking straight ahead. I've heard that the people living in the wilderness are fourth-rate. Lu Xun said after a while. I finally understand now. The lizard's neck seemed to be fixed in place. And it didn't move at all. It pushed the gears mechanically, like a wooden man without any sense of perception. He had that expression on his face ever since he left Blackfader Town. The handsome man in the red suit had been alone with Lu Xun in the warehouse for less than half an hour. But now, he had become so terrifying that anyone who saw him would feel pity for him. However, she had been in the same car as him all this time. No, it was them. After a while, Lu Xun said, if the people in the wilderness are as reasonable as Master Snake, it will be quite convenient for us to come out in the future. The lizard finally couldn't take it anymore and slowly said, you're complimenting Master Snake just because she gave you a motorcycle. It's not just that. Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief when the lizard finally spoke. The lizard had been like this since they left Blackwater Town, which seemed a little abnormal. He was a little worried about the lizard. He quickly smiled and said, not only did Master Snake give us the Alliance dollars, gold goods, his motorcycle, and all his valuable things, but she also kindly promised to help us send them to King City. In addition, she also exempted us from the fine for shooting in Blackwater Town. She also filled our petrol, water, and food for free. She also gave us local specialties. Also, she said that she would look for me to cooperate with her when she goes to King City to do business in the future. Unfortunately, I can't give her my number because of the rules. Yes, I also feel little regretful about this. The lizard sighed in agreement and suddenly became alert again. Why did she suddenly start talking with him again? However, since it had already broken through Lu Xun's defense, it didn't dare to stay still any longer. It sneaked a glance at Lu Xun, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Then, he saw Lu Xun smiling at him, his teeth white and neat. You can finally chat. I saw that you didn't say anything after coming out of Blackwater Town. I thought you were affected by something and was quite worried about you. You're worried about me? Yeah. Didn't our rules state that we have to clear out our teammates after they lose control? Lu Xun asked. The lizard's hair stood up, and its body became stiff again, for the spider species that were good at twisting and controlling their bodies. This was a reverse use of their ability. I'm just joking. Lu Xun quickly explained. Actually, I just noticed that you're not in a good mood. I don't know if it's because I ordered you as the captain back in Blackwater Town and it made you unhappy. So, I want you to relax. If I don't do a good job. He paused for a moment and said in a serious tone, I'm willing to apologize to you. No, you've misunderstood. I never like to joke with others. Yes. The lizard responded seriously at first. Then its attitude softened a little, and its expression became a little surprised. He sneaked a glance at Lu Xun and said carefully, why do you care so much about me? You're actually willing to apologize to me for such a small matter. You're the first colleague I've met in the Special Investigation Department, and you're also the one who's been out on the field with me the most. You've taught me a lot of things, and you're very good to me. I see you as a friend. So of course I care about you. Lu Xun answered honestly. To be honest, I didn't have many friends in the company. He said with a smile. This is indeed something I didn't think of at first. The lizard was slightly moved by Lu Xun's words, and it turned to look at Lu Xun in surprise. Looking at Lu Xun's calm and serious expression, the lizard's mood gradually improved. Suddenly, its tone changed, and it became excited as if it had been injected with chicken blood. But brother, you're really long-winded. Do I even need you to say these things? He excitedly patted the steering wheel twice. Proudly. He laughed a little forthright and said, we go out to the field together, clean up together, and even discuss how to settle our accounts together when we go back. This kind of relationship we have to leave our backs to each other. Okay. Lu Xun felt that his words made sense, and he was finally more active. so he gradually relaxed. She thought to herself. Yes, but my family is helping me look after my back. But I can help the lizard look after its back. However, just as he was thinking about it, the lizard's excited voice suddenly changed and became lower. The matter of us being friends. Uncle, auntie, and little sister don't mind, right? Luzin looked into the rear-view mirror and saw his mother touching up her makeup in a dressing box. The younger sister had a piece of chocolate in her mouth and her feet were stretched out of the car window. She was sleeping on her mother's knees. When his family first appeared, Luzin had suspected that his sister was a ghost, but now he was certain that she was not. Ghosts couldn't bask in the sun, but his sister could. Although she would become lazy and listless when she was basking in the sun, she would become excited when she was in a dark or depressing place. When you make friends, you can't really tell him everything. Sensing Luzin's gaze on her, her mother kindly reminded him. Otherwise, they'll be even more distant. I was just joking with you. Luzin nodded and smiled at the lizard. It's just that my ability is a little strange. Gecko's expression was a bit strange, but he didn't ask further. After a moment of silence, his expression became very relaxed. He didn't continue to pursue the question and just laughed. You don't have to tell me. In fact, I've heard about it a long time ago. Also, a professor in the research institute has been saying that your ability is not spider-related, but family pleasure. Since it's a family reunion, it's normal for the ability to be a little strange. Right. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Luzin and said, LF, there were really so many families. How could he act so normal? Luzin nodded his head in agreement. Thank you for understanding me. In fact, I know that sometimes, when people don't understand me, they will think that I'm not normal and even a little afraid of me. No, I'm definitely not that kind of person. I think you're very normal, Lizard said seriously. At most, you have a few abnormal family members. In the back seat, her mother raised her eyes from behind the delicate small dressing box and looked at the gecko. The younger sister woke up and squinted at the lizard through the rearview mirror. Luzin thought for a moment and interrupted him. Let's not talk about this topic in the future. All right, the lizard reacted, and its body stiffened slightly. It felt a chill at the back of its head. Then, he adjusted his mood, turned the steering wheel, and changed the topic. All right, we're going to the main road soon. What did you get from the interrogation in Blackwater Town, tell me? Luzin nodded and took out his little notebook. After flipping through a few pages, he muttered, the person with the puppet ability is called Shenjan. He writes well and reads insect sounds. He's 34 years old this year. Single, has 3 women, but no children. He was originally a resident of a high-wall city. After he awakened his ability, he found himself very impressive. So he entered the wilderness to make a fortune. Gradually, he also did a lot of big things in the West. It's so thin the lizard was a little stunned. Luzin raised his head and looked at him. He took the initiative to tell me. The lizard was silent for a moment. It seemed to have recalled some bad memories and quickly stopped thinking. All right, you can continue. Luzin's train of thought was interrupted by him. He looked at the contents of his little notebook and continued. 3 years ago, Qin Ran took a fancy to them. That's right, he called Qin Ran boss and his name was Zhang Sihuo. According to him, at first, none of them were willing to give in to each other. However, after a fight, he fell into Qin Ran's hands. But Qin Ran did not kill him. Instead, he invited him to join the knights. However, they were not the kind of knights that pillage in the wilderness. They were more like a temporary professional team with Qin Ran as the captain and in charge of taking missions from other places. Every time they received a commission, Qin Ran would send them a telegram, and they would find a place to gather. Their missions are mainly from high-wall cities or some large forces, including but not limited to assassination, escort, search for special items, and so on. While driving, the lizard's expression became extremely strange, and its voice was a little cold. How did you find out? I heard that the people in the wilderness are really stubborn. I don't know if they are stupid or what, but they keep their promises. Even ordinary people would find it hard to question them after they are caught, let alone ability users. I didn't expect this. Why are you so cooperative? Lu Xun paused for a moment before he looked at the lizard with a serious expression. He really did tell me. The lizard quivered and used its ability to control itself. It laughed and said, "That's right. This is normal. You don't have to explain it to me. I'm easy to convince." Chapter 146 Chapter 146 The End of Highway 85. Chapter 146 The End of Highway 85. After the lizard accepted the fact that Chen Zhong was the one who told it about the setting, Lu Xun continued, "This time, they came to our Green Harbor to steal that painting. However, they don't know who commissioned it and who should be paid. The commission. This is the rule of their team. They have complete trust in Qin Ran and don't ask what they shouldn't ask. Other than snatching this minting, they seem to have two other secondary. 1. For this mission, they bought a weapon called the Crying Little Boy Mental Pollution Bomb from an organization. It's said that this weapon is only an experimental product. So when they use it, they need to record the specific data of the bomb and hand it over to the organization that sold them the bomb. It's also considered a commission. However, Qin Ran was the one who took over the organization, so he doesn't know much about it. Mental pollution bomb. Hearing this name, the lizard muttered, "The one we solved back then." Lu Xun nodded. "That's the one. However, we managed to deactivate the bomb before it was detonated. That's why he said that the mission was a failure. According to Qin Ran, this bomb can only be detonated when one's mental energy level has reached 10,000. Only then can it be considered a success." He paused. The lizard also knew why his voice had become heavier. They all remembered the many corpses under the south wall at that time. "Damn bastard." The lizard cursed. "He is indeed a bastard." Lu Xun nodded. "These bastards are much more detestable than the knights who are pillaging in the wilderness." "What about the third mission?" the lizard cursed. It was Lu Xun's turn to be silent. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Didn't manage to find out." The lizard looked at Lu Xun in surprise. That was the last thing he was told. But he couldn't hold on any longer. Lu Xun replied. Lu Xun glanced at his mother and sister through the rearview mirror as he spoke. He saw that his mother and sister did not have any abnormal reactions, as if they had not heard about this. This also confirmed Lu Xun's suspicion that it was only normal for his mother and sister to have abnormal reactions. The fact that they didn't react meant that this matter was not normal. So, did his sister really not ask on purpose? This was a family matter. So Lu Xun didn't say much to the lizard. He continued, "He broke down too quickly, so it was quite a pity." According to his own confession, there were 3 ability users and 4 experienced mercenaries in his team. One thing we can be sure of is that the Rose incident was caused by a member of his team named Big-Headed Ghost. However, they had an agreement that they would not actively seek out each other's abilities. As for Qin Ran, he only said one word. At this point, Lu Xun lifted his head slightly and asked, "One can't kill him. Don't die." Hearing this, the lizard couldn't help but be slightly startled. The research department speculated that his ability might be related to reincarnation. Shang Xuan said, "Could it be that there's really such an amazing ability?" Lu Xun did not answer. He also thought of Qin Ran from Square Transportation and the humanoid fruit tree at the bottom of the lake. "Are you sure he told the truth? Didn't he say that he had fought with Qin Ran?" asked Lizard. Frowning, Lu Xun shook his head. His exact words were, "It's because I've fought with Qin Ran before that I don't know what he's capable of." When he fought with Qin Ran, he was defeated before Qin Ran could reveal his full power. The lizard nodded and didn't say anything, but there was a shadow on its face. A battle between aptitude users was a very dangerous thing. This was especially true when fighting against an aptitude user with an unknown ability. There was no telling what the situation would be. But fortunately, I got something else. At this moment, Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief and his expression became more relaxed. Hearing this, the lizard immediately turned to Lu Xun nervously, only to see a smile on his face. I asked about Qin Ran's whereabouts. According to Chen Zhang, the reason why Qin Ran separated from him was because he was worried that he had been targeted. Thus, he didn't tell him where he would be going, nor did he tell him where he would be meeting the person who accepted this painting. He only agreed that if nothing happened to everyone, they would meet in 3 months at a high-walled city in the south. Hearing this, the lizard couldn't help but be shocked and subconsciously slowed down the car. At this moment, his expression was really conflicted. Doesn't that mean we've run out of leads again? Although he had already expected that this pursuit would not be so easy, it was only now that he realized that the knights were more cunning and vigilant than he had imagined. It was actually so difficult to track them. It's all right. Lu Xin shook his head and said slowly. After he decided to tell Qin Ran, he became very cooperative. Although Qin Ran didn't tell him where he was going, he tried hard to recall and remembered a habit of Qin Ran's. He said that every time Qin Ran encountered a dangerous situation, he would go to a place to hide for a few days. He would only continue the operation after the situation died down. And this time, they are going to trade in the south, so he'll probably hide there for a few more days. This works too. Gecko was stunned for a moment, then said nervously, "Where is it?" "At the end of Highway 85. Not far from the cigarette market." He said it was called Happy Town. Lu Xin asked after some thought. Squeak. All of a sudden, the car screeched to a halt, and Lu Xin, who was in the car, jolted violently. It was a good thing Lu Xin had his seatbelt on. Lu Xin glanced at his mother, who was sitting in the back seat, and found that she was still sitting steadily and unaffected. However, his sister, who was on the roof of the car, had been thrown off with a whoosh. She was now lying on the hood of the car, baring her teeth at the lizard. He looked at the lizard with a strange expression, not knowing what it was nervous about. "Are you sure it's that place?" The lizard's voice trembled. "What's wrong?" Lu Xin nodded. The lizard wanted to say something, but it didn't. It quickly bent down and took out a map from the car cabinet. Then, it unfolded it on the steering wheel and slowly moved its fingers on it. Soon, it stopped at one of the positions and said, "This place." Lu Xin looked at the spot he was pointing at and nodded slowly. He finally understood why the lizard had such a big reaction. The map not only indicated which roads were easy to walk, which were difficult to walk, which roads were broken at the end, or which were dangerous. At the same time, it also marked the locations of some human gathering points, and they were marked with different symbols to indicate the danger. For example, Blackwater Town was marked with 2 symbols, market and oil, and a skull. This meant that there was still a certain level of danger in Blackwater Town, and he had to be careful. On the map, there were a few other places marked with other symbols. For example, those with 2 skulls represented a group of vicious knights, which were notorious. There was another place marked with 3 skulls. It was also a human gathering point. However, they had robbed a transport fleet of King Gang City before, and the King Gang army killed their leader in revenge. Now that the new leader had taken over the city, he was still at war with the people of King Gang. Whenever he met someone from King Gang, he would take revenge. However, there were 5 skulls marked at the place the lizard was pointing at, followed by an eye-catching question mark. The entire area was painted black and occupied the size of a fingernail. The size of a fingernail on the map was close to the size of 2 satellite cities in reality. "What does this represent?" Lu Xin asked the lizard with a frown. "It means that you can't get close to this place, or you'll never be able to leave." Chapter 147 Chapter 147 Happy Town Part 2-1 Chapter 147 Happy Town Part 2-1 Lu Xin looked at the lizard in confusion, not quite understanding what it meant. As for Lizard, he lowered his voice as if he was afraid of being heard by others. "Brother, our Green Harbor City is quite powerful now. We've already explored most of the surrounding forces and abandoned cities. Even if we haven't finished exploring them, we still have some understanding of them. But other than these places, there are still some very mysterious places that we still don't know about." A place like this is known as the mysterious Forbidden Zone, he said. Forbidden Zone? Lu Xun furrowed his brows and said, no one has explored it before. Yes, I have explored it many times. But no matter if it's the wasteland reclaimers, the researchers, or the armed personnel sent out by the city, once they enter the restricted area, they either go crazy or disappear. Countless people have been sacrificed, but they have not brought back any useful information. The only useful information they brought back from their exploration is this place cannot be explored, because we know nothing about it. These places are called mysterious forbidden zones. At this point, Lizard tapped the map and emphasized his words. The place you mentioned is one of them, and also the most dangerous one. I have heard that this place once devoured a 100-man fully armed wasteland reclaimers team. Those people were supported by generous investors who equipped them with the most advanced equipment and the most powerful firepower. They also had an information team to send messages to the outside world in time. However, after they entered, they suddenly lost all contact. No one has seen them since. Lu Xun listened quietly to the lizard's words as he looked into the rear mirror. The mother was also listening to the lizard's words with interest. When she noticed Lu Xun's gaze, she smiled. It's really a good place to travel. As he spoke, he stroked his sister's head. Don't you think so? Yes. Yes. The younger sister nodded her head vigorously. Her eyes filled with excitement. Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. He turned to the lizard and said, then let's go. The lizard's eyes widened as it stared at Lu Xun, thinking that it had misheard him. It doesn't matter if it's a restricted area or not. Lu Xun explained seriously. We still have to capture him. Report our latest course of action. After investigating, we found out that Qin Ren, the main culprit behind the incident at Satellite City No. 2 of Qinggang on August 18, is most likely hiding in Happy Town. The member of the special operation team from Qinggang, Shanbing, suggested that the operation team should enter Happy Town and continue the investigation. Yes, as the vice captain, I have already expressed a different opinion and even severely criticized him. It's no use. He's the captain, and he insists on. Hey, what do you mean by be careful? Shouldn't you continue to persuade? Oh, okay. When it heard Lu Xun casually say that he was going to Happy Town to bring Qin Ren back, it felt its hair stand on end. He didn't dare to refuse. He didn't even dare to show that he wanted to refuse. However, when he finally arrived at an open area, he set up the signal receiver with the excuse of reporting the progress of the work to the headquarters, full of anticipation, and then dialed the satellite phone of the headquarters. Lu Xun didn't pay much attention to the details of the conversation. He only heard a few broken sentences where the voice suddenly rose. Then, he saw the lizard fiddling with some electronic devices. In the wilderness, even communication was very troublesome. Lu Xun couldn't help but miss his life in the city. After a long while, the lizard finally returned with its head lowered and eyes drooped. Its footsteps were a little weak. What did they say? Lu Xun asked the lizard with concern. The lizard helplessly handed over a tablet computer with an iron frame. It said in a desperate voice, they sent the information directly over. He also said that it's good to explore these mysterious areas while we're at it. Bringing the records back can also be considered a mission. Lu Xun was a little surprised to hear this. Then, he took the tablet with a smile and said to the lizard, then let's hurry up. You'll watch it in the car. Gecko really didn't want to drive, because he didn't want to go to that unknown and terrifying place. But he didn't dare to not drive, because he felt that his voice was still quite small in this crowded car. Sitting in the car, Lu Xun began to browse through the information on his tablet. There was very little information. He didn't know if it was because they were in the wilderness, and it was difficult to transmit information, or if there was very little information to begin with. The first document was just a simple photo of a page with some information written on it. S-Class Mysterious Forbidden Zone Happy Town. Location end of Highway 85. Description: this area is an extremely dangerous area, covering an area of about 50 square kilometers. When approaching this area, A. dense spiritual force field can be detected. Near the edge of the spiritual force field, there would be dizziness, irritability, unconsciousness, auditory hallucinations, hand and foot spasms, and various other reactions. If you go 50 meters deep into the spiritual field, you will not be able to return and will disappear from the sight of all witnesses. Any electronic device that got close to the spiritual force field would cause electrical circuit malfunctions and signal chaos. Cause unknown. Contamination level unknown. Effective exploration record none. There's actually such information. It doesn't look professional. Luzindu shook his head and swiped to the second page. There was a photo on it. The photo was taken from an abandoned road, and it was a seemingly empty area. The weather was gloomy, as if there was fog, and everything was not clear. However, as if to prove that it was not a problem with the camera, a small fish tank was placed in the lower left corner of the photo. There was an electronic time display on the fish tank, which showed that it was taken 2 years ago. The fish tank was captured very clearly. The seaweed and the small red goldfish could be seen clearly, but when they went deeper, they could only see the ripples that looked like distorted air. There was no specific content. When he swiped to the third page, he saw a photo of a person. The person was wearing a light blue one-piece uniform and looked like a worker at a chemical plant. He was about 20 years old, with a happy smile on his face and a dull look in his eyes as he looked at the camera. There was a title below the picture, Resident of Happy Town. He turned to another page, and it was a notebook he had taken a photo of. It seemed to record some legends about Happy Town. The exact time of the town's appearance was unknown, and the earliest abnormality was discovered 10 years ago. The small town was isolated from the world and had few social interactions. However, occasionally, the townspeople would go out and trade food for salt, cloth, hose, and other supplies with the people outside. Since the residents of Happy Town always had a constant smile on their faces, it was called Happy Town. At the end, there was a paragraph written in red. Every single time he did research on Happy Town, he would bring about immeasurable losses. All the researchers who entered Happy Town's spiritual energy field did not survive. Drones, mechanical dogs, and other electronic exploration devices also lost all signals after entering the spiritual energy field. There was once a person who detained Happy Town's residents when they went out to exchange for salt and interrogated them. The result of the interrogation: Happy Town's residents cannot answer complicated questions. That night, the residents of Happy Town, the interrogators, and the research report disappeared at the same time without a trace. Chapter 148 Chapter 148 An Unsolvable Level Ability 1 Chapter 148 An Unsolvable Level Ability 1 Luzin put down his tablet after reading through all the information and picked up the aptitude user analysis report. How is it? The lizard asked after a long while. Luzin looked at him in surprise and asked, "What do you mean by how is it?" "I'm saying." The lizard held the steering wheel with one hand and gestured with the other. "How do you feel after reading the information?" "Nothing much. There's not much useful information in this." Luzin shook his head and replied calmly, "LT, looks like we still have to go over and take a look ourselves." In his opinion, there was nothing useful in this document. It was necessary to report to the headquarters about his schedule and work progress. However, at this point, it was no longer of much use. Since they had agreed to let him out, the headquarters had naturally tacitly agreed that he was in charge of this mission. Luzin felt that the headquarters should be more worried about him not going back, rather than what he would do during the mission. The other purpose of the report was actually to make it easier to arrange for rescue and investigation after the incident. But now, if he wanted to enter Happy Town, he could not hope to rescue or investigate the matter. The car started steadily again. The speed was still the same, but it had inexplicably lost a little of its previous arrogance. Because the gecko was really uncertain at this time. It couldn't even make a joke, and the car seemed to have lost a little bit of its joy. Luzin understood what the lizard was thinking, so he didn't try to provoke it. "Brother, you're very confident." Luzin didn't interrupt the lizard, but the lizard couldn't help but speak up. "He looks natural. and every expression was just right. But it made people feel a little guilty. To Route 85. Aren't you afraid at all, he asked. Lu Xun raised his head to look at him and chuckled. It's useless to be afraid. The lizard dragged out its words and suddenly said, we have a good relationship. Can't you tell me the truth? Lu Xun looked at the lizard curiously. The lizard's eyes were serious, but it looked a little sneaky. Brother, what level is your ability? Level? Lu Xun didn't quite understand what he was saying. I don't know if you've reached this part in your training, but our ability is also divided according to the area of influence, mental strength, level, and defense level. Generally speaking, spider-type abilities like ours start at C class. But if we can develop our ability to the extreme and master various abilities close to the limit, we'll be B class. The lizard explained. Look at me. I'm a class B. Lu Xun glanced at the lizard and said, you're a class B. Hello. The lizard's expression became exaggerated. Why do you look so surprised? I'm very powerful. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Lu Xun hurriedly explained to the lizard, but in his heart, he thought, actually a class B. Back then, his file seemed to have a tentative C. You look like a spider, but you actually have other abilities. Right. Lizard continued as he looked at Lu Xun carefully. Actually, everyone has already seen through this, so you don't have to hide it from me, since you want to go to that damn place to catch people. Of course I have to accompany you. But you should at least tell me the truth. What exactly is your ability? Which level? Lu Xun looked at the lizard and said, what are class B and above? Like class A. Among them, B rank refers to people like me who have developed their abilities quite well and are relatively stable. Some of them are born with a larger area of influence, such as drunkards. As for classes, they were so powerful that they could almost fight against a small army of hundreds of people by themselves. Of course, there's also the possibility of death. But after all, we can already resist. As for S-class, I can only say that there's no solution. He paused for a moment. An unsolvable ability is an S-rank ability. No solution. Lu Xun was a little curious about the two words that the lizard said. The lizard nodded seriously and said, zero abilities are actually similar to those of a source of contamination. They both have their own characteristics and core. This characteristic and the core key point helped us to have the ability under normal circumstances. A stable ability user can develop 3 abilities. For example, we spiders may sound fancy, but we only have 3 basic abilities. The first is the freedom of control over the body. The second is that his self-healing ability has surpassed that of ordinary people. The third is a precise operation of external things. You should be able to tell that these 3 abilities are actually an extension of a core key. Lu Xun nodded his head slightly. It seemed that this was indeed the lizard's ability, but for his sister. He glanced at his sister from the rearview mirror and felt that they were somewhat similar, but not exactly the same. So, you're saying? Lizard continued to narrate with a very serious expression. As long as they understand the characteristics of our abilities, they can deal with us. And if they know our core, they can target and exterminate us. As for S-class ability users, they are that kind. No one knows how their ability is triggered. Or rather, even if I know how it is triggered, I can't resist or interrupt his ability. Any power is passive in front of him. This is called unsolvable. Lu Xun listened quietly to the lizard's words and began to think about his own situation. Could he be destroyed? Of course he could. His sister's ability could help him heal faster, but he would definitely die. Was there any trace of his ability? It seemed there should be some. He decided to be a little more humble. I'm definitely not invincible. At most, I'm in a class, he said. The lizard nodded. At most a class. As he repeated this sentence, his face was on the verge of tears. Unless this the limit of your modesty? Lu Xun nodded. It wasn't that she wanted to be humble, but her mother was sitting in the back seat. She seemed to be listening carefully when Lizard was explaining the division of levels. Then, she smiled happily. However, even if your ability is at a class, There is still a gap between you and the S-class mysterious forbidden zone. The lizard made a big circle before it came back and said with a sad face, "You're not afraid at all." "I'm afraid." Only then did Lu Xun come to his senses. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a strange place? Why would you go if you're afraid? The lizard's eyes widened. Lu Xun furrowed his brows in confusion. Unless there any necessary connection between being afraid and going where not those people are inside. It's our job to catch them. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Chapter 144, It'll be very dangerous one. Chapter 149, Chapter 144, It'll be very dangerous one. The road leading to Happy Town was surprisingly flat. Generally speaking, only places with a lot of communication with the outside world would be more convenient for traffic. Although there were more people and cars coming and going, which would cause a certain amount of pressure on the road. There were also many people repairing it, so the roads were more solid. On the other hand, those that were isolated from the world and had been eroded by the environment all year round had long caused the roads to crack and flip over. It had become an extremely difficult place to cross. Lu Xun and the lizard only used slightly more than a day to reach a place that was only 10 miles away from Happy Town. Seeing that it was already very late at night, and that they had been on the road for another day, they did not continue on, but took a break. Lu Xun watched as the lizard sat down by the campfire and began to make preparations. It didn't even bother to read the magazines that it had brought out. Instead, it continued to inspect the gun and bullets it had brought along. It disassembled the parts over and over again, before reassembling them back together. Lu Xun could feel the immense pressure on the lizard, so he smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll go in by myself." "You're going in by yourself?" The lizard was stunned for a moment before it cast a glance in the direction of Happy Town. "That's right." Lu Xun nodded. "You just need to wait for me outside. I'll send you a signal when I'm done." Lizard's face showed some hesitation, but after a while, he gradually became serious and chuckled. "Brother, you can tell what's wrong with me, to be honest. I'm quite a coward. Before Mom's ability appeared, I was just a street gangster. The kind that got beaten up every day. Don't think that I'm so handsome and cool now, but it's all an act. I can tell." Lu Xun nodded. The lizard looked at him with hidden bitterness and said, "You answered so frankly that you've messed up my emotions." Lu Xun smiled apologetically and said, "LTS, my fault. You can continue." The lizard coughed and cleared its throat. "However, since we are now aptitude users, we should be more courageous. Since we are already working together, how can we not take some responsibility? Don't worry. This time, no matter what kind of monsters there are, I will go with you. I have a lot of special bullets with me. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Xun was a little touched. "You're really not afraid?" he asked. "You're messing with my emotions again." The lizard was stunned for a moment and said, "I'm sorry." Lu Xun could only shake his head with a smile. "There's really no need. You can just stand guard outside. If you encounter any problems inside, I'll send a signal flare to inform you. As for this town, you don't have to go in. It's too dangerous. I've been warning you along the way that it's dangerous. But I still came." Lizard laughed heartily. Lu Xun slowly shook his head and turned to the southwest. That was where Qinggang City was located. Lu Xun could almost see his father sitting at a table in a dilapidated apartment in the second satellite city of Qinggang City. He was drinking a mouthful of spicy lao bai gan, and he had been drinking for a long time. He was silent, a silence that had never been seen before. However, this silence symbolized the accumulation of some kind of power. His scarlet eyes were filled with anticipation. She had already promised him that she would give him a chance to come out. "The danger I'm talking about isn't Happy Town. I'm referring to myself," he slowly said. Shocked, the lizard looked up at Lu Xun. The bonfire was burning quietly, and the crackling sound of the bugs hiding in the wood being burned could be heard occasionally. "If Happy Town is very dangerous, then I might be in danger as well," Lu Xun explained with a smile when he saw Lizard's stunned expression. "Everyone has something strange about them. In fact, I have it too. I once tried to figure myself out, but later I realized that it was quite difficult. As he said this, he glanced at the car. His mother was sitting in the back seat of the car, and his sister was squatting on the roof, looking at the red moon above their heads. That's why I think it's better to figure out what we should do than to figure out what's going on with ourselves, Lu Xin said with a sigh. Those people committed a crime in Qingyang City, so I think we should arrest them and bring them back. But this is just my idea. I can't drag you down with me. Otherwise, if something really happened to you, I'd feel quite guilty. The lizard was stunned for a moment before it forced a smile. Haha, what are you saying? If you didn't want my help, why did you bring me out? I'm driving, Lu Xin replied. The lizard didn't know what to say. His expression also seemed to become a little strange. It was unknown if he was surprised or touched. After thinking about it seriously for a while, he nodded. Then I'll listen to you. But before you go in, you have to listen to me. I don't know what secrets you have, but you're a corruptive source and you have all sorts of abilities. It's nothing more than those. Now, you have to eat and drink to your heart's content. He did follow what the lizard had told him, having a full meal and then a good sleep. Originally, Qi and the lizard were assigned to guard the first half of the night and the second half of the night. However, in order to let him have a good rest, the lizard took up all the tasks of keeping watch. When he woke up the next morning, he could still see the lizard sitting on the roof of the car, seriously on guard. Although he was holding a magazine in his hand, he was still very serious about being on guard. After he got up, he started a fire and cooked a pot of mixture of canned beef and instant noodles. As usual, they ate their fill and took care of their urgent needs. Then, the two of them turned off the engine, packed their things, and got into the car. I've already prepared all the necessary supplies. Guns, special bullets, acute detoxification serum, signal bullets, and so on. While driving, Lizard said, I'll stand guard outside. If anything happens, immediately send me a signal flare. All right, Lu Xin agreed as he picked up his backpack and inspected it. Soon, the car drove to the side of an abandoned road. The road became more and more difficult to walk on. However, there was a small road next to the road that extended down and led into the distance. The sky was a little gloomy and visibility was low. There were only hills in the distance, and they could only see that this path led to the depths of the gray fog, with no end. All right, I'll head over now. Be careful when you're outside. Lu Xin alighted from the car with his backpack. After greeting the lizard, he was on an outing. Sigh. He's so bold. The lizard couldn't help but sigh when it saw how relaxed Lu Xin was, as if he was on an outing. When he inadvertently turned his eyes, he suddenly exclaimed. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously and looked at Lu Xin, who had already walked 100 meters away. He was not sure if his eyes were playing tricks on him, but he vaguely saw two figures, one tall and one short, standing beside Lu Xin. It can't be. The more the lizard thought about it, the more shocked it became. It subconsciously turned around to look at the empty carriage. After a long time, he carefully squeezed out a sentence. Uncle, they've already gone. Aren't you going? Chapter 150 The Smiling Resident. Chapter 150 The Smiling Resident. The path to the mysterious forbidden zone was further than Lu Xin had expected. He was carrying his favorite coarse cloth bag. Although it was not very pretty, it was thick and strong. Even a knife might not be able to cut through it. There was food, guns, bullets, drinking water, medicine, tools for aptitude users, some money, and a piece of gold in it. They were all things that could be used, and when necessary, he could directly throw the bag at people. However, the only drawback was that it was a little too heavy. He switched from his shoulder to his hand, and then from his left hand to his right hand, so his arm was sore. However, there was still no end to the path in front of him. The weather was a little gloomy. Although it was morning, it was gray and a little dark. He turned around and found that he was in a desolate place. There seemed to be an abandoned village not far away. The town was shrouded in a thin mist, and it was filled with all kinds of vines and lush trees. It seemed that these plants with unusually strong vitality had directly eaten the village. Like green monsters squatting on the horizon, he could be certain that the path under his feet led to Happy Town. There were fewer weeds on the path, and there were also some faint car marks that were almost unrecognizable. However, no matter whether he looked forward or backward, he could not see a single person. However, in the desolate wilderness on both sides of the path, there seemed to be many eyes secretly looking at him. However, when Lu Xun stopped and looked in the direction of the gazes, he could no longer feel them. This place is so abnormal, Lu Xun muttered to himself as he looked at his sister, who was sitting on his shoulder, and asked, "Don't you think so?" The younger sister continued to gobble down the candy on Lu Xun's shoulder. "I like this place." Only then did Lu Xun realize that his sister's judgment of character was different from others. He turned his head helplessly, trying to find his mother, but she was no longer by his side. When he first entered this place, she was still following him, but after walking for a while, she disappeared. It was probably because she was wearing high heels and her feet would hurt when she walked on such a small path. However, Lu Xun was already used to it. His mother was the most reassuring one to him. Regardless of whether she was by his side or not, she would definitely come out to help him at the critical moment. The puppet-type ability user has been taken care of, and the other party still has 2 ability users left. There are also 4 people who are fully armed. They should not be easy to deal with. Besides, Happy Town itself is a little dangerous, and we might run into some other trouble. Lu Xun didn't like the quiet atmosphere here, so he broke the silence with his sister's voice. "Plus, before we came out this time, we promised father to ask him for help, so we might really have to let him out." "Sister, are you afraid of him?" This was a very natural action. However, in the eyes of the others, Lu Xun was talking to his shoulder and even asking for his opinion. The younger sister lowered her head from Lu Xun's shoulder and looked at him. "Of course not. Why should I be afraid of him?" As he spoke, he waved his little fist and said, "When I grow up in the future, I'll definitely make him into a toy and beat him up every day." "Haven't you always been afraid of him?" Lu Xun asked curiously. The younger sister fell silent and stared at Lu Xun for a long while before she giggled. "I'm not afraid of him." "You're not afraid of him? Then who are you afraid of?" Lu Xun asked. Confused, his sister didn't answer him. When she looked up, she found that she had already sat up straight and was slowly pointing into the distance. "Brother, look." Lu Xun looked in the direction his sister was pointing at and felt a slight headache. It was as if there was a break, and many people's shouts rang in his head. The scene in front of him was like an old TV, flashing all kinds of snowflakes and shadows from time to time. He saw a large piece of farmland in the distance. The land was divided into pieces, so neat that they looked like a Rubik's Cube. In the farmland, crops were planted one after another, growing very neatly. The entire piece of farmland seemed endless, but the pieces were unusually clear and distinct. In the wind that blew toward him, he could smell the sweet scent of the seedlings, mixed with a strange sweet smell. "Have we arrived?" Lu Xun thought to himself as he continued to walk forward. Without a doubt, there were people living here. Lu Xun had never seen such a large piece of farmland other than the farm in King Gang. The fact that the farm was so neatly planted also meant that there were many people living here. He slightly perked up and continued to walk along the path. Before he knew it, the sky had already darkened. Lu Xun lifted his head to see a bright red moon rising from the top of the mountain. He remembered that it was still morning when he had parted with the lizard. It had only been a short while, but it was already night. "Good. It be that I've already been gone for a day." Lu Xun thought to himself and found it a little strange. Why didn't he feel hungry after walking for an entire day? "When I first came in, I had a headache and felt dizzy, but the symptoms were very light. I'll be fine after while." After walking for another 10 minutes, we came across neat farmland. Don't know what fertilizer is used, but the seedlings are growing very well. The night comes faster here. The moon also seems to be brighter than other places. Lu Xun pulled over by the roadside and jotted down everything he had seen and heard in his little notebook. The higher-ups had already said that this exploration was also a mission, so he had to record it down. He just didn't know how much the reward would be. Back then, Lizard had forgotten to ask. So Lu Xin didn't want to rush him, or else it would seem like he was too eager. After walking for another 10 minutes, Lu Xin saw that the fields around him were no longer crops, but medicinal herbs with pink flowers. The strange fragrance he had smelled before must have come from these herbs. The herbal field was also divided into neat and tidy pieces, which made those with OCD feel very comfortable. As he passed by a flower field, Lu Xin caught sight of a person. He was a man who looked a little strong. He wore a light blue one-piece made of coarse cloth and was seriously weeding in the field. When he was far away, his body was buried in the pink flowers, and it was not until he got closer that she noticed him. From his attire, he looked very similar to the residents of Happy Town that Lu Xin had read about in the information he had read about. Lu Xin stopped in his tracks and greeted him. The man in the field stopped what he was doing and slowly stood up to look at Lu Xin. He had a kind smile on his face. Thus, Lu Xin returned the smile and said, "When's this Happy Town?" The man in the field didn't answer. He continued to smile at Lu Xin. Lu Xin waited for a while, but he still didn't answer. The smile on his face was a little stiff, as if it was fixed on his face. "Thank you." Lu Xin thanked him and continued on his way. At this time, he had already seen the end of the farmland. Under the thin fog, there was a huge shadow. In the shadows, he could see some white walls. It seemed like he had finally arrived at a small town. Above her head, the crimson moon had already risen, and the faint red light fell on the flower field, giving off a mysterious beauty. As Lu Xin made his way toward the town, more and more people began to appear in the surrounding fields. It was already night time, but they were still farming in the fields. They were all silent and did not hear a single word. Because they were too quiet, they were often only discovered when they walked up to them. After that, regardless of whether Lu Xin greeted them or not, they all stood up and turned around to smile at Lu Xin. Their smiles looked like they were carved out of the same mold. If one could calculate the number of smiles, then the angle of their smiles should be the same. Lu Xin stopped at the edge of the town. He turned around and saw people looking at him one after another in the field. They were quiet and neat, like people from the paddy field. It's so late and they're still working. What a bunch of hardworking people. Lu Xin also looked at them quietly. Behind him was the small town. However, as he arrived, he realized that the lights in the entire town were not on. Although Qin Ran and the others might be here, Lu Xin had no idea where to find them under such circumstances. So he thought for a moment and walked towards the person closest to him. It was a girl in her 20s, who stood in the field and looked at Lu Xin quietly. Her facial features were originally very beautiful, but it seemed that due to years of hard work and exposure to the wind and sun, her skin was somewhat rough, and there were 2 deep red patches on her cheeks. She was also wearing a light blue one-piece dress. As Lu Xin got closer to her, he could smell a pungent, sour smell coming from her body. This lady must have sweated a lot from work and had not taken a shower for a long time. Lu Xin looked at the girl, and the girl looked back at him. The girl had a smile on her face, and her teeth were white and neat. "I want to ask you about someone." Lu Xin looked at the girl and asked softly. The girl looked at him with a happy smile on her face, not moving. "This person looks like this." Lu Xin took out a photo. It was a photo of Qin Ran, who had died many years ago. His face was pale and stiff. All right. Lu Xin recalled what the lizard had told him before he set off. There were 2 things he needed to know when dealing with people in the wilderness. One was weapons, and the other was money. He took out a 50 yuan bill and handed it to the girl. "Can you tell me?" The girl looked at him with a happy smile and took the money. Chapter 151 Chapter 151 Already a Toy 2. Chapter 151 Already a Toy 2. 50 yuan was spent just like that. Lu Xin's heart ached slightly. In his opinion, all he had to do was give her some coins. But this time, all the supplies had been prepared by the security department and the special investigation department, including the alliance dollars and gold they had brought out. Therefore, the denomination was the same, $50 apiece. This was the smallest amount Lu Xun could offer when he was preparing to spend some money to get information from others. After all, he didn't bring any canned food with him. As for the gold, it would be more painful to give it away. However, it was still worth it to spend only 50 yuan to get some information. Moreover, it could be reimbursed. Thus, Lu Xun allowed the girl to take the money and waited for her answer. But the girl just took the money, held it in her hand, and still looked at him with a happy smile. She didn't answer. It's fine if you don't want to say. Lu Xun didn't want to force such a hardworking and optimistic girl, so he shook his head and prepared to take back his money. However, when he grabbed the corner of the $50 note and pulled it out, he realized that it was surprisingly tight. The girl clutched the 50 yuan and didn't let go. If you don't answer, you should return the money to me. Lu Xun looked at the girl and tried to reason with her as he continued to pull the 50 yuan out. But the girl held it tightly and had no intention of letting go. Lu Xun insisted on taking it back, but the lady insisted on not giving it to him. Lu Xun was a little angry, but he didn't dare to use too much force for fear of tearing the money. However, Lu Xun's younger sister had already jumped down from the car and was helping Lu Xun pry the girl's fingers apart. Finally, the 50 yuan note returned to Lu Xun's hands. The girl still had a happy smile on her face, but this smile seemed to have become a bit strange. Since you're not willing to tell me, I'll look for it myself. Lu Xun put away the money and walked into the town with his backpack. When he entered the town, the people in the fields, including the girl, were still looking at him quietly. The town looked quite large, at least able to accommodate tens of thousands of people. There were no street lamps in the town, so it was very dark. They could only look around with the help of the crimson moon in the sky. The style of the buildings in this town was a little strange. The houses were built very neatly and it was very crowded. Each house was like a small square box with a door and 2 windows. It seemed to have the style of a fairy tale, but it was also simpler than a fairy tale. Such houses were lined up in rows, extending far away. When he touched it with his fingers, he could see that the white dust on the houses was a little wet. He wondered if it had been painted recently. Behind the small town was a small hill. He could vaguely see a few small villas hidden in the dark on the hill. It was unknown if they were the remains of the disaster, but most of them were covered by various green plants on the hill. From a distance, it gave off a feeling of dilapidation. In this small town, all the houses were built at the foot of the mountain, and it was uncertain if they were piled up around the mountain. Lu Xun looked at it for a while before looking away. This kind of neat thing would originally make people feel comfortable. However, seeing too many of them, and the fact that they were piled up too densely, gradually gave people a feeling of oppression. There was not a single sound in the entire town. Lu Xun looked at the houses around him before slowly walking toward one of them. He wanted to enter one of the rooms to see what was inside. Through the window, he could only see that it was dark inside. He could only vaguely tell that the layout inside was very simple. After some thought, Lu Xun decided to push open one of the doors and enter. However, the moment before he grabbed the door handle, he pulled his hand back. He suddenly had a feeling. If he opened the door and walked in, something bad might happen immediately. Was Qin Ran and the others in one of the houses? Crack! Just as Lu Xun was deep in thought, he heard a slight movement behind him. In the quiet atmosphere, this movement was exceptionally clear. Lu Xun immediately turned around and saw his mother standing under the red moonlight. With a smile on her face, she put the scissors back into her bag. You were almost stained with something dirty just now, the mother explained with a smile. Then, she looked at the surrounding buildings and said, It's a nice town. The houses are nice. The flower fields are good. And most importantly, it's quiet. Compared to the chaotic Blackwater town, it's like heaven. That's right, Lu Xun nodded. They are all very nice and friendly. Yes, he's especially friendly. Her mother looked behind Lu Xun and agreed. Lu Xun turned around and heard a rustling sound coming from the shadows of a house not far away. There seemed to be a black shadow wriggling there. After his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he realized that it was actually a group of people. There were men and women, hiding in the shadows and staring at him. In addition, these people were holding weapons in their hands. Some were shovels, some were hoes, and some were holding rolling pins and vegetable knives. They were all hiding in the shadows, and their eyes were slightly bright in places where the moonlight could not reach. Why did it suddenly become like this? Lu Xun looked at his mother in surprise. They were very polite just now. It's not my fault. Her mother turned her head away from Lu Xun and the others. If Mom denies it, does it mean that the change is related to her? Lu Xun thought for a moment. He had only seen his mother when he turned around after hearing the sound of scissors being cut. Her mother said that she had almost gotten dirty. In that case, there was something that almost stained her body just now. So her mother cut it off. These people also seemed to be hostile to him because that thing had been cut off. It looks like they won't rush up immediately. Lu Xun wasn't the type to pick a fight. So even though he felt that the residents weren't very friendly, he decided to ignore them since they didn't charge at him immediately. After some serious thought, he said, "For us, it's more important to find Qin Ran first." He was very clear that he had come here to find Qin Ran. No matter what happened to this place, it had nothing to do with him. If they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't disturb their happy lives. Then how do you plan to find it? Her mother's smile seemed a little mysterious under the red moon. I don't have clue now. Lu Xun turned around to look at the densely packed houses in the town and frowned. If Qin Ran really came here, he must be hiding in one of the rooms. But the rooms here are all the same. I can't see from inside. And the people here don't talk. He had already given them money, but they still refuse to tell him if that's the case. We can only search room by room. As he spoke, he fell silent. When he tried to open one of the doors, he felt an instinctive sense of danger. More importantly, there were so many rooms here. How long would it take to find them one by one? Seeing Lu Xun's serious expression, his mother chuckled. I came earlier than you just now. I was already in town when you and your sister were stealing the girl's money. I don't think all the rooms were dark just now. We're not snatching other people's money. We're taking back my money. Lu Xun's face reddened as he explained. Then, he remembered what his mother had said. There's a room light. In this small town, none of the rooms had lights on. Did that mean that the residents of this town were used to living in the dark? As for Qin Ran and his men, they were outsiders, so it was very likely that they were using lighting in the room. Which one? Lu Xun hurriedly asked. I didn't see it clearly either. I was too busy admiring the beautiful flowers. His mother furrowed her brows. Looking puzzled, she pointed at it seems to be there. Lu Xun looked in the direction she was pointing at and saw that it was at the southeast corner of the town, which was relatively far back. Let's go and take a look. Lu Xun loosened the bag on his shoulder and turned around to walk toward the rooms. Behind him, more and more people gathered in the dark. They held all kinds of weapons in their hands and followed him while sticking to the wall. Lu Xun shot his sister a strange look. This time, she had met so many people with bad intentions. But her sister didn't make a fuss about the toy. The younger sister seemed to know what Lu Xun was thinking. She pouted and said, They are already toys. I don't want things that have been toyed with by others. P.S. I recommend a book. Liu and Hue Yaoming's I really didn't want to be reborn. It's super good. Even scumbags have their springtime. Chapter 1 to Chapter 1 to I've been looking for you for a long time 1. Chapter 152 I've been looking for you for a long time 1. Lu Xun, his mother, and his sister were making their way along the town's beautiful concrete road. They passed through rows of crowded rooms and walked to the back of the town that their mother had pointed at. Behind them, more and more people were following them. They had already formed a large crowd, quietly following him. Every time Lu Xun turned around, the crowd would stop in their tracks and look at him in the dark. There were also some rustling sounds in the room next to the path. Through the black windows, they could feel gazes following them warily. The younger sister would sometimes turn around and bare her teeth at the black windows. But the mother acted as if nothing had happened and slowly walked forward. She seemed to enjoy the treatment of being stared at, which made her feel like she was walking on the runway. The residents of the town seemed to be only staring at Lu Xun. Fortunately, I have my mother and sister to accompany me. Lu Xun couldn't help but wonder, in such a quiet and strange town, if he were the one who entered, he would have an unusually terrifying feeling. It was as if he was facing a group of abnormal people, and he had become an anomaly. However, it was a completely different feeling with his family accompanying him. Under the gaze of these eyes, they arrived at the back of the town in silence. His mother remembered that the lights were on earlier, but they were switched off after Lu Xun entered the town. It seemed that the house here was similar to other places. Quiet and dark, these were a few rooms that were connected together. Compared to the other rooms that were built closely together, those few rooms seemed to stand out because they were on the edge. I can only roughly remember that it's in this position. I really can't remember which room it is. Lu Xun's mother seemed to be blaming herself as she took out a pair of scissors from her bag and gently cut Lu Xun's back. The sound of the scissors was very clear. Lu Xun had a feeling that his mother had cut off something, but he couldn't see it clearly under the red moon. Lu Xun believed that his mother had her reasons for everything she did, so he no longer cared about her. He looked around the rooms and wondered if Qin Ran was in one of them. After a while, he sniffed and suddenly said, "Do you guys smell something nice?" His mother and sister looked at him curiously. "It's the smell of meat," Lu Xun replied. When he said this, he also thought of the first time he met Qin Ran in Satellite City No. 2. He ate steamed buns, dumplings, and a small amount of pickled vegetables very carefully and greedily, as if he would never be full. There were no strange smells in this town, only the fragrance of flowers from the flower fields. It was only when he reached the row of rooms that Lu Xun caught a whiff of the distinct smell of meat. Therefore, he was certain of something in his heart. Lu Xun's mother smiled at him. It was unclear if she was testing him or if she was just trying to tease him. Whether they are in these rooms or not, well, just have to open the door and see. Lu Xun looked at the rows of rooms and realized that it was much easier to push open these few rooms than to push open all the doors in the town. The smile on her mother's face grew wider. "But I have a feeling that if we open the door and find them immediately, it'll be fine. But if we can't find them, something bad will happen immediately. In that case, the people hiding in this room can take advantage of the chaos and escape." Lu Xun continued. His mother nodded her head and looked into the distance. "It's not just that." Lu Xun looked over and saw that there were already many townspeople who had followed him here. They had gathered into a black mass, with all kinds of tools in their hands. They were looking at him anxiously, although they had not yet rushed toward him. No one knew when they would lose control. "Brother, I found a secret." His sister's mysterious voice rang in Lu Xun's ears. Lu Xun lifted his head slightly and looked at her. His younger sister's eyes were excited and mysterious. Her eyes were shining. "There's something fun in this place." She gestured with her small hands and emphasized the word very. "LTS. Very fun. I've already discovered it." It wasn't good to push the door open directly, and it didn't seem like it would work to wait. Lu Xun fell into deep thought. "Uncle." At this moment, a crisp voice interrupted Lu Xun's thoughts. From the crowd not far away, an 8 or 9-year-old boy suddenly emerged. He ran unsteadily until he was in front of Lu Xun. He stretched out his little hand with great effort and said, "Uncle, eat jujubes." Lu Xun saw a few red jujubes in his hand. The little boy was very cute, but his face was dark as if he had never washed it. There was also a faint smile on his face, but he was more lively than the others. Lu Xun looked at the kind-hearted boy and slowly smiled. Then, he squatted down and looked at the little boy seriously. He lowered his voice and said, "You're very rude. Who are you calling Uncle?" The little boy's expression froze. Lu Xun wasn't the only one who was smiling at him. Behind him, his mother and sister were smiling as well. Then, his voice subconsciously became fearful. Big brother. The smile on Lu Xin's face became more sincere. He took the jujubes from the man and patted him on the head, quite obedient. The little boy shivered and ran back into the crowd, disappearing from sight. They are indeed here, and I've also thought of what to do. Lu Xin stood up and looked at his mother and sister with a smile. As he spoke, he walked around the houses and looked behind the houses. There was a hill with pine and cypress trees planted there. Lu Xin said, "Those pines and cypresses are easy to burn, so pack up a batch and place them next to these rooms. Set them on fire so that we don't have to open the door. The people inside will come out on their own." The younger sister's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands. Big brother is so awesome. A gentle smile appeared on her mother's face. Lu Xin passed the date to his sister and decided to pick up some pine and cypress branches from the hill. "You're not really going to do that, are you?" At this moment, a helpless voice was heard. Then, the door of the house beside them opened and a man in a camouflage suit walked out. The man looks to be in his 30s. He had a gun holster around his waist and a red beret hat on his head. His skin was rough and dark, the kind of skin color unique to those who had been running in the wilderness for a long time. There was a scar next to his left eye. He looked very strong. His right hand was empty, and his left hand was holding a half-eaten roasted corn. He leaned against the door frame and smiled bitterly at the landing. Qin Ran. Lu Xin took a closer look at the man's face. It really was Qin Ran. He looked exactly like the Qin Ran he met at Square Transportation Company. He was sure that this Qin Ran was the one who ambushed him and Chen Jing and stole the painting. He found it. Lu Xin slowly put down the bag in his hand, and his expression turned serious. He looked at his mother and saw that she was smiling. Her appearance seemed to have become a little blurry, as if countless shadows had overlapped. Then, in every corner, every blind spot, her elegant figure appeared. He looked at his sister, who was running over excitedly. She reached out her little hand and held his palm. She was still chewing on a sour date in her mouth. Her small body was slightly arched, and her black hair drooped in front of her. Her eyes were already shining with excitement. Lu Xin was relieved. He looked at Qin Ran and smiled. "LVE been looking for you for days." Chapter 1-3 Chapter 1-3 Chapter 1-48 You re a lunatic at most 1. Chapter 1-3 Chapter 1-48 You re a lunatic at most 1. I knew that there would be a reaction in Green Harbor, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Qin Ran didn't seem to know that Lu Xin's eyes were empty. When he looked around, he saw a woman's figure at every intersection. His face was still calm, even though he knew that the person in front of him was an ability user from Greenport and that the other party had found this town and what it meant to find him. He still looked calm. After taking a bite of the corn, he smiled at Lu Xin and said, "The fact that you're able to find this place means that Chen Zhang has already fallen into your hands, right?" It took Lu Xin a while to react. He focused his gaze on Qin Ran. Qin Ran looked at Lu Xin and explained with a smile. "He's a very good person, and he's not afraid of pain, so it's very difficult for ordinary people to make him talk. Moreover, we had an agreement before that if he fell into the hands of the enemy, as long as he could hold on for 3 days, he would be able to confess everything. But you came to find him so quickly. I'm very curious. What did you do to him?" she asked with a smile. "Strictly speaking, I didn't do anything to him. He was the one who confessed. And you don't have to be surprised," Lu Xin answered. "Honestly, the crime you committed in Green Harbor was too big. You killed so many people. You must have considered that we would come." Qin Ran was slightly surprised by Lu Xin's words. "You're here because of those people in Green Harbor. So many people have died. Isn't it normal for me to come and find you?" Lu Xin asked. Qin Ran was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head slightly. His expression was very strange, as if he found it somewhat ridiculous and absurd. After a while, he smiled and said, "One thought you guys were chasing me so closely because you realized the value of that painting." That painting? If Qin Ran didn't mention it, Lu Xin would have forgotten about the painting. He was stunned for a moment before he explained. If that painting is still in your hands, then I will take it back with me to report on my mission. If it is not there, it is not important. The important thing is you. Then, he looked at the room behind Qin Ran and said, "But I remember that there are 7 of you. Other than you and Chen Zhang. There are 5 more. We can't miss any of them." Qin Ran kept his eyes on Lu Xin, as if he was trying to find a hint of mockery or something else on his face. But there was nothing in the end. He only looked serious and had an unusual sincerity. This meant that Lu Xin was telling the truth. Because of this, his expression became a little unnatural. "Little brother, it's not that bad. Right? You chased me for more than 1,000 miles in one go, and even came straight to this place. Your purpose was to take those few lives." His words were full of confusion, and Lu Xin was also puzzled. He frowned. "Those are living people. There are more than 2,000 of them. Why don't you take it seriously?" This time, Qin Ran laughed for real. He raised his finger and pointed at Lu Xin as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't help it. After a long time, he continued, "Little brother, you're an ability user too, right? I remember you're from the spider family. Don't you realize that we're different from ordinary people? They can't even understand what we can do, let alone do it. I believe what someone said. To ordinary people, we are like gods. The world under the crimson moon is our world. We can do whatever we want. If you came to me for the painting or because I ambushed you, I can understand. But you said you came to me for those people. Ha ha ha." Lu Xin reflected on his actions when he saw Qin Ran's happy face. Did I say something wrong? Was I wrong? Then, he realized that there was nothing wrong with what he was doing. Hence, he frowned and said, "You should have read more books. The textbook says that there is no God in this world." Qin Ran was taken aback. He looked at Lu Xin suspiciously, unsure if Lu Xin was joking or being serious. Lu Xin slowly raised his head and looked at Qin Ran with a serious expression. "Even if there was, it wouldn't be like you, and definitely not like me. So, you're at most a lunatic." As he said this, he began to walk forward. This person was crazy and his laughter was annoying, so it was better to catch him first. Just as Lu Xin walked forward, Qin Ran's laughter suddenly stopped. He stood up and looked at Lu Xin coldly. Not far away, his mother said gently, "Be careful." At the same time, behind Qin Ran, a few dark rooms suddenly lit up. It was the fire from the bullet. The light shone on a few faces hiding behind the window. They were muscular and were wearing the same mercenary uniform as Qin Ran. After the flames flickered, deafening sounds of shooting could be heard. Then, the bullets flew out one by one, decorating the air and intertwining into a net. When he was nervous, everything seemed slow, but in reality, it was very fast. With his sister by his side, Lu Xin's reflexes and speed were far beyond that of an ordinary person. He could feel that all the bullets were flying in front of him. Each one of them had extremely terrifying power, blocking the way ahead. If he didn't want to be hit by these bullets, then the only thing he needed to do now was to retreat. However, if he retreated, Qin Ran would run away. This was the first time he had been so close to Qin Ran since the attack at Green Harbor City. He did not want to retreat. Just as Lu Xin was about to give up, he heard his mother's gentle voice. She had somehow appeared beside Lu Xin and shielded him from all the bullets. Bullet after bullet hit her, but her face was still gentle and elegant. In fact, there was even a hint of excitement on his face. Thus, Lu Xin decided not to think too much about it. He quickly pounced forward and grabbed out in the midst of the smoke. This time, he was aiming for Qin Ran's spine. To deal with a Papa-type metahuman, he would have to destroy his spine. Qin Ran's information from Qingyang City indicated that his ability was unknown. As such, Lu Xin had no idea how to destroy him in the simplest and most accurate way. However, there was no harm in destroying his spine first. Qin Ran had already turned around and rushed into the room when he heard the gunshots. However, he didn't expect Lu Xin to arrive so quickly. In terms of distance, Lu Xin seemed to have passed through a large net of bullets and was now behind him. He seemed to be a little surprised. At such a close distance, no one dared to directly fight with a spider-type ability user. In a moment of desperation, he only had time to fall to the ground, flip over, and shoot. Ha 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 ha. Several bullets flew toward Lu Xin's body from below. However, Lu Xin's body had already twisted in a strange manner and he dodged all the bullets. At the same time, he reached out his right hand and grabbed down. He was going to grab Qin Ran's spine, but since he had turned over, he was going to grab his heart. His palm went straight into Qin Ran's chest and pulled out a red heart. Plop, plop. It was still jumping. The gunshots in the room suddenly stopped, as if the people inside were shocked. The moment his heart was taken out, Qin Ran, who was on the ground, curled his lips and smiled. Lu Xin seemed to have heard his laughter. Hee hee. At the same time, his mother, who was not far away, suddenly shook her head and sighed. Lu Xin seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly put his heart back into his mouth. Anyway, he had not crushed it yet, so he should be able to continue using it. Chapter 154 Chapter 154 Increasing the Avengers 1. Chapter 154 Increasing the Avengers 1. When they were fighting, Lu Xin had attacked Qin Ran out of instinct. Up until now, his experience in fighting ability users was limited to the puppeteers. When he was fighting the puppeteers, he had detailed information on the strengths and weaknesses of the puppeteers. However, Qin Ran was different. According to the information provided by the Special Investigation Department, Qin Ran's ability was unknown. As such, Lu Xin's nerves were tensed up when he fought against the other party, and he did not hold back at all. He was only worried that Qin Ran would be too difficult to deal with. But he did not expect Qin Ran to be so easy to deal with. As he was easy to deal with, Lu Xin killed him in a single blow. Then, he suddenly thought of something else. Special Contamination Source No. 041 Incident. Until now, the Research Institute of Qingqing City had not been able to give a real answer to that matter. However, on the surface, it seemed that Qi Wang had killed Qin Ran, and then he became Qin Ran. After that, countless people had come to take revenge on him. The final result of the investigation was that a source of pollution was found at the bottom of the lake, and the source of the infection had already infected 8 people at that time. Everything started with killing Qin Ran. Therefore, Lu Xin immediately put Qin Ran's heart back into his pocket when he realized the problem. Unfortunately, it was already useless. The blood vessels next to the heart had been torn, and there was a fist-sized hole in the ribs, from which blood was gushing out. Qin Ran's face was turning pale and his life was fading. Only the smile before his death was still on Qin Ran's face, and it had become stiff. His eyes were still slightly open as he stared at Lu Xin. The feeling of being looked at by him made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Qin Ran is dead. What will happen? Lu Xin looked down at the dead Qin Ran and thought about this. The next moment, he suddenly realized something. His body tensed up and he instantly retreated 3 or 4 meters. In his field of vision, Qin Ran's dead body began to change. A tree grew out of his body. It looked like an ordinary tree. The roots were in Qin Ran's body, then extended out of the trunk. The trunk continued to grow upwards. And, finally, a vine grew out. However, the vine was alive, like a snake. As the vine grew, it suddenly flew towards Lu Xin. The tip of the vine was split open, revealing the sharp teeth within. The vines were extremely fast, almost as fast as bullets. However, with the help of his sister, Lu Xin's reaction was faster than the vine. He turned his head slightly and dodged the attack. However, the vine did not seem to hesitate at all as it continued to extend forward. About 20 meters behind Lu Xin, there was a group of townspeople hiding in the shadows, holding all kinds of weapons and secretly watching them. The vine wrapped itself around the resident at the very front. Sensing that something was amiss, Lu Xin hurriedly reached out and tore the vine into 2. However, the townspeople were still quickly entangled by the vines. He had been a little dazed, but his smile began to change. His eyes rolled up, revealing a large white. Then, his eyeballs rolled around in the eye sockets, revealing his pupils again. However, at this moment, the eyes were already fixed on Lu Xen. Gang Sihuo, you dare to harm me. He mumbled something and mumbled something. His eyes were filled with hatred as he called out Qin Ran's other name. But he was looking at Lu Xen. As he shouted, he brandished the scythe in his hand and charged toward Lu. In his eyes, Lu Xen had become Qin Ran. Lu Xen didn't kill him. Instead, he leaned to the side and took 2 steps back. At that moment, all the details about the special contamination source No. 041 flashed through his mind. Back then, Kui Wang, who had turned into Qin Ran, had encountered the same thing. Someone was looking for him for revenge. After he killed 1, 2 more would come, and the number would keep increasing. That was why he knew that he couldn't kill the Avenger now. However, before Lu Xen could come up with a solution, the Avenger stopped. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Xen. He then raised the scythe and cut his own throat. Gang Sihuo, I'm definitely going to kill you. Due to the wound on his throat, his voice, which sounded like air leaking out, was a little strange, but it was filled with a strange horror. Even if I die, I will kill you. Self-destruction. Lu Xen suddenly recalled something. According to what Kui Wang, who had become Qin Ran, said, after the number of people seeking revenge had reached 4, he no longer dared to kill them, he only locked them up. However, after the 4 people were certain that they had no hope of getting revenge, they immediately attacked each other and even devoured each other. They completed the steps of revenge and being killed and started the next step. This townsfolk committed suicide to complete this step because he felt that he couldn't kill him. As he was thinking about this, Lu Xen saw the second vine growing out of the tree on Qin Ran's body. Then, the 2 vines quickly reached forward like 2 parallel snakes, charging toward the residents again. However, this time, Lu Xen did not let it come into contact with the townspeople and directly cut it off. However, the broken vines seemed to have a life of their own. They continued to fly forward and entangled 2 residents. Soon, they were shouting out words of revenge. Then, they glared at Lu Xen and started attacking each other. Lu Xen's heart sank. Even if these vines were cut off, they still had a certain amount of vitality. With such a wide range, it was enough for them to capture, or to say, contaminate some people. This kind of contamination method simply didn't seem like it could be cut off by physical means. The only way was to clear the surrounding area, so that he had no targets to contaminate. But the key thing was that there was a large number of Happy Town's residents gathered in the area, and they did not seem to be afraid. Even if they saw that such an intense battle had already broken out around them, even if they saw that 3 of them had already become abnormal because of this and even committed suicide, they still foolishly stayed where they were, and they had a faint feeling that they were shrinking the circle. These residents are too stupid. As Lu Xen thought about this, he recalled the information he had read about the second of the 3 main principles for aptitude users. The battle had never been the key to victory or defeat, but the preparation for the battle was. Qin Ran chose to hide in this small town. Was it because the residents of this town had this characteristic? While Lu Xen was mulling over these questions, the tentacle had already multiplied into 4. The tree that grew out of Qin Ran's body was also growing. From its initial height of about 1 meter, it had grown 4 times. The surface of the tree was the color of flesh and blood after its skin was torn off. The surface of the waving vines had a bright red color like snake scales. They spread in all directions, and countless tentacles were dancing around. The strong smell of blood filled his nose. It was as if there were countless cries, angry shouts, or sharp laughter echoing in the densely packed houses. The dense and scattered spiritual tentacles had already covered an area of dozens of meters. The light of the crimson moon fell from above, and the air seemed to have turned into ripples that were trembling. Huala, just as the strange tree on Qin Ran's body was growing at a crazy speed, and the area it covered was getting wider and wider, the sound of a window being smashed came from behind the row of rooms. Then, there was a bright light, and the 4 motorcycles quickly drove up the hill. They must be Qin Ran's companions. They had left the town on their bikes as soon as they saw the situation. Lu Xin's body twisted as he charged toward the townspeople. He picked them up and threw them into their rooms. The townspeople didn't know how to hide, so they had to help them hide. When Lu Xin saw the motorcycles leaving, he couldn't chase after them. As he moved, he took out a signal gun from his bag and fired in the direction they escaped. The flashing signal flare lit up an area in the sky, as well as the small town. Lu Xin knew that the lizard would see the signal flare and intercept these people. As for him, he had to deal with Qin Ran. How do I interrupt this process? Lu Xin raised his head and looked at Qin Ran's body after he fired the signal. His body was already tensed up as he prepared to pounce forward and tear the corpse apart. However, her mother, who was standing not far away, shook her head gently. If we tear him apart now, it will help him spread. Lu Xin squinted his eyes and pulled his sister back. He understood what his mother meant. Although spiritual monsters had living characteristics, they were not living creatures. Their nature was a source of contamination. Therefore, when their quality, or in other words, when their spiritual level was relatively low, they could be easily torn apart. After being torn apart, they would lose their living characteristics, and the broken parts would also dissipate directly. However, when its mass reached a certain level, even if they were torn apart, they would not be able to destroy it. They would only become two sources of contamination. At that time, the speed of Qin Ran's contamination would double. But if I don't tear it apart? Lu Xin furrowed his brows and looked up. At this moment, Qin Ran's strength was increasing rapidly. The range of his mental wave had already exceeded 30 meters, and on the 7 to 8 meter tall tree of flesh and blood, there were already 8 vines and human-shaped fruits. They were like manating trees with human-shaped catchers, struggling and crazily dancing around him. The number of townspeople who were holding all kinds of weapons and rushing toward him had reached 16. The development of the incident seemed to be very similar to the special event 041 at that time. However, the rate of Qin Ran's corruption this time was much faster than before. Moreover, there was almost no time interval in between. Although they were both pollution incidents of the same nature, the level of both parties was not on the same level at all. How can we stop him from polluting the residents of the surrounding towns? Why is the contamination so much faster this time? If we destroy Qin Ran's body, which is the source of the contamination, what will happen? How can I get rid of him? Lu Xin's mind raced, but he couldn't think of an answer. He looked at his mother and saw that her brows were slightly furrowed. She seemed to be thinking about the same question, but she had no answer for the time being. Could he just ask his father to come and solve it? Lu Xin thought to himself, but he quickly shook his head. This was not the right time. He understood his father's temper. He wouldn't tolerate the frustration of these Avengers hunting him down. He would only get rid of. Judging from his temper, his father would become Qin Ran's best friend. He would help Qin Ran eliminate all the Avengers in the shortest time possible, and madly intensify Qin Ran's corrupting ability. Chapter 155 This is a Curse 1. Chapter 155 This is a Curse 1. If he asked his father to come out, he might work well with Qin Ran and pollute the entire town in a short time. Perhaps he could ask his sister to have an extra meal. After all, she had eaten a part of the special contamination of number 041 last time. However, Qin Ran's version this time was different from the special contamination incident with number 041. His sister might not be able to digest the food easily. In addition, his sister had only frightened the special source of contamination last time and had not eliminated it. This time, Lu Xin's goal was to destroy the entire world, ensure that he can't escape the kind of destruction, and the work progress must reach 100. Then he could only deal with it himself. Lu Xin did not show any signs of nervousness as he looked at the ever-changing source of contamination. Or rather, there was, just not as strong. All the knowledge about the source of pollution that he had learned from the special contamination cleaning department after he met Shenjing flashed in his mind. Inexplicably, a sentence became very clear on the face of these crazy things. Rationality is the only advantage humans have. Lu Xun felt that Chen Jing's words made sense. Therefore, while he was avoiding the increasing number of townspeople who came to him for revenge, his mind quickly began to sort out all the logic in it, trying to find the key to the change from what he had seen before. Back then, in the special contamination source number 41 incident, Shui Wang killed Qin Ran and became him. I should say, he was contaminated by Qin Ran and became Qin Ran. So, when I went to investigate the Four Corners Transportation Company, there were two Qin Rans. One of them was working at Square Transportation. From his last reaction before his death, he didn't know anything else at the time. He even thought that he was an ordinary person who made money by transporting goods in the wilderness. You can understand it as he thought he was Qin Ran, just a Qin Ran who was born in the wilderness and entered the satellite city. Is this a fake memory or a part of Qin Ran's real memory? At that time, the other Qin Ran, or rather, the real Qin Ran, was at the bottom of a lake in Satellite City No. 2. He followed a certain pattern and polluted the people near the lake. This caused the people who were contaminated to hate Qin Ran. The person they hate is the normal Qin Ran from the Square Transportation Company. Lu Xun thought about it carefully, and he felt as if countless pieces of information were stirring in his brain, making it feel like it was about to explode. He suddenly missed Han Bing very much. If she was here, he might not have to think about such complicated things while fighting. If you're killed by someone, you'll become the source of contamination. Then, he can contaminate the people around him and make them a part of him. That's Qin Ran's ability. Then, why did the contaminated people go to Qin Ran for revenge? Even though Lu Xun missed the time when Han Bing would help him analyze information, he had no choice but to figure it out on his own. Now that Han Bing was not around, why is the speed of Qin Ran's contamination getting faster this time? Why is there almost no gap in between? More and more information and questions flooded Lu Xun's mind, causing him to feel as if his brain had turned into a pile of mush. He was on the verge of breaking out of his limits. During this process, he didn't even think about fighting. It was his sister who helped him avoid the townspeople who came to seek revenge on him. Furthermore, she knew how powerful he was, so she didn't kill the townspeople. Then, just as Lu Xun felt that his brain was about to collapse, his mother suddenly smiled and said, "Why do you have to interpret it as his ability?" Her eyes glowed as she looked at Lu Xun with a delicate and gentle gaze. Why can't it be the price he has to pay? His mother's words lit up Lu Xun's mind. All his doubts seemed to have been cleared up at this moment. That's right. Every pollution incident has its logical chain and key core. The complicated part of Special Pollution Incident No. 041 lies in its logical chain. But what if the Special Pollution Incident 041 is not just one incident, but two? All sorts of responses appeared in Lu Xun's mind. When Qin Ran became the source of contamination and contaminated the people around him, the logic behind it was very obvious. It was simple. He could devour the minds of the people around him and make their minds apart. But these people who have been contaminated hate Qin Ran. They want to kill Qin Ran. This is the price Qin Ran has to pay for corrupting others. Lu Xun's eyes suddenly turned to Qin Ran, and his vision cleared up. He saw the twisting vines that looked like a manating tree, and at the top of the vines were human-shaped fruits. So, for Qin Ran, who has started to contaminate others, the key is to eliminate the hatred of the contaminated people toward him and successfully devour them. Therefore, he transferred the hatred these people have for him to other targets. He's using these targets to speed up his own growth. On the other side, a smile slowly appeared on her mother's face. This is a curse. Lu Xun's mood lightened as he nodded his head. This is indeed a curse. In the 041 incident, Qin Ran had changed his target to Shui Wang. That was why the infected people went to find Shui Wang for revenge. After they were killed, they became a part of Qin Ran and continued to pollute more people. This time, Qin Ran had changed his target to her. That was why those people thought she was Qin Ran and came to take revenge. So, the key was not with Qin Ran, but with him. After finding the crux of the matter, Lu Xin was able to relax. There were still some questions that he did not know about. For example, why did Qin Ran's pollution speed up this time? Why did Kui Wang take on Qin Ran's appearance? But he didn't. But now that he had found the key, everything was not difficult anymore. The speed of his contamination might also be related to him. All the abnormalities were actually related to him. In order to solve this problem, the first step was to figure out how Qin Ran transferred his hatred to her. Lu Xin was reminded of Qin Ran's gaze before he died. That pair of dim eyes that seemed to be smiling. As he moved at high speed, he suddenly stepped on the freshly painted walls of the surrounding houses, and ran a few steps in the air, shaking off the people who were rushing towards him. Then, he landed beside his mother and smiled at her. His mother was also smiling at him. She reached into her bag and took out a pair of scissors. Lu Xin stretched out his arms to make it easier for his mother to search his body. In front of him, countless people with crazy expressions were waving the weapons in their hands and charging at him. However, just as these people were about to rush to her, her mother's gentle voice came from behind her. I found it then. There was a light catch a sound. He felt a sharp pain in his back. However, a small, cold hand quickly pressed on the wound, cooling it and relieving it of more than half of its pain. He looked down and saw something falling by his feet. It was the skin on his shoulder. It looked normal on the outside, but there were 2 holes embedded in the flesh inside. One was protruding, and the other was a horizontal crack. At this time, the holes and cracks were still wriggling and making various expressions. It was a face that had not fully formed. From the eye-like holes, the protruding nose, and the cracked mouth, one would find that it was very similar to Qin Ran. Qin Ran's face. The face had grown under Lu Xin's skin without him knowing. It was probably the existence of this face that made these people think of him as Qin Ran, and they were filled with hatred. Lu Xin had a feeling that if he didn't have the power, he would have turned into Qin Ran. It was also at the same time that the face was cut off that all the people who had rushed madly towards him fell to the ground at the same time. They seemed to have gone crazy as they fought for the piece of meat on the ground. They squeezed against each other, like a group of hungry ghosts. However, Lu Xin seemed to have been forgotten and was not involved. He slowly turned his head to look at Qin Ran, or rather, at the bloody-eating man-eating tree. It's my turn. Chapter 1 fix Chapter 1 fix a gift that should be accepted 1. Chapter 1 fix a gift that shouldn't be accepted 1. When the piece of flesh on Lu Xin's back was cut off, all the Avengers swarmed toward it and devoured it. Qin Ran was also strangely quiet. The strange tree, which looked like flesh and blood, was still growing upward. Countless vines were also stretching out in all directions. At the top of the vines, there were twisted human-shaped tentacles. However, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button on him. He stopped all his movements and remained motionless. What was even stranger was that the townspeople who had rushed over, torn apart, and eaten a small piece of flesh had also stopped moving. They maintained their lying position on the ground, their expressions blank. It was as if after they had eaten that piece of flesh, it was equivalent to them having completed their revenge and no longer had any grievances. At this point, Lu Xin was even more certain of the logic behind Qin Ran's ability. There was only one way to stop his corruption, and that was to complete his revenge. However, he had another ability, which was to transfer aggro. Therefore, those who had their hatred transferred to him were basically under a curse that could only be lifted upon death. Perhaps it was because he was an aptitude user or because he had the protection of his family that the curse only contaminated a part of his skin. If it were someone else, they would have been completely contaminated, and that would only lead to death. Before he died, all the Avengers he killed to fight back or to save his life would help Qin Ran to be corrupted. But now, the contamination had been stopped. What would the result be? Lu Xin turned to his mother, waiting for her advice. But at this time, his mother was frowning and staring at Qin Ran seriously, as if she was deeply attracted by the change in Qin Ran. Lu Xin also looked up and saw that the tree of flesh and blood was not completely still. The surface of its trunk was slowly wriggling, and The shape of a human face was gradually outlined. Upon closer inspection, it was Kin Ran. Very good. The strange bark face moved its mouth. The voice was a little muffled, but it was Kin Ran's voice. This is the first time I felt such a fast growth rate. The flesh around the eyes of the face was stretched to the extreme, and then it was torn to the sides, revealing 2 empty eyes. His eyes were fixed on Lu Xin, and his face was twisted like a madman. But his voice was unusually calm. What an envious power. My growth rate is proportional to the cursed target's mental strength. How strong must you be to allow me to complete the 5th set of contamination so quickly? Lu Xin looked at Kin Ran in silence. There were 16 human-shaped fruits hanging on the tree. Around them, there were more than 30 townspeople who were lying on the ground. He could faintly feel that another mystery had been solved. From the special pollution incident in 041, it could be seen that the rate of Kin Ran's pollution had increased by several times. The second group was twice as fast as the previous group. However, the time required was also twice as long. Therefore, in the previous incident, the danger judgment for number 041 special contamination was not high. This was because the contamination method determined the speed of his contamination to be limited. The speed of pollution was often an important standard for determining the danger level of special pollution incidents. However, this time, when he fought Kin Ran head-on, he realized that the speed of his contamination was completely different from the last time. This time, his speed had reached a crazy level. Did he mean that the reason was related to her? You're very special. And I can already guess why you're so special. I didn't expect that at the last moment. The escape laboratory mission would be completed unexpectedly. As Lu Xin was lost in his thoughts, the face on the tree slowly began to speak. At the same time, a strange smile appeared on the face and it began to slowly merge into the tree trunk. Lu Xin's body trembled. He raised his head and looked at Kin Ran. The escaped laboratory. This was Lu Xin's first time hearing this name, and it gave him a strange feeling. It was also at this time that her mother, who was standing not far away, suddenly looked cold. Her delicate and elegant smile seemed to be covered in a shadow in an instant. Under the crimson moonlight, her delicate features seemed to be a little uncertain. Her mother said softly, but her voice was a little cold. Lu Xin replied in a low voice as his body tensed up. He also wanted to finish Kin Ran off as soon as possible. As he did not have much experience in fighting aptitude users, he did not dare to delay in case something happened. Therefore, even though he had some doubts in his heart, it did not affect his decision. Even if she wanted to ask him something, she would have to completely disintegrate his combat power first. As he thought of this, his body had already rushed forward. He bent his waist slightly and his body moved naturally, adopting a posture that was most suitable for sprinting. The timing he chose was when Kin Ran's face started to merge with the tree. Based on his observation of the strange tree of flesh and blood, Lu Xin's intuition told him that this was the time when Kin Ran was at his weakest. When Lu Xin rushed over, Kin Ran's face was already half buried in the tree. All the vines, branches, and leaves began to tremble. The human-shaped fruits on the branches and leaves were quickly opening up. Because all the fruits were made of human-shaped spiritual bodies, it looked like they were all opening their arms. He opened his arms with all his might, as if he was trying to hug something. Every ability system basically has 3 abilities. If Kin Ran's curse and the human-shaped fruit tree's method of corrupting others are his 2 abilities, then he should have a 3rd ability. Lu Xin's action was to stop Kin Ran from using his 3rd ability, because he didn't know what the ability was. From the details, it could be seen that before Kin Ran's face completely merged with the tree trunk, he would not be able to activate the 3rd ability. You don't hurt him. However, it was also at this moment that a loud cry suddenly rang out from the dark house behind them. This cry was hoarse and nervous, like a duck that was being strangled. It was extremely strange. Lu Xin's heart skipped a beat when he heard the voice. He subconsciously looked in that direction, and his pupils shrank. He could see a big head sticking out from behind the door of a room. It looked a little strange. and the owner of the head was secretly looking at him. Although he was nervous, he still looked straight at him and made this request loudly. Most importantly, Lu Xin's heart skipped a beat for a moment. Subconsciously, he could not bear to reject his request. He listened to him and gave up on attacking Qin Ran. On that big head, there were some ugly facial features, which looked quite cute at this time. You seem to have accepted a gift that you shouldn't have. Qin Ran's face, which was about to melt back into the tree trunk, noticed Lu Xin's absent-mindedness. A strange smile appeared on his face. At the same time, the dozens of human-shaped fruits on his extended vines were about to unfurl. However, it was also at this moment that Lu Xin's figure suddenly accelerated again. He was like a blurry shadow under the moonlight. He crossed the distance of more than 10 meters and rushed to the front of the humanoid fruit tree. His palm went straight into the trunk and grabbed Qin Ran's neck, which was already half buried in the trunk. Her eyes did not seem to contain any emotion. She was looking at him seriously, calmly, and indifferently. Qin Ran's face was filled with shock. He had clearly seen Lu Xin's mind wander a moment ago, as if he was hesitating whether to charge at him or not. In the next second, Lu Xin was right in front of him. Before he could merge into the trunk, Lu Xin had already grabbed his neck. Is it the person who sold the roses? You'll have a good impression of him as long as you take his things. Right? Lu Xin asked calmly. My sister has already gone to look for him. You might not know what a younger sister would do to the things she likes. Chapter 2. It's time to let him out for some fresh air. 1. Chapter 2. It's time to let him out for some fresh air. 1. Qin Ran, whose neck was being held, was obviously surprised. The voice that was a little muffled earlier was now clearer than before. Your ability should be spider type. It seems like you don't know everything. Lu Xin frowned and pulled Qin Ran out of the tree. When he pulled with all his might, Qin Ran, who was still stuck in the tree trunk, immediately showed a painful expression. When he emerged from the tree trunk, it looked like he was being separated from the tree trunk. However, when Lu Xin pulled him out, it was obvious that he was stuck together with the tree trunk. There were many blood and flesh threads. It was as if a dough figurine had been pulled out of the dough. If he was forcefully pulled out, he would definitely die. However, Lu Xin still decided to drag him into the matter. However, to Lu Xin's surprise, when he pulled Qin Ran out, Qin Ran suddenly closed his eyes. The next moment, the place Lu Xin was holding on to became a lifeless piece of wood. Lu Xin successfully pulled Qin Ran out, but there was only a piece of wood in his hand. The Qin Ran he was holding had lost all his life force, and his skin had become dull. Qin Ran was dead. Whether it was a living being or a spiritual body, he was clearly losing his activity. What Lu Xin didn't expect was that the moment the Qin Ran he had captured died, the human-shaped fruit on one of the tentacles above his head suddenly opened its eyes. It had a frightened expression on its face and was panting heavily, as if it had just escaped from being strangled. And it was only the first, then the second, and the third. All the human-shaped fruits on the strange tree of flesh and blood opened their eyes one after another and panted heavily. They were originally just fruits on the top of the strange tree's vines. They were just numbly controlled by the strange tree to open their arms and catch their prey. However, at this time, they obviously had a different reaction. One after another, they all came to life. After one Qin Ran died, 16 Qin Rans came back to life. They were all struggling on the top of the vines, trembling, and then swooping down at the same time. Lu Xin immediately felt a sense of danger and took 7 to 8 steps back. At this time, his sister was not by his side, so he used his own strength. But to a certain extent, he forcibly borrowed some of his sister's strength, so his speed was a little faster. However, it was obvious that although his speed was still quite fast, his movements were somewhat stiff and clumsy, completely unlike the flexibility and twisting he had when his sister was by his side. Although he had retreated quickly and was not injured, he was still touched by the 16 Qin Rans. Those forest-like vines had an agile person at the top of each vine. so it was impossible to completely avoid them. Lu Xun had forcefully borrowed his sister's power, but he was only able to avoid being hit in his vital parts. But there were still many parts of his body that were touched. As soon as Lu Xun stepped back, he saw all of Qin Ran's laughing on the strange tree. Amidst the chaotic laughter, Lu Xun had a strange feeling. He subconsciously lowered his head. He didn't know if his eyes were playing tricks on him, but he saw a face struggling to emerge from under his skin, staring at him with a dark expression. It wasn't just the back of his hand that felt strange. He pulled up his sleeve and found that a face had also grown on his arm. He felt a slight chill on his neck. When he touched it, he felt a bulge. It was also a face that was forming. All the places that the fruit tree touched just now had a face. Every time a new face appeared, Lu Xun would feel his body grow a little strange, as if someone had taken away some of his will. He was surrounded by an extremely noisy sound, as if countless people were talking. They whispered, laughed, or shouted. The different voices overlapped, making it extremely chaotic. It hit people's brains layer by layer, like a continuous wave of sound, shouting at the same time, I am you. You are me. Give you to me. Give me to you. It was more like a fluctuation of spiritual power. This sound made Lu Xun feel extremely irritated. The faces that were growing out of his body made him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, when he turned around subconsciously, he realized that there were more problems. PFFD. 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 The 36 people who were contaminated by Qin Ran, but were not devoured by the biggest humanoid fruit tree because of their revenge were all torn apart. Small humanoid fruit trees grew out of their bodies one after another. They only had one long vine, and the top of the vine slowly split apart, revealing faces. Every face was Qin Ran's. They were smaller in size and had fewer vines, but they were more in number. At the same time, it broke through his body and grew, causing the surrounding area to suddenly form a strange forest. It waved its tentacles and affected the surroundings. A wider and wider area was affected by the radiation, and more residents of the town were affected. Their ruthlessness seemed to have increased by countless times. All of a sudden, they waved the weapons in their hands and rushed over. Turning around, the town seemed to have suddenly become a sea of monsters. Lu Xun dodged their attacks clumsily, but he felt like he was surrounded by monsters. The faces that grew out of his body affected his speed and even his battle awareness. This made him a little uncomfortable. He preferred to deal with people who were similar to those with puppet abilities. This was because their abilities could be clearly understood, and they didn't seem that strange. Qin Ran himself was a mystery, and his ability was crazy. It's time. At this moment, his mother's gentle voice came from in front of him. The mother's expression returned to her usual gentle and delicate self. She looked at Lu Xun, who was surrounded by the monsters, and blocked most of the attacks for him. After all, didn't we agree on this? This time was originally to let him take a breather and relax. Otherwise, if we hold it in for too long, he will also get angry and cause a big mess. His mother's words made sense, and Lu Xun had no reason to object. After all, this was decided during the last family meeting. Before he could figure out the logical chain of Qin Ran's power, he did not dare to let his father out. But now, at least he had figured out that Qin Ran had turned into a human-shaped fruit tree to pollute other people's logic. Now, the third power he used did not seem to be as bad as his father's temper. Besides, to Lu Xun, there were only two situations that were best for him to let his father solve the problem. One was when he completely understood the other party's logic. The other was when he couldn't understand the other party's logic. So he nodded, then slowly raised his head and looked northwest. It was in the direction of Qinggang City, in Green Harbor City's satellite city No. 2. Near the moon station, there was an old apartment. At this moment, the door of room 401 on the 4th floor, which was originally locked, suddenly opened by itself with a bang. There was nothing in the room, but the entire building suddenly trembled. I wonder how many more of me will be born after using this ability. At this moment, Qin Ran, or rather, on the tree of flesh and blood, was looking at Lu Xun, who was being overwhelmed by the monsters. There was no excitement on his face. On the contrary, he was looking at the tree with vigilance. The other human-shaped fruits on the tree had undisguisable hatred in their eyes. Strangely, many of the other human-shaped fruits were also looking at him. They grew on the same tree, but they hated each other, even hiding killing intent. But fortunately, my consciousness is the strongest, and I have the most hope of becoming the real me. Moreover, I've completed 2 of the 3 missions. There's hope that I can use this to exchange for a solution. Looking at the current situation, there's even more hope of leaving before it awakens. As he thought about this, he raised his head and looked at the room behind him. His companion was there, and he still remembered what Lu Xen had just said. Sister went to look for him. Qin Ran didn't understand what he meant, but he was already worried for his friend. This worry only existed for a moment. This was because Lu Xen, who was surrounded by monsters not far away, suddenly stood up. At the same time, all of Qin Ran's on the tree of flesh and blood were shocked. They turned their heads and looked at Lu Xen. Their faces all revealed somewhat surprised expressions. Chapter 1 Feet Chapter 1 Feet Little Doll. Don't be afraid 1. Chapter 158 Little Doll. Don't be afraid 1. What just happened? On the narrow streets of the small town, when countless Qin Rains woke up at the same time, a person with a head that looked like a little boy was retreating back into the room in horror. He was panting heavily, and his face was full of confusion. Why didn't it work? According to the information Lu Xen had obtained from Chen Zhang, his codename was Big-Headed Ghost, but his actual abilities were unknown. However, one thing was for sure. He was the source of many sudden and special pollution incidents in Satellite City No. 2 of Qinggang. His ability was to implant a strange emotion in the body of the recipient through a rose or a special item. At that moment, the veteran aptitude user mercenary was in a daze. Just now, when the Green Harbor City aptitude user who had barged into Happy Town in a daze noticed them, they had naturally noticed him as well. The first thing he did was to use his ability. With the help of a little boy in the town who had not completely mutated, he sent a handful of sour dates to the aptitude user in Qinggang City. He also saw the aptitude user take the sour dates. Therefore, when the aptitude user fought with the boss, he played his role at the right time. At this point, the aptitude user would probably find it difficult to refuse his request. He understood his own ability very well, and he had a good grasp of the scale. The aptitude user should have been more excited when he heard his voice at this time. Although the short amount of time wasn't enough for the aptitude user to develop a favorable impression of him to the point where it would overshadow all other emotions and rationality, it was enough to affect his will. This was the role he could play. His ability was not suitable for fighting ability users head-on, but as long as one was hit by his ability, there was almost no solution. He knew that his boss needed a little help at this time, so he accurately grasped it. As an assistant, it would be good if he could buy his boss even half a second. However, what he saw was that the aptitude user still rushed out after he had spoken. Then, he grabbed the boss' throat. Is there a new boss? The ghostly and sudden scene made the big-headed ghost confused and panic. How could his ability not work? At that moment, the big-headed man suddenly heard a faint laugh. Hee hee, little brother. The big-headed ghost suddenly woke up and looked around. However, in this town's unique house, he didn't see anything. He only felt a faint cold wind blowing. Some moonlight could enter the room through the window, but most of the room was still hidden in the darkness. For some reason, he felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him in the darkness. His eyes were filled with excitement and slyness, and cute and sweet. The big-headed ghost stood there, not daring to move. His nerves were stretched to the limit as he carefully observed a micro-device on his waist. His breathing had stopped temporarily. However, the device did not move at all. After an unknown period of time, there was a faint cool breeze blowing in the room again, like a small ball of air. The voice that could only be heard if one listened inadvertently. But when one listened carefully, there was nothing in it. I really like you. Swish. It was also at this moment that the alarm device on the big-headed ghost's waist suddenly let out a piercing alarm. The red light shone brightly, illuminating the darkness in the room. The sudden change caused the big-headed ghost to break out in cold sweat. He felt as if all his blood had rushed into his brain. What did he encounter? When his mind was blank, his usual vigilance still worked. His short and deformed body had never been so fast in his entire life. He instantly took off the micro-device on his waist and threw it out. When the device left his hand and was still flying in the air, it had already split into a few pieces. Then, a few blue electric arcs as thick as fingers flashed between them. They intertwined and expanded. In an instant, the electric arcs had filled the entire room. He then scuttled to the back window of the house and prepared to rush out. He was not good at physical fitness. But at this time, probably because he was particularly nervous, he was much more agile. He took a step to the window, put his hand on the window sill, and was about to jump out. However, just as he started to exert his strength, he suddenly fell to the ground. Because of the sudden fall, he did not react in time. His big head hit the window sill heavily. It was burning in pain, and warm liquid flowed out. He didn't understand why he would fall over from such a simple action. As he thought about it, he looked up and saw that the blue arc seemed to be shining on something on the ceiling. It was a dirty white skirt that flashed past. The big-headed ghost was so shocked that his scalp went numb. He had no time to think and reached out his left hand to climb the. He still wanted to leave the room as soon as possible. However, when he clung to the windowsill and tried to get up, he found that his body was twisted and he couldn't get up. Only then did he realize that he had extended his right hand. He had clearly wanted to reach out his left hand, and it felt like he was reaching out his left hand. So why did it become his right hand? In his consciousness, he was still using his left hand to climb the windowsill. His body turned left, and then he stood up. However, because he had extended his right hand, and his body turned left, it formed a twisting force, which twisted himself. He let out a panicked cry from his throat and hurriedly tried to use the force of his right hand to turn his body to the right and stand up. But he found that he couldn't stand up again. His left hand stretched out and grabbed the windowsill, his two arms contradicting each other. He stomped on the ground in a panic, trying to use the strength of his legs to support his body, but he fell down. When he wanted to exert force with his left leg, it was actually his right leg that exerted force, and his body turned over instead. He finally understood what had happened to him. He didn't understand why, but he found that his body, left, right, up and down, had been twisted. The perception in his left hand was switched to his right hand. The perception in his right hand was switched to his left hand, and so was his legs. If he didn't want to describe it, it was like a doll that had been torn apart and sewn back together. However, whether it was his arms or legs, they had all been joined together wrongly. Was it because of the ability user from King Gang City? But he was fighting with boss outside. Hee, you're so cute. You're my toy now. He didn't know what was going on, but the distortion on big-headed ghost's body was getting worse. As the distortion intensified, he seemed to have strengthened some sort of perception ability. In his ears, the faint and mischievous voice finally became clear. In the empty room in front of him, which was shrouded in darkness, he saw a shadow that was crawling on the wall and smiling at him. It was a short girl in a dirty little white dress, hanging from the ceiling like a ghost. Her eyes were big, but the white of her eyes was more than the black. Her long black hair was messy, and her expression seemed to be smiling, revealing her sharp teeth. At this moment, his gaze had become somewhat distorted, as if he was looking at the world through a kaleidoscope. In this scene that was full of all kinds of strange reflections, he saw the one that looked special, a beautiful little girl. She landed lightly on the ground and looked at herself with her head tilted. Slowly, her smile grew wider and wider. She reached out her little hands excitedly, as if she wanted to pick him up. The big-headed ghost's fear was indescribable, and he could only scream with all his might. However, it was as if his tongue had been twisted, and his voice was only an intermittent giggle. Only God could understand what he was saying at this time. It was as if God had really heard it. When the little girl fell from the ceiling and was about to hug him, she suddenly looked out of the window vigilantly. Then, she seemed to have confirmed something, and her little face showed some disgust and fear. She gently landed beside the big-headed ghost and reached out her little hand to stroke his head. Her voice was soft, as if she was singing, "Little doll, don't be afraid. Daddy is coming out. He's very fierce. Don't be afraid. He'll protect the baby." She reached out her little hands and hugged the big-headed man's head. "He'll kill you first. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt any more with more wounds." The big-headed ghost finally let out a complete scream before he died. That was what he thought was complete. In reality, it was still a giggle sound. At the same time, Lu Xin, who was surrounded by countless monsters outside the house, had his head drooped down slightly. He did not move at all, as if he was going to be drowned by the monsters. Above his head, the crimson moon hung in the sky, casting a thin shadow on his body. Then, the thin shadow slowly became thicker, twisted, and expanded. The next moment, the shadow suddenly stood up. It was at least twice the size of Lu Xin's thin body, and a pair of eyes suddenly opened in the depths of the shadow. Blood-red eyes. Chapter 1 and Chapter 1 and the Black Shadow 2-1. Chapter 1-59 The Black Shadow 2-1. Dung dong. A dull and powerful sound echoed in the crazed streets of Happy Town, with the human-shaped fruit trees growing all around them. The air was originally filled with chaotic sounds. Countless sounds and ravings interweaved together, filling an area of several dozen meters around them with the sounds that were not loud but were unusually complicated, irritating, and painful. However, when the sound of the heartbeat appeared, it overwhelmed all other sounds. On the humanoid fruit tree that grew out of Qin Ren's body, the 16 awakened fruits that looked exactly like Qin Ren looked forward at the same time. Their eyes fell on the black shadow behind Lu Xin. The moment the black figure appeared, Lu Xin's heart beat faster than anything else. It was as if all the sounds around him had disappeared, leaving only the sound of his heartbeat. Then, just as the black figure opened its blood-red eyes, Lu Xin also raised his head and opened his eyes. His eyes were also bloodshot. Lu Xin's body was already covered with countless faces. When the shadow appeared, the faces seemed to be frightened by something. They opened their mouths and screamed in pain. Their expressions became more and more tense. And then they suddenly exploded. The faces exploded at the same time, spraying bright blood everywhere. "Why can it drive us out?" On the human-shaped fruit tree, all of Qin Ren shouted. All of them had different expressions. Some were afraid, some were terrified, and some were confused. They looked at the young man, covered in scars, and shouted, "That is our will-like shadow, like a maggot attached to the bone. How did he do it? What's going on? I was just transporting goods in the wilderness." "Useless," Lu Xin sneered coldly. His bloodshot eyes were like those of a greedy beast that had discovered its prey. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange angle, and his scarlet tongue licked his lower lip. His eyes were fixed on the front, a thief who barged into someone else's house without the owner's permission. "All of you should die," as he cursed in a gruff voice. His face revealed an excited glow, and the red light in his eyes became obviously brighter. Then, his shadow became even thicker, because he had shattered countless human faces on the surface of his body. His body had become a bloody mess. Balls of dirty blood were squeezed out and dripped on the ground. The dirty blood was the remains of the human faces from before. Those human faces represented Qin Ren's will. With this will, he could influence his opponent and even turn his opponent into himself. But now, these human faces were so full that they exploded, and even the dirty blood was squeezed out. It was as if someone who was extremely concerned about private matters was driving out all uninvited guests. "Kill him first, then drive him out." Lu Xin began to move his body slowly. His thin body swayed as he moved forward. Fresh blood was still dripping from the wounds, and the bright red footprints were imprinted on the ground one by one, as if they would fall down at any moment. However, there was a huge black shadow standing behind him. The shadow seemed to be real. but it also seemed illusionary. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the shadow was more like a reflection of mental power, thus creating an illusionary shadow. However, the mental power was extremely dense, so it looked very real. When Lu Xun started to move, the townsfolk of Happy Town, who had not become part of Qin Ran because they had successfully taken their revenge on him despite being contaminated by Qin Ran, started to roar in anger at the same time. Then, a strange forest of flesh and blood that was more than 2 meters tall swarmed toward Lu Xun. They were obviously not as smart as Qin Ran, who was on the humanoid fruit tree. They had memories and could think. Therefore, they only felt the threat and took the initiative to attack like the real source of contamination. Swish kai, 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 kai. The vines all had human-shaped fruits on top of them. They opened and closed their mouths, but their heads and limbs were retracted, making them look like the fingers of a palm. They had a confused yet fanatical expression on their faces as they pounced toward Lu Xun. It was like a huge net formed by a group of black figures, drowning Lu Xun within. On the human-shaped fruit tree that was 7 to 8 meters tall, all of Qin Ran's were excited and looking forward to it. Lu Xun's 8-meter-tall body was a little short compared to the 30 humanoid fruit trees. The humanoid fruit trees waved their tentacles, about the size of a normal human being, so Lu Xun was instantly surrounded by them as they pounced on him. His 4 limbs and head were like 5 fingers that were tightly clenched. The mouth on the head was also trying its best to open wide. The corners of the mouth were all the way to the base of the ear, and then it bit down fiercely. Despite being surrounded by so many monsters, Lu Xun didn't react at all. He only used his red eyes to look. Because of his anger, the blood in his eyes became even more intense, and the black shadow on his body became even clearer and thicker. The black shadow behind him seemed calm and stable, but in its fine parts, it was like boiling water, violently shaking and swaying. Lu Xun then reached out and grabbed the 2 humanoid traps beside him, pulling them off his body. From the spot where his palm was holding onto them, the 2 humanoid traps began to twist and turn. The black shadow behind Lu Xun flowed like water, flowing through Lu Xun's palm and onto the 2 humanoid traps. When the black shadow touched the human-shaped traps, they began to struggle violently and let out painful roars. They were not the only ones. Due to the small space, the humanoid traps had to come into contact with each other. When the 2 humanoid traps caught by Lu Xun were affected by the black shadow behind them, the effect also spread to the other humanoid traps. 4 or 5 humanoid traps began to scream in pain at the same time, and the number was still increasing. It was as if Lu Xun's body was being electrocuted, and the electricity was quickly spreading to the outside. Ha ha! Lu Xun let out a hollow and dry laugh as he enjoyed the sharp and painful cries of the humanoid traps. Then, with an excited expression on his face, he put a hand to his mouth, opened his mouth, and bit down hard. That crisp sound had a different kind of fear. Ha! The next second, Lu Xun spat out the thing he had bitten off and his expression became even more furious. Weak. Pitiful. You guys aren't even delicious. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. It was as if the taste had greatly destroyed his mood. He raised his hands high and then smashed them down fiercely. A huge, deep pit that looked like a spider's web was formed on the hard cement ground of Happy Town. The black shadow behind him rose up as he smashed his hands down, and then sank down hard. The chaotic and noisy power spread out in all directions with the giant pit as the center. The 2 human-shaped fruit trees that he held in his hands and smashed to the ground were instantly crushed into powder. The human-shaped fruit tree that had been affected by the black shadow's power and was screaming in pain also slammed to the ground with his movements. It was swept by the shock wave from the spiderweb like broken ground, and its body was twisted and shattered inch by inch. It was truly broken. It had lost all the foundation for its formation, as well as all the activity as a human or a spiritual body. Once again, Lu Xun let out a hollow and dry laugh. This laughter seemed to have some kind of strange resonance ability. The surrounding Walls and the small stones on the ground were all shaking slightly, as if they were affected by his laughter. Lu Xin's voice was filled with excitement and madness. He looked at the remaining half of the human-shaped fruit tree that had not been destroyed, but had been distorted and screaming. Then, he and the shadow behind him pounced out at the same time. You trash. Your only value is that when you're destroyed. Your screams are more pleasant to hear. Chapter 160 Chapter 160 The Monster and the Real Monster. Chapter 160 The Monster and the Real Monster. From time to time, there would be dull and loud sounds coming from a corner of the town. It was as if the whole town was shaking. Around this quiet and peaceful town, many people were working hard in the fields under the crimson moon. They seemed to be affected by something and forgot what they were supposed to do. Instead, they slowly turned their heads in a stiff and strange posture and looked towards the corner of the town. Under the crimson moonlight, a shadow could be seen expanding in the town. It was as if a tangible fear was spreading. Monster. Not too far away, Lu Xin's mother watched as Lu Xin smashed the humanoid fruit trees with all his might. Under the moonlight, her face appeared exquisite, but it was also unusually cold. The black shadow behind Lu Xin seemed to be growing larger and larger. When the shadow first appeared, it was only slightly larger than Lu Xin's body. However, as more and more of the small humanoid fruit trees were killed by it, or rather, they were twisted and destroyed by its power, the shadow behind it grew larger and larger. By now, it was almost twice the size of Lu Xin's body. Other than its red eyes, its facial features could be vaguely seen. Lu Xin was seriously pursuing the humanoid fruit trees, uprooting and tearing them apart to ensure that they were destroyed. And it was to ensure that their screams were pleasing to the ear. The mother looked on quietly as Lu Xin destroyed the humanoid fruit tree. She then said in a low voice, "A real monster." As she spoke, she slowly turned around and walked to the corner of a row of small town rooms with hurried steps. At this time, her sister was hiding in the corner, holding a round thing that had traces of being pieced together. She raised her little face nervously and looked at her mother. "What are you holding?" The mother looked at her sister's arms and frowned slightly. The younger sister raised her head and said seriously, "One like him, and I don't want Daddy to hurt him." "Ayo, you can't fall in love at such a young age. That's what bad kids do." Her mother covered her mouth and laughed. Then, she took out a pair of scissors and cut the upper part of her sister's body. The sister threw the thing down and looked up at her mother. "Will Big Brother change?" "Big Brother will always be Big Brother." Her mother looked down at her and held her little hand. She said softly, "But we have to stay away from him now." As she said this, she held her sister's hand and slowly walked into the depths of the town. What kind of ability is this? At the same time, when Qin Ran saw Lu Xin smash the 30 humanoid fruit trees like they were toys, or rather, Qin Ran and the others also screamed in fear. The expressions on their faces were the same. They were all afraid. Then, they all shouted at the same time, "We should unite and kill him first." "Is it the destruction group?" "No. We should escape." "Haha. I hate you all. I want to see you all die. I am just a delivery man in the wilderness." All sorts of yells and shouts could be heard, but their opinions were unified. There was a Qin Ran who was a little stronger than the others, and he suppressed the opinions of the others. Then, the humanoid fruit tree that was more than 10 meters tall began to tremble violently. Its tentacles, which were 7 to 8 meters tall, swayed in the air at the same time, together with the trap at the top. The degree of Qin Ran's swaying began to become uniform, and then all of them turned to face Lu Xin. They started to curse. All sorts of indescribable words came out of their mouths, but they could not be heard clearly. It could be seen that when these words rushed out of their mouths and fused together, it was like an invisible and fine power that affected the air. Thus, it caused the air to appear different kinds of subtle distortions, as if it was refracted by countless fine mirror surfaces. It seemed to contain an immense amount of power as it surged toward Lu Xin. Whoosh! Lu Xin, who was carefully killing the last humanoid fruit tree, was hit by the power of the curse. He moved back a little, and his feet left a broken mark on the hard cement road of Happy Town. Then, he raised his head and looked at the human-shaped fruit tree, showing a creepy smile. He walked forward while facing the power of the curses, as if he was pushing a tide forward. His steps were heavy and hesitant, but he didn't stop. The black shadow behind him didn't become weaker under this impact. Instead, it became more and more powerful. Step by step, it suppressed the power of the curse and walked to the front of the fruit tree. 3 meters away, he raised his head and looked at the human-shaped fruit tree with an excited smile on his face. Your ability is undying. I like things that can't die, because that's how you can always be afraid. Seeing that Lu Xun was already so close to him, one of the Kinrans on the humanoid fruit tree finally could not hold it in any longer. His face was filled with fear and anger. He suddenly stopped cursing and pulled his long tentacles out and pounced down from the sky. He revealed a fierce expression, as if he was going to fight Lu Xun to the death. Lu Xun raised his hand and grabbed Kinran. Compared to the smaller humanoid fruit trees, the Kinran on the tree was much more real. The moment Lu Xun grabbed him, he was not completely affected by the shadow behind Lu Xun. He was completely distorted, but he still screamed in pain. Even his screams were more miserable than those of the smaller humanoid fruit trees, but at the same time, they were more pleasant to the ears. This kind of curse made the other Kinran stop cursing at the same time. They flew down from the tree in fear and whipped him down, one after another. The vines whipped toward Lu Xun, or rather, the black shadow behind him. After all, the black shadow behind Lu Xun was becoming clearer and clearer, as if it had come to life. Ha! Lu Xun let out a strange laugh as he was struck by the powerful force. He grabbed Kinran and pulled the vine from behind him. The black shadow behind him spread along his arm and reached the vine, drowning the vine and the screaming Kinran. The vine looked like a long black whip in Lu Xun's hand. Then, Lu Xun swung his arm forward with all his might. The long whip landed on the humanoid fruit tree. All of Kinran's cried out in pain. A clear scar appeared on the tree. It was unknown how much flesh and blood was on the tree. The whip had cut off the tree, and fresh blood oozed out. Kai! 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 The human-shaped fruit tree waved its tentacles around and whipped Lu Xun like crazy. At the same time, Lu Xun was also brandishing his long whip with a furious smile on his face as he lashed at the humanoid fruit tree. Every time he was hit, the shadow behind him would tremble a little, and then the expression on his face would become even more excited. Every time he hit the humanoid fruit tree, a large amount of flesh was scraped off, and all of Kinran's faces were screaming. Lu Xun had chosen this method to destroy the humanoid fruit tree, but it was not very efficient. He seemed to have chosen this method because he liked this feeling. I don't care about you guys. I'll go first. In this battle that seemed to be shrouded in fear, Kinran had already left the battle. It was the first fruit to wake up after Lu Xun killed Kinran, who was in the tree trunk. It seemed that for this reason, he was smarter than the other Kinrans. He had already cut off his connection with the humanoid fruit tree when he suppressed the other Kinrans with his own will and cursed at Lu Xun. Then, he escaped to a room. The human-shaped fruit tree couldn't be moved, but the ripe fruits could. After some time, a person dressed in a one-piece uniform who looked no different from the other residents of Happy Town stood on the other side of the room. He had a fake smile on his face, and he held a silver briefcase in his hand while he quickly rushed out of the town. Behind him, the screams of Countless himself could be heard from time to time, making him tremble all over. Damn it. This is the real monster. He swore to himself that he would never come back. Hee. Just as he reached the edge of the town, he suddenly heard laughter ahead. He looked up and saw an exquisite woman wearing a white suit and a sun hat. She was standing outside the town in the field full of pink flowers. She was holding the hand of a strange-looking little girl with black hair covering her face. They looked at him and smiled happily. Chapter 161 Chapter 161 Codename Shan, Bing 1. Chapter 161 Codename Shan, Bing 1. Kinran was stunned, and he subconsciously became alert. He didn't know why there was such a strange-looking mother and daughter around this town. The mother looked elegant and exquisite, like a city with high walls. No, she should at least be in the main city of the high wall city. She was one of those self-proclaimed nobles who continued their exquisite lives before the disaster. However, how could such a person appear around the small town? From her appearance, she seemed to have come to the small town for a tour and to admire the flower fields here. The little girl looked a little strange. She was short and wearing a tattered white dress. Her black hair hung down and covered most of her face. Under the black hair, there were bright eyes that were staring at him, and it was letting out a low, creepy laugh. There shouldn't be any outsiders in this small town, especially not people who seemed normal but were extremely abnormal. Kinran didn't dare to make a sound. He only stole a glance at them. He didn't even show any surprise. He didn't hesitate at all. He turned into another alley and left the town through another exit. "Excuse me, who asked you to investigate the escaped laboratory?" A polite greeting came from behind him. Kinran's body suddenly froze. He felt goosebumps all over his body, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. Kinran didn't have time to think. He pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger. A bullet was fired in the direction of the sound. At the same time, he rolled his body and nimbly burrowed into the waist-deep flower field. Even if it wasn't his ability, he was still a very good person. The choice he made was also the most correct one. After entering the flower field, Kinran subconsciously looked back and broke out in a cold sweat. He had shot a special bullet. Even if he was an aptitude user, he should at least be slightly affected to create an opportunity for himself to escape. However, the bullet stopped. The bullet stopped in the air, only a few centimeters away from the beautiful. There were cracks on the black shell, and blue electric arcs flickered between the cracks. Logically speaking, the bullet should have exploded, and a ball of blue lightning would have been pulled out from the different fragments, destroying everything around it. However, the bullet seemed to be wrapped by some invisible force and could not be dispersed. The woman gently raised her hand and pushed the bullet to a distance of 10 centimeters from her left cheek. Then she let go. The bullet continued to fly forward, and at the same time, it exploded in the air, flashing into a huge blue ball of lightning. A charred area with a diameter of nearly 3 meters appeared in the flower field in an instant. The woman did not turn around. She looked at Kinran with pity and shook her head. "Why can't you just die a quick death?" Kinran's body trembled, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. A sense of powerlessness and despair gushed out from his heart. When the special bullet exploded, Lu Xin, who was madly whipping the humanoid fruit tree, suddenly turned his head. He looked at the edge of the town, and his eyes glowed red. At this time, the human-shaped fruit tree in front of him had been smashed into pieces by him. The entire trunk was only left with a little bit of broken stubbles, and the dozens of vines on it were also broken and broken. The ground around them was covered with Kinran's broken pieces. Some of them were slowly disappearing, and some were still twitching. In such a chaotic situation, Lu Xin did not even notice that Kinran was missing. However, when the bullet was fired, he suddenly became alert, and the anger on his face rose. "I hate people who run away," he growled in a low voice and suddenly pulled hard. This time, the power of the whip was no longer a joke. It was serious. Under the tremendous force, the whip in his hand collided with the half of the tree trunk, and then both exploded. It shattered into pieces and lost all activity. From the center of the explosion, another force spread outward, whipping down all the fragments that still retained a little bit of life and scattering them on the ground. They were completely annihilated and disappeared into the air. In the end, only a helpless face was left in the distance. His lips were still moving. The wilderness pulling goods. Lu Xin walked over and crushed the face with his foot. He then turned around and stared at the edge of the town. His eyes suddenly revealed a brutal and excited light. His slightly swaying body suddenly stood firm. And then he suddenly strode towards the edge of the town. He had rushed over directly. The houses in Happy Town were blocking his way. These houses were thin and dense, and there were many of them squeezed together. Lu Xin had thought about opening the door and entering the house, but he had a premonition that something bad would happen if he opened the door. So, he didn't open any of the doors until he was sure that Kin Ran was hiding in one of the houses. At this time, he did not open it, but directly crashed into it. Boom boom boom. The wall in front of him was instantly twisted, then broken and collapsed. But even the debris from the collapse did not touch him, because it had been crushed by the dark shadow behind him, or the twisted telekinesis. It was also the moment he entered the first room that he felt something in the room. It immediately released a strong sense of hostility and a strange mental power, as if it was going to pounce on Lu Xun. But it didn't pounce over. Lu Xun didn't even bother to look at it. He charged straight at it and smashed it into pieces before rushing to the other room. One house after another, one monster after another, were smashed to pieces. It was as if there was an earthquake in the town. There were countless houses in between the street behind Lu Xun's house and the flower field where Kin Ran was at the edge of the town. Each house contained a strange and terrifying existence. But at this time, there was a straight line that ran through the town. On this line, there was nothing complete, nor was there any living creature. The entire town was alarmed, and all the residents raised their heads. This time, the expressions on their faces were no longer smiles, but anger and fear. I somewhat understand. Kin Ran heard the sound of houses collapsing in the town behind him, and his face turned pale. Suddenly, he looked up at the mother and daughter who were holding hands in front of him. Many things flashed through his mind, including the information he had read about the escaped laboratory mission, the strange and unpredictable nature of the ability user in King Gang City, and the words "my sister has gone to look for him" that Lu Xun had said after receiving the items from the big-headed ghost. Why can't you just die a quick death? After he figured it out, Kin Ran felt that it was ridiculous and ridiculous at the same time. There were countless things he wanted to say in his heart, but in the end, he said something extremely helpless. Who the hell gave you the codename Shan Bing? The exquisite-looking woman laughed silently when she heard this. Even the strange little girl revealed a smug smile, but they didn't answer her. Kin Ran knew why they didn't answer him. He heard a noise that sounded like electricity coming from behind him. Lu Xun, who had broken through countless houses and traversed the entire town, had already appeared behind him. Behind him was the crimson moon that had become even more vibrant. The black shadow behind his thin body was even more obvious, and it contained a terrifyingly powerful mental power. The flower field was full of small pink flowers, full of vitality. However, all the flowers withered in an instant after Lu Xun passed them. Kin Ran, who was caught in the middle, could feel the indescribable despair enveloping his entire body even from 7 or 8 meters. Is this the power of the code-name Tyrant? So the experiment has already. Kin Ran's face showed an extremely self-deprecating expression as he spoke slowly and powerlessly. But when he said this, his mother suddenly frowned. At the same time, the heavy breathing behind him suddenly became unusually heavy, and the sense of danger was rapidly approaching. You can't kill me. At that moment, Kin Ran suddenly turned around and screamed. In front of him, Lu Xun's hand was already in front of him. The arm of the black figure behind him was overlapping with Lu Xun's arm. However, if one looked closely, one would realize that the black figure was trying to grab Lu Xun, but Lu Xun's arm was supporting Lu Xun's arm. He trembled as he held himself up in the air, preventing the dark figure's hand from touching Kin Ran's face. Do you know why I chose to hide here? Kin Ran continued to scream. He didn't realize why the other party didn't grab him anymore. He just continued to scream. Under the crimson moon, his face was already somewhat distorted. His voice was sharp and even a little distorted. Because this is happy town. Because the queen is sleeping here. Because everyone in this town is her people, including me. And now, he took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the town. Countless of the neat and compact houses in the town had been destroyed by Lu Xun's charge, leaving a scar that ran through the town. Kin Ran's voice was a little crazy from despair. You've already woken her up. Chapter 162 Chapter 162 A Family and the Queen Part 2 Chapter 162 A Family and the Queen Part 2 When Kin Ran said this, his tone was strange. It was a little crazy, but there was also an unconcealed fear. Hearing his words, his mother and sister looked up curiously. They saw that on the mountain surrounded by the small town, in the position of a small villa, something seemed to have opened its eyes. Immediately after, an indescribable, dense sound came from that direction. It was like a swarm of bees buzzed together, shaking their wings. It was also like countless fine glass shards were placed together and rubbed together. The thin mist that enveloped the 50-kilometer radius suddenly shattered like glass. At that moment, all the residents of Happy Town who were still alive and unpolluted raised their heads at the same time. They looked in the direction of the small villa on the top of the mountain, their eyes filled with awe and joy. It was the sound of the crowd running like machines. At the back of the town, on the hills full of pine and cypress, under the thick pile of pine needles, human-shaped objects sat up one after another. Then, they picked up the weapons beside them, which were mostly rusty firearms, and gathered in groups, rows after rows. They rushed down the hill and headed towards the edge of the town. These people were all wearing different clothes. Although they had rotted badly, it could still be seen that some of them were wearing the same uniform, while some were wearing white coats. Without exception, they all looked dead. But now they were alive. The dark rooms in the town also suddenly lit up with red lights. There were 2 lights in each room. Then, all the tightly shut doors were opened at the same time, and people walked out one after another. They looked like humans at first, but when they walked under the light of the red moon, they found that their spirits had been distorted. One by one, they walked to the crimson moon and opened their mouths wide. A sharp black thorn grew out of their mouths, shining coldly under the red moon. The entire town seemed to have come alive. Countless gazes were cast toward Lu Xin's position from all directions of the town. A dense and complicated sound gradually rang out in the air, making one's head hurt. The distortion of the air was even more obvious. Even the light of the crimson moon had been refracted, as if countless crimson moons had appeared. It's fun. The younger sister straightened her back slightly and looked toward the back of the town with bright eyes. She said in a low voice, but her voice was a little unclear. His mother was also looking in that direction, and it was hard to tell whether she was smiling or surprised. So it's like this. When their voices rang out, the air became even more distorted. There were more and more of those fine and complicated sounds. They looked at the villa behind the town with curiosity. A figure slowly appeared in the small villa on the mountain surrounded by the small town. She looked like a young girl, wearing an ordinary t-shirt and had long black hair. From the edge of the town, she was already very far away, but it seemed that no matter how far away she was, people could easily see her clearly. It was a very good-looking face, but his eyes were black, big, and bottomless, which made him look a little dull. The girl rose above the small villa and slowly moved forward. It wasn't until she rose more than 10 meters high and walked out of the small villa that he could see her in full. Her upper body had the figure of a young girl, but her lower body had no legs. She was dragging a huge egg behind her, or rather, a stomach like that of an ant or a bee. The stomach was 7 to 8 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. It was white as if it had been soaked in water for too long. It was full of wrinkles and embedded with some black dots. Under the crimson moon, her entire body was revealed, and her pitch-black eyes slowly turned toward Lu Xin. She is one of the most powerful mysterious creatures of the domination group that has been discovered to date. When he saw the strange and huge figure gradually appear in the direction of the small villa, Qin Ran's face also showed a kind of fanatical and admiring look that he could not suppress. And my current body, am one of her people. So, he raised his head and looked at Lu Xin. Are you sure you want to kill me in front of her? Lu Xin remained silent, and the black shadow behind him also seemed to have quieted down. Only his blood-red eyes were darker in color and filled with ruthlessness. Noticing his reaction, Qin Ran's face was filled with determination. He carried the silver box and began to slowly retreat. He was retreating in the direction of the queen. Fortunately, he had been careful and chosen to hide in this place. This way, even if there were any powerful forces chasing after him, He could use the queen's power to cut them off. However, now that the queen had awakened, he would definitely not be able to escape unscathed. However, he had already made a plan in advance. There was always a chance of survival for him, unlike falling into the hands of this monster. Kai. Before the thought disappeared from Qin Ran's mind, he suddenly felt his eardrums buzzing and his mind went blank. It took him a few seconds to react. Lu Xin had suddenly let out a roar. To be more precise, the roar came from the black shadow behind Lu Xin. Following this roar, the black shadow was expanding, twisting, and rising like a mushroom cloud. Even the thin layer of mist in the town started to shatter. The power contained in the black shadow had affected the sky above the town. The energy field had been stable all this time, so it was now changing. At that moment, Qin Ran's body trembled and his heart almost stopped. He knew that this was because the black shadow behind Lu Xin was using this method to declare its ownership of the prey. Is this monster provoking the queen? It was as if he had fallen into a nightmare, and he had no idea what was going to happen next. The black shadow's roar immediately triggered countless chain reactions. At the same time, the real residents of Happy Town made the motion that they were about to charge into the flower field. The Hafritan soldiers also raised their weapons. In the small villa on the mountain, the queen's black eyes were emotionless as she slowly took a step forward. In the air, that kind of unbearable spiritual radiation instantly intensified. It was at this moment that the bloodred light in Lu Xin's eyes faded slightly, and he regained his consciousness. In fact, when Qin Ran mentioned codename Tyrant, he had woken up, but his will was suppressed. It was only then that his father's attention was drawn to the queen of the town, and he returned to his own body. He gasped for breath, then looked up at the villa on the top of the mountain with surprise. The appearance of the queen made his scalp tingle. As he watched the people walk out of their rooms and spit out needle-like stingers from their mouths, as well as the people crawling out of the rotten soil with rusty guns in their hands, aiming at him in rows. Lu Xin finally matched these scenes with the information he had seen. In Qingang City, it was no wonder that this was a place where one could not return after entering. It was because those who entered had already become members of the town. However, they had joined the town as dead people. When he entered the town, he felt that something bad would happen if he opened the room. The reason was simple. The real residents of the town were hidden in these rooms. The secret of Happy Town was actually very simple. A queen was born here. Ants had their queen. Bees had their queen. And Happy Town also had a queen. Lu Xin couldn't be sure how strong one's mental energy was to achieve such a level of effect. However, he could understand the logic behind it. The queen had influenced the entire town and changed the living environment of all the townspeople had become her people. From then on, the queen was the center of their lives. She represented their only will. The residents of Happy Town had happy smiles on their faces. This smile was real, because as long as they could serve the queen, they would feel happy. It was no wonder that when the residents of Happy Town went out to trade for food, they only exchanged a small amount. Perhaps to them, they only needed to exchange for enough items for the queen and they had nothing else to ask for. At that moment, one of the most powerful mysterious creatures, the Queen of Happy Town, had already set her eyes on him. What should he do then? He raised his head slightly. His vision became clear, but his mind was a little confused. From the queen, he felt an unprecedented pressure. The distortion of the surrounding air, the ravings that attacked his mind, the spiritual influence that stimulated him like an electric current, causing him to see some illusionary images. All of these told him how terrifying the queen was. Therefore, even he was a little frightened at this moment, and he could not judge. He didn't know what to do, so he subconsciously looked at his family. Then, he saw his mother put her hand into the small satchel on her waist. The younger sister arched her body and bared her sharp teeth at the queen on the mountaintop. At the same time, he could also hear his father's hollow and dry laughter behind him. Lu Xin finally realized that he had to stand with his family. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they had to maintain the same attitude as their family members at critical times. And so, he also made his choice. He straightened his body slightly and raised his head, looking straight at the queen who was emitting countless spiritual radiation. The distortion in the air seemed to be magnified to its maximum at this moment. Lu Xin's addition didn't seem to affect the balance of power between the two sides, but it did change the attitude of the two sides. The entire town fell into a moment of silence. The queen, who was slowly moving forward, suddenly stopped. Her dark and empty eyes seemed to show some surprise. Chapter 163 Chapter 163 Mother's Way of Dealing with It 3 Chapter 163 Mother's Way of Dealing with It 3 The air seemed to have been compressed by a huge force, and layers of wrinkles that could be seen with the naked eye appeared. The thin mist that shrouded the town and the surrounding farmland seemed to have become much thicker in this place without light. However, it was strange that the mist became thicker, but the crimson moon in the sky became clearer and larger. This change gave people the illusion that the crimson moon was getting closer and closer to the earth. The light was as bright as blood, falling straight down. Between Lu Xin's family of 4 and the Queen of Happy Town was Qin Ran. He was also an energy user, so he could feel the scattered mental power around him and the chaos in his brain. He was so shocked that he almost screamed. He didn't expect that this ordinary-looking man from King Gang City, who was related to the escaped laboratory, would have the courage to confront one of the most powerful mysterious creatures. This gave him a preposterous feeling, and his head hurt so much that it felt like it was going to split open. That's impossible. Could it be that the information I got was wrong? He shouldn't have the strength to confront the queen now. Could it be he has already reached the second stage? That monster is really scary. Are we going to fight? Qin Ran was not the only one with a splitting headache. Lu Xin was also under immense pressure and pain. When he saw the mysterious queen of the town, he felt an indescribable pressure. The pressure was invisible and intangible, but it really existed, causing various illusions to appear in front of him from time to time. It was like pieces of broken mirrors, and each mirror reflected some broken scenes. There were a few times when he almost fell into those scenes. However, he still maintained his rationality, because he had a feeling that if he fell into that scene, he might not be able to wake up. At this moment, Lu Xin felt the urge to back out of the confrontation. This was not fear, but an instinct developed when facing a powerful and mysterious unknown creature. However, he couldn't back down because he could see his mother and sister staring at the mysterious queen. Although he couldn't see his father, he could hear his father's heavy breathing, so he knew that his father was also looking at the queen. This made him recall some scenes from his life. When facing a crazy dog, it was better to stare at its eyes, or it would pounce on you at any time. He understood that this was also a battle, so he had to stand by his family and accompany them. It was this thought that supported him and made him stand there, even though his mind was becoming more and more chaotic, with unknown and chaotic fragmented scenes and crazy and inaudible whispers reverberating in his ears. He still persevered, looking at the queen and even standing slightly in front of his sister. Blood flowed out of his nose, but his gaze became colder and colder. Her mother noticed Lu Xin's nosebleed and her expression turned cold. Then, she looked at the queen, who was also a little afraid at the moment, and stopped at the villa on the mountain, not knowing whether to move forward or retreat. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her face. It was a kind smile that did not feel any hostility. "Hello," she greeted the queen softly. The queen seemed to be startled as well. Her pitch-black and bottomless eyes seemed to have changed their angles slightly. The smile on Mother's face became more vibrant, and she nodded gently at the queen, saying, "Your little town is very beautiful." The queen's face was expressionless, but she gave off a slightly relaxed feeling. The oppressive air around them seemed to be easing up. "Don't be nervous." Her mother smiled gently at the queen. "Our family came out for vacation and helped the child with a little work. We accidentally barged into your place. I'm really sorry, but your place is really beautiful, especially these flowers." Her mother's reaction surprised Lu Xin. Mom can actually communicate with the queen. Qin Ran was even more surprised. His 3 views seemed to have collapsed. He turned around stiffly and looked at the delicate woman who had spoken. She actually tried to chat with the queen. However, what was even more shocking was what followed. In the air, a thin, uncomfortable and strange voice rang out. "Thank you," she said. The queen actually answered. Whether it was Qin Ran or Lu Zhen, both of them were obviously shocked to the extreme. The smile on her mother's face grew wider. "It's just that if they were all pink, it'd be a little monotonous. I think if we can plant some blue irises in the flower field, it would look even better. I also think that it's a little boring to only plant pink flowers, but I can't find better seeds." The queen answered again in a soft voice. They actually started to chat. Qin Ran was petrified. The confusion and needle-like feeling in Lu Zhen's mind also weakened, and what replaced it was surprise. "It's easy to find seeds. High Wall City," her mother replied with a smile, as if she was really having a casual chat with a friend. However, when she said this, Lu Zhen suddenly looked at his mother worriedly. He wanted to stop her, but he didn't say anything. Lu Zhen's mother seemed to understand Lu Zhen's thoughts, so she changed the word she was about to say and said with a smile, "You can plant the farmland and the flower field separately. In this way, the two colors can form a nice pattern. Additionally, the farmland will turn yellow in summer and white in winter when it snows. Such a pattern is constantly changing." "Yes, thank you," the queen replied in a soft voice, and the pressure around her became less and less. Even the townspeople who were holding guns and spitting out mouthparts became friendlier. They lowered their guns and the townspeople slowly retreated to the rooms behind them. "You're welcome. I'm really sorry for breaking your things. I've damaged your place." Her mother smiled gently. "It seems that you have to fix it yourself. What? If there's chance in the future, I'll come and play with you again. All right. I'll welcome you properly." The queen's soft voice also began to become softer, and her huge body began to retreat into the small villa. The surrounding pressure seemed to have become the same as before. Qin Ran, who had fallen into the withered flower field and could not stand up, was in a state of complete shock. He stared blankly at the queen as she quietly returned to the small villa on the mountain. He also saw the aptitude user from Qinggang City, the black shadow behind him, the woman in the sun hat, and the twisted little girl. They turned their heads at the same time, 8 eyes looking at him at the same time. An indescribable panic rose from the bottom of his heart. Lu Zhen didn't expect the queen to be so reasonable despite her terrifying appearance. He didn't really understand what was going on, but he could feel that the queen was no longer hostile. Looking at the family around him, he could also sense that his mother seemed to be slightly relieved. His sister just looked a little strange, and his father could clearly feel that he was a little unwilling, but he did not seem to have any objections to his mother's way of handling things. Now that this matter had been resolved, the only one left was naturally Qin Ran. Just as Lu Zhen was thinking about this, his father's hollow and dry laughter suddenly rang in his ears. Then, Lu Zhen saw his arm being lifted up, and a black shadow was wrapped around it. The hand went out of control and grabbed at Qin Ran, who was in front of him. He could feel his father's anger and knew what he wanted to do to Qin Ran. He quickly supported himself with his arm and did not let his father catch him. "I still have something to ask him," he explained to his father in a low voice. Qin Ran had mentioned something that he was very concerned about, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it. "Hey ha!" His father's laughter was even louder. "What's there to ask about such a piece of trash? Kill him. It'll only be clean after killing him." Lu Zhen could feel the pressure on his arm increasing. He tried to grab Qin Ran. "I said I still have something to ask him." Lu Zhen persisted and tried his best to control his arm. "Trash. Trash. You're also trash. A coward. A cowardly trash." His father's voice suddenly became extremely irritable as he shouted loudly. Lu Zhen's mind went blank, as if he had been squeezed into a strange place. The blood from his nose suddenly increased and gushed out. It was as if his heart was being pressed down by an invisible hand. It wasn't just his right hand. He was about to lose control of his entire body. "You should go back." Her mother suddenly turned around and looked at her father with a blank expression. "Go back." His father's voice had a strange tone, and then he laughed with some restraint. It was hollow and deep. Ha. Chapter 164. Chapter 164. After all, they are family. Chapter 164. After all, they are family. His father didn't want to go back this time. Lu Xin's heart tensed up. He could feel the unwillingness and greed in his father's heart. And he could also feel that his heart and brain were under an indescribable, huge pressure. This made him feel like he was being ghost-pressed in bed when he was under particularly great pressure. His consciousness became extremely clear, but his body was not under his control at all, and panic shrouded his whole body. At this moment, the most terrifying thing was not being unable to move. Instead, he felt as if his consciousness was sinking. It felt like she was sinking into a bottomless pit. She didn't know if she could still wake up after she really sank in, so he could only force himself to hold on and clench his right hand. Lu Xin knew what would happen if his father grabbed Qin Ran with his right hand, so he could not back down. He clenched his right hand tightly, determined not to let his father finish what he was doing. The younger sister arched her body, even angrier than when she was facing the queen. She shouted, "You're not allowed to bully, brother." However, no matter how angry she was, she only dared to scream and shout. She didn't dare to rush up. "The more you act like this, the more I can't let you out." Her mother's expression turned cold. She spoke slowly and in a heavy tone. "Are you angry or afraid? Where do you think you're going? We're a family. If a family can't take care of each other, who else can you trust in this world? Do you really want our family to start falling apart right now?" As she spoke, she had already raised her palm. She stretched out 2 fingers. Lu Xin could clearly feel his father's trembling. It was as if his father was filled with fear and anger. But this time, he did not back down. It was a feeling of wanting to put up a fight even though he was afraid and end everything once and for all. Lu Xin could even feel his father's strength growing. His body had already become stiff, and that cold feeling was about to cover his entire body. "I want to make you into toy. The kind that can't move." The younger sister's eyes turned red, and her tender voice seemed to have changed. Her mother looked at her father and reached into her bag, revealing half of her scissors. At that moment, Qin Ran was the one who was the most devastated. He could feel the mental energy fluctuations coming from the aptitude user who came from Qinggang City. He saw that the aptitude user's hand was already in front of him, but the hand was trembling. The 5 fingers slowly opened, then clenched with difficulty. His mind was blank. His neck was stiff, and he didn't dare to move. He had always been a person who was very good at seizing opportunities, but at this time, he did not dare to move, because he realized that if he moved even a little, it could lead to terrible consequences. His mother and sister seemed to be ready for a big fight with his father. As for his father, he seemed to want to give it a try at this time. Lu Xin could only clench his fists and use this method to fight against the pressure his father was putting on him. His heart contracted fiercely, and he didn't know what kind of power it would release when it bounced back up. But at this moment, a hesitant voice sounded, "Can you not quarrel here?" The family of 4 suddenly turned their heads at the same time and looked at the small villa on the mountain behind Happy Town. They saw that Queen Mystic, who had just retreated back into the villa, had half of her body out again. Her eyes were empty, and her face was expressionless. However, they seemed to be able to sense a hint of embarrassment from her. She was clearly very unhappy, but she did not want to say it. This voice interrupted the family's dispute. The pressure on Lu Xin's body was greatly reduced. "Oh, I'm sorry," the mother said apologetically to Queen Mystic before turning to Lu Xin, or rather, her father, with a cold smile on her face. "Did you see that people are already laughing at our family? How long do you want to keep this up?" His father was silent. He looked at Lu Xin with cold eyes, then looked up the mountain. "No one will help you if you cause trouble," her mother continued. Lu Xin felt the pressure on his body lessen. His father's hollow voice rang in his ears. "Hi-ha, I was just joking with him." Lu Xin could feel his father's menacing and sinister gaze sweep over him. His voice grew heavy as he said, "But I won't change my mind. He's useless. You may protect him now, but he'll kill you sooner or later." Just you wait. One day, he will kill all of us. At that time, it will be too late for you to regret. The pressure on his body disappeared completely in an instant. Seeing his father leave, Lu Xun stood at the door and glared at himself before turning around and walking back into his room. The door of the room was slammed shut, showing his extreme dissatisfaction. Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief as his vision cleared. He saw the flower field under the red moon and Qin ran in front of him, who was covered in cold sweat. Beside her stood her mother, who seemed to be slightly relieved, and her sister, who was looking at her with her head tilted. In the villa behind Happy Town, the queen once again shrank back. Has it ended? He subconsciously said softly. It's over. What do you plan to do? His mother looked at him gently. Lu Xun looked at Qin Ran and remained silent for a while before he said, he did something bad in Qinggang. I should bring him back and get back what they stole. Then, I should hand them over to the headquarters. Also, after a slight pause, he continued, I just heard him say a lot of things that I'm interested in. I want to ask him what's going on. Yes, I do know some things about you. It was at this moment that Qin Ran noticed the change in Lu Xun's body. His eyes darted around and he suddenly said in a loud voice, I don't know what kind of state you think you are in, but all of this is fake. Actually, her mother had taken out a pair of scissors and cut it gently. In Lu Xun's field of vision, he saw Qin Ran's mouth opening and closing. He seemed to be excited. He glared at Lu Xun, as if he was trying to tell Lu Xun something through these words. However, he did not know that he could no longer make a sound. I also know that he knows some things about you, and you really want to understand these things. Lu Xun's mother looked at him and said, the painting is in his suitcase. There are also other documents in the suitcase. It's about the crying boy and some things about you. You don't have to listen to him because he might lie to you. If you look at the documents directly, it'll seem more real and reliable than what you hear from him. But, at this point, his mother suddenly stood in front of Lu Xun. At the same time, the younger sister stared at Qin Ran, grinding her 2 rows of sharp teeth. Lu Xun looked at his mother in shock, not understanding what she meant. I don't want to stop you from knowing these things. His mother looked at Lu Xun with a gentle gaze. Her beautiful eyes dimmed as she said softly, but can you promise me one thing when you reach the second stage? Look at the things in this box. She spoke slowly, her voice pleading. Zero the wise. You won't be able to take it. Lu Xun was stunned. He didn't know what his mother meant by can't take it, but in his memory, this was the first time his mother had begged him. After a long time, he slowly nodded. Wow. The moment he nodded, his sister's face suddenly showed an excited expression and she pounced on Qin Ran. Lu Xun could see Qin Ran's body convulsing. He seemed to have heard a scream, but he could not hear it. We can't bring his spiritual body back, and his body is someone else's. It's impolite to take it away directly. Her mother had once again become exquisite and elegant. She explained with a smile, Izo, you'll let my sister play with it. Chapter 165 Chapter 165 The Arrival of the Support Team 1 Chapter 165 The Arrival of the Support Team 1 Lu Xun carried his silver suitcase in one hand and his bag in the other as he walked out of Happy Town. Sitting on the hillside, he took out a box of cigars from his bag, which was given to him by Master Snake when he was in Blackwater Town. He opened his mouth wide and held it in his mouth. Then, he flicked the cigarette butt with the lighter for a long time. He flicked it hard and finally lit the cigar. Cough cough. Lu Xun coughed a few times, feeling a musty smell. However, he was still reluctant to throw it away. So he prepared to slowly get used to the moldy smell. Perhaps this was the taste that rich people liked. After smoking for a while, he picked up the signal flare and fired it straight into the air. Then, he smoked while waiting for the lizard to pick him up. Looking up at the sky, he realized that the moon was in the east, as if it had just risen. Looking at the electronic watch on his wrist, he found that the numbers on it were a little messy. Some became 8, some became A, and it was no longer possible to use it to judge the time. Lu Xun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. From the looks of it, It was just nightfall. However, when he first entered Happy Town, it was already dark. After fighting for so long and walking so far, why did it still look dark? He only frowned slightly and then let go. Lu Xun felt that he would not be able to figure this out with his high school education in Qinggang City. Then he wouldn't think about it. In any case, all of this was definitely related to the mysterious queen. When Lu Xun thought of this queen, he could not help but click his tongue. After knowing the truth about Happy Town, he could not imagine just how powerful a person's mental energy was to be able to cover an area of 50 kilometers and keep affecting it. What kind of terrifying ability could turn a small town into a beehive? Lu Xun shook his head. The residents of Happy Town might no longer be normal people. When he thought about how so many people had long been contaminated, he actually felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. But he couldn't help them, because he knew very well that he could not afford to offend the queen. After all, even her mother had to wave and say goodbye to her when she left with her. She had some questions to ask her mother, but she wasn't here. Not only was she not around, but even his sister was not by his side. When they left the town, her mother said that her father was upset and was alone at home. She was worried, so she brought her sister home to accompany him first. Lu Xun didn't reject the offer because he could tell that there was more to it than that. His father, who had been forced to go back, was in a very bad mood. There seemed to be some differences between the family members. His mother and sister might have to go back and discuss something with his father. It's fine to have someone to talk to. Lu Xun looked at the empty wilderness for a long time before gently blowing out a puff of smoke. Suddenly, the bright lights of a car swept over from afar, followed by the crazy roar of an engine. Under the moonlight, on the abandoned road in the distance, a steel monster was running at full speed. Lu Xun's mood immediately improved. The steel monster did a beautiful drift in front of Lu Xun and came to a sudden stop, causing the car to shake slightly. A few fresh bullet holes could be seen on the huge body of the car. The lizard stuck its head out of the driver's seat window and looked at them sneakily. Lu Xun didn't know why he was being so careful, and he also looked at him with a strange expression. The lizard pulled down its sunglasses and looked at Lu Xun seriously. Age, name, sexual orientation. Lu Xun looked at him helplessly and said, "Stop it." The lizard heaved a sigh of relief. It pushed open the car door and mumbled, "Have to be careful." By the way, sizing Lu Xun up, he lowered his voice and said, "Ellis, it's settled." Lu Xun nodded and patted the silver suitcase beside him. The two aptitude users have been dealt with. The things they took from Qinggang are here, and the exploration of Happy Town can be considered to have been completed. The lizard's mouth formed an O shape as it listened to Lu Xun's nonchalant description. After a long while, he said, "Yes, is it the kind of solution that I understand?" "Yeah." Lu Xun nodded. The lizard's face suddenly revealed a confused expression as it had too many emotions it wanted to express. After a while, he suddenly jumped out of the car and jogged over to Lu Xun. He stood at attention and said loudly, "Captain, Vice Captain, Gecko reporting for duty. After receiving your signal flare, I went to snipe them and found that the 4 mercenaries who attacked Qinggang City were escaping. I immediately pursued them and finally killed 3 of them and captured 1 alive. He's tied up in the backseat." Lu Xun was a little taken aback by the lizard's seriousness. After a while, he slowly replied, "Then all right." The lizard immediately moved aside and said, "Please get in the car." Lu Xun slowly stood up and muttered, "Actually, you don't have to be so polite." "No, this is not being polite. This is just my respect for the captain," Lizard explained seriously. "You've worked hard." As Lu Xun made his way to the car, he asked, "LTS not hard?" "No, you've just worked hard." The lizard insisted on its own opinion and ran over to open the door to the passenger seat for Lu Xun. Sitting in the car, Lu Xun looked back and saw a man in a mercenary's uniform. He was tied up and thrown in the back seat. There was an ability suppressor on his face, and he seemed to be in a daze. In order to avoid trouble, let him have a good sleep first, the lizard explained with a smile. He suddenly thought of something and said sternly, Do you want me to throw him into the trunk so that uncle, auntie, and sister can have some space? Lu Xun was surprised at how thorough the lizard's plan was. After a while, he shook his head and said, "No need." The lizard confirmed it again and again before starting the car with relief. When the huge steel monster started to move away from Happy Town, both Lu Xun and the lizard let out a sigh of relief. As if they had a tacit understanding, they did not mention Lu Xun entering Happy Town to complete his mission for the time being. Lu Xun only remembered one thing when the car had steadily driven onto the main road. What about their loot? While driving, the lizard said proudly, 4 submachine guns, pistols, bullets, and a few small apples. Little apple. Lu Xun looked at the lizard in confusion. That's right. The lizard found a round object with a ring on it and tossed it in its hand. This one. Lu Xun felt his scalp go numb. Put it back. No way, Captain. You're someone who can seal thousands of mental corruption without leaking. And you're still worried about this. The lizard mumbled and threw the grenades into the bag beside its feet. There were still a few more inside. Lu Xun's hair stood on end at the sight of this. It seemed that the matter had been resolved. Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair. It seemed that his vice-captain was indeed quite reliable. He had dealt with those mercenaries and seized a lot. He was stronger than after the battle just now. She knew that Qin Ran must still have a lot of supplies. Even a truck left somewhere in the town. But her mother was in a hurry to go back. And he really didn't have the courage to go to the queen and ask for these things back without the company of his family. It was a pity. Lu Xun suddenly thought of something and turned to the lizard with a serious expression. Where's the car? What the lizard was? A motorcycle. Weren't they on 4 motorcycles when they escaped? Lu Xun asked sternly. That. The lizard stuttered for a moment before it said. Throw? Where did you throw it? Lu Xun frowned. I know. The lizard also looked at Lu Xun in confusion. Captain. No. Brother Lu. Do you think we can bring it back? Lu Xun thought about the size of the car he was in, as well as the roof and trunk, and remained silent. He didn't want to make things difficult for the lizard, so he hesitated and said, why don't we call for the support team? Gecko was dumbfounded. Brother Lu, we're in the wilderness. How can there be a support team in the wilderness? Lu Xun recalled what his mother had told him when she brought his sister home. He nodded and said, there are. Under his insistence, the lizard stopped the car doubtfully, then set up a signal receiver and took out a satellite phone to make a call. One could hear the nervousness in his voice. Yes, Shan Bing has already come out of the town. I'm fine. It's very normal. My arms and legs are even. His mental state is normal. I've already checked. That's right. He has already cleared out the night order's aptitude users and taken back what they had stolen. I'm calling you now to call for the support team to enter the field. Don't ask me how he solved it. And don't ask me why I invited the support team to enter. He's the captain. I'm the vice-captain. A qualified vice-captain would never question the captain's orders. All right. I'll wait. He put down the phone and said to Lu Xun in a daze. They agreed. But I still don't know where this reinforcement team came from. Lu Xun didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked around at the pitch-black wilderness with a thoughtful expression. After a while, in the depths of the wilderness, a row of bright lights suddenly shone over, followed by deafening engine roars. Fully armed, off-road vehicles loaded with elite warriors appeared in their field of vision. Then, the sound of propellers could be heard in the air. 2 helicopters appeared in the air, and the lights of the helicopters intersected. In the wilderness, the lizard was dumbfounded, and the satellite phone in its hand fell to the ground. 3 special task force members in black combat suits and special glass helmets ran toward them. He stood still 3 meters away and saluted them. He said loudly, Qinggang City Defense Department 2nd, 4th, and 7th Special Forces, reporting for duty. We've received instructions from the highest-ranking officer of the city, Defense Department. We can carry out all rescue and annihilation missions. Looking at the 3 higher-ranking Special Forces leaders, the lizard was rendered speechless. It turned to Lu Xun in embarrassment. Lu Xun was also dumbfounded. These people didn't look like a support team. However, their appearance seemed to give people a better sense of security than the support team. After calming down, he slowly said, "They're that direction." The three special task force captains immediately looked over vigilantly. One of them even swallowed nervously. In the distance, many soldiers immediately turned their guns and pointed them at him. "There are 4 motorcycles over there. Please find them," Lu Xin said. "After that, help us transport it back." Chapter 166 Chapter 166 Pressure Executioner's Ultimate Move Lu Xin version. Chapter 166 Pressure Executioner's Ultimate Move Lu Xin version. After the Red Moon incident, many mysterious and unknown changes had occurred in the wilderness. The lunatics who had once caused the collapse of human civilization and order were only a small part of them. This was because when people recovered from the initial state of being frightened by lunatics and began to understand and master the characteristics of these lunatics, they found that these lunatics were only lunatics. However, there were some unexplainable phenomena, such as the Crimson Moon mutants that only existed in ghost stories in the wilderness, as well as some strange forbidden zones that were impossible to analyze and whose truths were unknown. These were the greatest dangers in the wilderness. In the end, this feeling of danger came from the vastness of the wilderness and the insignificance of human exploration. No matter what, it was necessary to be vigilant at all times when traveling in the wilderness. This was the first rule. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. For people like Lu Xin and the Lizard, who were escorted by 3 special combat squads, a reserve force, and 2 helicopters in the air, they could even take a nap in the car, let alone be on high alert. Lu Xin had a good sleep in the car. The matter with the knights had been resolved, and the things they had stolen had been taken back. His father had already vented his anger once. This made Lu Xin feel more relaxed than ever. Perhaps the Lizard was homesick and was eager to return to Qingying City. It only took a day and a half on the road, and at the dawn of the 3rd day, they arrived in front of the 2nd satellite city gate. The patrolling soldiers on the high wall had been notified in advance. When the figure of the steel monster appeared in the range of the spotlights in front of the west gate of the city, the steel suspension bridge had already been slowly lowered. One could see that someone was waiting on the other side of the bridge. Shenjing was wearing a fitting military uniform, which complemented her slender figure and made her look more heroic. She was the type of woman who was extremely beautiful, but no one dared to look directly at her. Therefore, both Lizard and Lu Xin only dared to steal glances at her. "It only took you 4 days, 13 hours and 54 minutes to come back." Shenjing glanced at her watch as Lu Xin got out of the car. Although her expression was still calm, she seemed to be smiling. "LTS less than half of the time you estimated. I think when this news reaches the ears of those professors, they will be arguing about what rank to give you." How brutal. Lu Xin recalled the professor's short hair and immediately understood the cruelty of their argument. "All right, report the progress of the mission." After Chen Jing joked for a while, she became serious and asked seriously. Lu Xin had wanted to tell her a joke, but he didn't expect her to be so good at it. He subconsciously turned serious and said, "There were a total of 7 knights who entered the city to attack us. 3 of them were aptitude users and 4 of them were mercenaries. As of now, all 3 aptitude users have been eliminated. 2 of them have been eliminated and the last one should be on his way back. Right, 3 out of 4 mercenaries died. They've already gotten back the painting that they stole. And they've also seized 5 motorcycles." "Are you sure the 2 aptitude users are dead?" Chen Jing frowned. "I'm sure. Not a single one of them is left." Lu Xin nodded. Shen Jing's eyebrows raised slightly. Lu Xin thought for a moment. He knew that she and the special investigations team behind her must be very concerned about the details of his mission. On the way back, he had actually thought about it a few times in his heart. "Of these 3 aptitude users, one of them is a puppet," he said slowly. "I caught up with him in Blackwater Town. You can go back and rest," Shen Jing said. Shen Jing looked at Lu Xin's surprised expression and smiled. There's no rush to report the mission. It's already a good thing that you're back. Or rather, you're back safely. Rest for 2 days and you'll have a chance to report the mission. Lu Xin was slightly surprised. He did not expect Chen Jing to trust him so much. And this kind of relief, although it was a small matter, it made people feel very comfortable. Is this still the senior Colonel Chen who values his work more than his? The lizard was dragging the mercenary he had captured out of the car. From afar, it smiled and said, "The person who was captured alive is here. Let me tell you, there were a total of 7 people in the night regiment this time. Captain, Brother Lu, took care of 3, while I took care of 4 by myself. I even captured 1 alive. So my contribution is not small. Leader Chen, you mentioned about Linda. I'll inform her. Just wait patiently for 2 days." Chen Jing turned to look at the lizard, a faint smile on her face. 2 days. You haven't told her? The lizard was obviously stunned. I wasn't sure if there was a need to tell her before. It's a surprise for us that you're able to come back alive, Chen Jing said with a smile. A smile appeared on his face for a moment, then he retracted it. After a long while, he suddenly shivered. It's done. Chen Jing took the silver suitcase from Lu Xin and said to Lu Xin and the lizard, "The vehicle to send you back has been arranged. I will escort the things you bring back to the research institute. There will also be special people to clean up the materials. Both of you have 3 days off. You can think about how to write the mission report this time. Keep the phone open. I'll inform you if anything happens." Seeing that she had already made all the necessary arrangements, Lu Xin and Gecko could only reply in unison. Yes. Chen Jing took a pair of handcuffs and cuffed the silver suitcase to her wrists. Then, under the escort of 2 teams in black protective suits, she sat in a car and left. Another group of people came over and recuperated the man who captured the lizard. After asking Lu Xin and the lizard if there was anything left in the car, they drove the steel monster away. Lu Xin and Gecko instantly felt as if all the pressure on them had been lifted. When they got into the jeep, they looked at each other and heaved a long sigh of relief. Mr. Chan, Mr. Lizard, where are you going? The driver was still the bald one with the indifferent expression on his face. However, his tone seemed to be more respectful than before. The blue ocean. I'm scared to death, the lizard immediately shouted. I have to go and relax. The lizard was slightly dumbfounded, but it immediately smiled and encouraged him. Brother Lu, you're not going. He had been under so much pressure along the way. If he didn't relax, what if he lost control in the future? Don't worry. It's all thanks to you for taking care of me along the way. I'll pay for tonight's expenses. Lu Xin's expression changed drastically. However, after some serious consideration, he smiled and shook his head. Send him off first. 40 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the old building. Lu Xin alighted from the car and said to the driver, "Thank you." He smiled as he thought about the lizard's speed as it charged into the blue ocean. It could be seen that the lizard really liked this. However, after carrying out such a tense and dangerous mission, it was indeed good to have such a hobby to relax. After all, he thought back to the various battles and mysteries he had experienced 4 days ago when he left the city and came back today. He couldn't help but shiver as he thought. That was so dangerous. It was a pity that he was different from the lizard, and the way he released the pressure was different. He could relieve the pressure like this, but she couldn't. This wasn't a matter of who was treating. No matter who was treating, Lu Xin's heart ached a little. Let's go upstairs and have dinner with our family first. In recent years, this was the longest separation from his family. His father's behavior during their final parting had caused tension between the family members. Lu Xin also realized that even if he returned home this time, the scene he would face would not be as warm and comforting as before. Lu Xin let out a soft sigh and began to walk into the dark, old apartment building. Just as he was about to enter the old building, his satellite phone suddenly rang. Mr. Shan Bing, I heard you're back. The person who called was Han Bing. Her voice was still soft and gentle, and it was very pleasant to hear. Yes. You know, Lu Xin said with a smile as he stopped in front of the apartment building. I knew it the moment you came back. I thought you were almost done with work, so I called you. Congratulations! You've completed the mission exceptionally well this time, Han Bing said with a smile. Lu Xin replied with a smile as he sat down on the steps beside her. I'm just doing my best. If everyone is willing to do their best, the construction of our city will be much better. Han Bing praised Lu Xin with a smile. Also, while you were out of the city, I've already helped you sort out and summarize the previous tasks and rewards. I'm just waiting for you to agree. All the rewards should be. Wait. Lu Xin hurriedly stopped her. He then took out a half-smoked cigar and slowly lit it. Say it one by one. Han Bing suddenly understood Lu Xin's intention and laughed happily. On the other end of the phone, her voice became very serious as she slowly said, Mr. Shan Bing reported the zoo father and daughter for hiding the painting for our special investigation department. This is an encouraging act. We will be paid 10,000 yuan. When the rose incident spread, Mr. Shan stopped the spread of the contaminated people in Wanzhong Mall. The reward is 100,000 yuan. The mental pollution bomb under the south wall of Satellite City No. 2 has been evaluated as a level low danger. The reward is 300,000. Your training at the guard bureau. Your allowance is 200 yuan a day. It's been 7 days now. He listened to Han Bing counting the things he had completed one by one, as well as the rewards that followed. Lu Xin sat down on the steps with his phone in his hand, a wide smile on his face. Chapter 167 Chapter 167 The Secret of a Single Soldier 1 Chapter 167 The Secret of a Single Soldier 1 The helicopter landed on the roof of a 30-story building in the main city of Qingang. Surrounded by the dense indicator lights on the edge of the building, the propeller had not stopped spinning. Shenjing carried the silver safe and walked out of the cabin. She bent over and walked to a platform connected to the roof. There were armed personnel in thick protective suits waiting for her. The group went down the stairs and came to an office on the 33rd floor that was filled with a cold and hard sense of technology. Chen Jing passed by a complicated scanning instrument and then walked to the end of the corridor. There was a spacious conference room that had long been waiting for her. Other than a few technicians in white protective suits, there were only 3 people in casual clothes in the conference room. Professor Bai, Department Head Shen, and Mr. Su. Although the 3 of them were dressed in casual clothes, they were also wearing special protective masks. Looking at their expressions and the way they sat quietly in the office, it seemed that they had been waiting for Chen Jing for a long time. This is something that I took back from the hands of the knights. Chen Jing placed her silver suitcase on the conference table. The person unlocked her handcuffs and looked at the 3 people in front of her. On the way here, I have carefully checked it. This is a special password box. If there is no password, you can only use brute force to break the password lock. Now that the box has no trace of damage, it can be determined that Shan Bing did not open the box. After he took back the box, he didn't think of hiding anything. He naturally handed the box to us. Shen Jing emphasized this sentence and then said, based on Professor Bale's previous analysis, we can reasonably deduce that the mysterious Crimson Moon painting, the information on the mental pollution bomb, and Chief Shen continued her sentence expressionlessly, information about the escaped laboratory. Shenjing nodded and pushed the box between the 4 of them. Her voice was slightly low and even trembling. Shan Bing's secret might be in this box. The atmosphere in the meeting room was slightly tense. Director Shen knocked on the table and said, 0 Pennet. The staff, who had been waiting on the side, immediately gathered around. First, they set up a layer of high-strength explosion-proof glass devices. Then, they used various sophisticated instruments to check the box, checking if there were any hidden blasting mechanisms inside, looking for an unlocking device, and so on. At this time, Shenjing sat down on the other side of the conference table, her face calm and serious. I want to know. She could not help but look up at Professor Bai and said, if he is really related to the laboratory, what will we do? There's no need to rush. We still don't know what clues there are in here, Professor Bai said with a smile. What if there is one? Chen Jing frowned. Yes, Director Shen said coldly. Regardless of whether there is or not, we have to follow the rules and regulations. Chen Jing frowned deeply and looked at the silver suitcase that had been surrounded by various precision instruments. Be earned quite a lot this time. Meanwhile, in Satellite City No. 2, Lu Xin had just finished listening to Han Bing's story. He was overjoyed, although he did not laugh out loud. The smile on his face could not be stopped. He would not have known if he had not counted, but after counting, he realized that the reward was quite considerable. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known I could earn so much. Lu Xin couldn't help but thank Han Bing sincerely. Mr. Shan Bing, you really don't have to be so polite. I've said it before. I'm on your side. Han Bing's mood sounded very good. Still, thank you. Also, there's something else I need your help with. Lu Xin added hurriedly. You're welcome. You're welcome. You can tell me anything about you, no matter how big or small it is, said Han Bing hastily. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Xin's mood was getting better, so he didn't hold back. You're really good at accounting. You've applied for all the rewards that should be applied for. But aside from the rewards before we leave the city, I might have to trouble you after we leave the city. This time, I got rid of the 3 abilities of the knights and took back the paintings they took away. At the same time, I also discovered the secret of Happy Town. Yeah. He's really amazing. Mr. Shan Bing, you're amazing. Han Bing exclaimed in surprise. Lu Xin's face reddened slightly at her praise. It's nothing. It's just a coincidence. These few missions. Mr. Shan, don't worry. Of course, Han Bing promised with a smile. Such a mission requires a certain review and inspection before the reward is issued. Therefore, the procedure should be for you to submit the work report first and get the approval of the higher-ups before the mission. Reward is issued. I'm very familiar with the process of these things. Whether it's the early work report or the remuneration application. Later, it'll help you keep an eye on each link. Alright. Lu Xin's mood brightened as he continued. However, it's not just these. I also brought back 5 motorcycles. This can be considered a reward for the mission, and there will be a corresponding subsidy. Han Bing said with a smile. Yes. This is the most important. Also, Lu Xin chuckled. You'd better leave me a motorcycle. I don't need to take the subway when I go out. No problem. I'll report this to the higher-ups. In addition, there's also the losses of this mission and the corresponding subsidies. The wear and tear is quite serious. Lu Xin thought back carefully and replied in a serious tone. He was fined 3,000 yuan in Blackwater Town for firing a gun. When we entered Happy Town, I gave someone 100 RMB to ask for directions. Also, when I was in Happy Town, I fired a shot to deal with that regiment of knights, and I used up about 10 bullets. Han Bing noted them down one by one and said with a smile, Okay, I'll write it down and apply for reimbursement for you. That's great. Thank you so much. Lu Xin said gratefully. You're welcome. You've worked hard. No, I should thank you. I should help you deal with these small things. I should thank you too. After a few extended exchanges of small talk, Lu Xin hung up the phone in a good mood. Then, he walked into his husband's apartment with light steps. He thought that even if he had to face his father, who had a bad attitude, it would not be a problem. There was nothing that could not be gotten over between family members. He should have a good talk with his family. For example, when his sister interrogated the puppet ability user, he had been hiding some things. When Qin Ran almost said it out loud, it made his mother a little nervous. He had to bring it up and discuss it. Kata. At the same time, in the meeting room on the 33rd floor of the main city, a clear sound was heard as the silver suitcase was opened. After a short observation, they found nothing unusual in the box. The group of staff in white protective clothing slowly opened the box. After a brief inspection, They placed the box on the conference table and returned to the conference room with the equipment. In the huge conference room, only Chen Jing, Department Head Shen, Professor Bai, and Mr. Su were left. There wasn't much space in the box. There was only a long tube wrapped in black cloth and 3 sealed document bags. This should be the painting. They've already put it away. Under the gaze of the 3 people, Chen Jing picked up the long tube wrapped in black cloth. Judging from the length, it was easy to recognize that this was the painting that was brought into Satellite City by the Zhu father and daughter before it was snatched away by the knights on Jiudiang Road. The importance of this painting was self-evident. Everything had been triggered by it. However, the people in the meeting room did not pay any attention to the painting. Chen Jing only showed them the painting once before she placed it in a specially prepared glass cabinet. Later, she had to take this painting to the research institute to determine its nature. Then, Chen Jing picked up the 3 documents and saw the printed words Zfnhuan, Xianyao 2, and Ikla 3 on them. Chen Jing first opened folder Liao 1 and found a document inside. It generally described a painting named The Gaze of the Crimson Moon. There were some clues about the painting, such as where the painting was first discovered, and who had it later. It was obvious that there was information about the painting. Chen Jing showed it to Professor Bai and the others, and then put it together with the painting. The second folder was opened. Inside were some photos and a set of data on the mental bone coefficient of crying boy. Chen Jing frowned slightly and showed it to the crowd, then put it in another place. At this time, there was only the 3rd document left in the box. Chen Jing breathed a sigh of relief and was a little nervous. Director Shen's expression also clearly became more serious. Professor Bai, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. No one could tell what he was thinking. Teacher Su smiled and knocked on the table. Don't be so nervous. Open it. Chapter 168 Chapter 168 Families Promise Part 2-1. Chapter 168 Families Promise Part 2-1. The old building was dark and quiet as usual. Room 4-1 on the 4th floor still had a warm light coming in through the crack in the door. Lu Xin was prepared to receive his father's angry glare when he pushed the door open. However, to his surprise, after he pushed open the door and walked in, he saw a happy and harmonious scene. His sister was sitting on the sofa, watching TV. The TV was playing the same old SpongeBob SquarePants. She was still nibbling on a piece of black chocolate in her hand. It was as if she was worried that she would finish it all at once, so she scraped it bit by bit with her sharp teeth. She could only scrape a little bit each time, but she looked very happy, and her eyes were curved. Her mother was on the phone by the window, her face full of smiles. "Oh, Miss Chen, you don't know how nice it is for a family to go out. It's good for your health and your mood. Also, I met a good friend this time. The flowers she planted are very beautiful. I'll ask you to visit her next time." Even his father was sitting at the dining table, guarding an old glass bottle. He was slowly drinking his wine, but he did not seem to have drunk too much. There was not much tipsy on his face, and even when he saw Lu Xin enter, he only snorted. "Big brother, you guys took so long to come back." When the younger sister saw Lu Xin, she immediately pounced on him happily and reached into his pocket. Lu Xin allowed her to take the last piece of chocolate from his pocket before he carried her and placed her on the sofa. Fortunately, she did not search her backpack. There were only a dozen pieces left. Her mother put down the phone with a smile and said, "You're indeed late. I've been waiting for you to eat." Lu Xin nodded and walked to the dining table. At this time, the house had been cleaned up. The chairs that were broken by his father and mother in the fight had been repaired and placed neatly on the table. There were some exquisite dishes on the table, although it looked the same as before. With most of the dishes being green, it was obviously more sumptuous than before. At least, there was a plate of scrambled eggs near Lu. Lu Xin really liked this feeling. Entering the house this time made him feel surprisingly at ease. He sat down quietly and said with a smile, "If you're hungry, you can eat first. Don't wait for me." His father, who was drinking, put down his glass heavily. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little tense. His mother and sister looked at their father at the same time. His father seemed to have thought of something. He pursed his lips unnaturally and said, "I know I'm waiting for you. Come back earlier." Next time Lu Xin's mood immediately relaxed, and he nodded with a smile. "I know." It turned out that his father wasn't angry this time. Or rather, he had been angry all this time, but his mood was much better than before. If we're not wrong, this should be the laboratory data on the escape. Shen Jing picked up the last document printed with the word 3 and slowly said, "We all know how important this document is. Even the 6 professors in the research institute don't have enough authority to know the contents. So I didn't let them know because their mouths are too big and they don't know how to keep secrets. Everyone here knows what's going on," Chief Shen said. "Just open it actually. Little Chen's worry is also necessary," Teacher Su said softly with a smile. "We all know how important the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute, or rather, the Alliance, is to this escaped laboratory. We never thought that it would come to our Qingyang city, so before we can confirm that we understand this secret, it's actually very reasonable for us to unify our own opinions." When Shen Jing heard this, she immediately nodded. Professor Bai, who was sitting beside them, leaned on the walking stick in her hand and said with a smile, "I think all of you have misunderstood. We are not discussing how to deal with Shan Bing. Shan Bing is a member of our special investigation department. There is no need to discuss how to deal with him. What we need to do is to understand him." He smiled and looked at Chen Jing. "Open it. We are not gambling now. We are just doing our job." Chen Jing opened her mouth slightly but closed it in the end. She couldn't object to what Professor Bai said, so she opened the document in silence. "I'm in a good mood after this trip. I even made new friends at the dining table in Satellite City No. 2. His mother smiled and said, "In the future, we can have more of such trips." His sister, who was squatting on the chair, was the first to raise her hand. Even his father only snorted once. But this time, the strength of his snort was much lighter. More like he was agreeing with this opinion. Lu Xin nodded in agreement. He too loved seeing his family happy. However, there are some bad things that need to be criticized. Mother's tone changed as she looked at father and said, "You're so hot-tempered that your family is very nervous." His father rolled his eyes and looked at his mother with slightly red eyes. However, his mother met his gaze and said sternly, "A family should trust and help each other. If you do this every time, we will no longer trust each other, and this family will be broken. So, I'm warning you seriously, if you don't get rid of this habit, then don't even think about following the whole family out in the future." His father gritted his teeth and leaned forward. The house shook slightly, and his eyes were more bloodshot, giving off a great sense of oppression. However, his mother did not waver. She only looked at him coldly. Meeting his mother's gaze, his father unexpectedly fell silent. In the end, he just gritted his teeth and sneered, no longer saying anything. Looking at his attitude, he actually seemed to have agreed. Lu Xin suddenly felt that these words might be directed at him. Her father was not so easy to talk to, and he would not suddenly suppress his anger just because of her mother's gaze. In that case, it was possible that they had reached an agreement in the day and a half before he returned to the satellite city. "All right, it's your turn to speak." At this moment, his mother turned to Lu Xin and said gently, "I know that you're very curious and have a lot of questions in your heart. Sometimes, you want to understand these things. Actually, I don't want to stop you. Really, it's just like what I told you when we were in Happy Town. On the contrary, I support you in understanding these things. After all, you're all grown up now, and you can't always be confused." Lu Xin raised his head in silence. Then, he saw that his father and sister were also looking at him. His father's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at him coldly, as if he hated him, or scared. The younger sister, on the other hand, had her eyes wide open. The only thing that could be seen was worry. In the main city's building, Shen Jing had already opened the document bag and was slowly opening it. The other 3 people at the conference table were also a little nervous. They straightened their bodies at the same time and leaned forward slightly. They didn't know what kind of secret they would see, but they knew how important it was to the alliance, especially Director Shen. He knew the importance of prying into that person's secrets. Although the last time, it was because that person had said not to pry, and the consequences were caused. This time, there was no such statement. However, the worry in his heart did not go away. With Chen Jing's movements, his heart seemed to have constricted. Then, under their expectant eyes, Chen Jing was slightly stunned. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. In their nervous eyes, Chen Jing's eyes suddenly became a little helpless. Then, she turned the file over and gently poured out a pile of paper scraps. It was already so broken that it couldn't be further broken, and it was completely impossible to recover. All right, I promise you. Back in the apartment building, Lu Xin nodded his head lightly and smiled at his mother. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly became more relaxed. The father continued to drink, while the sister ate and watched TV. A smile appeared on her mother's face as she said, in that case, I should give you this gift. From the side of the dining table, she pulled out a folder with the words of Nya 3 printed on it. She smiled and showed it to Lu Xin. This is the gift we decided to give you after discussing it. There's something you want to know in it. As she spoke, she stood up and placed the laptop in the drawer in front of the TV and locked it. She then placed the key in Lu Xin's hand and held his hand as she looked at him with a gentle gaze. But remember, you must reach the second stage before you can read it. Lu Xin tightened his grip on the keys under the watchful eyes of the entire family. Then, he nodded his head seriously. Chapter 169 Chapter 169 The Man Who Brought a Gun to Work Has Returned 3. Chapter 169 The Man Who Brought a Gun to Work Has Returned 3. Lu Xin arrived at the company at around 8 a.m. the next day. It wasn't the guard office, but the business company that he had taken a week off from. Although Chen Jing had given him 3 days of rest, Lu Xin thought about it carefully and realized that he did not have much to rest for. If he was given 3 days, he would not know where to go in the 3 days. So, he might as well go back to the company. At least he would get a salary every day. Right. Back then, the director had given him a week's leave, but he had already been away from work for 8 or 9 days. This was not good. And if he remembered correctly, it was almost time for him to be evaluated as a model employee. They walked down the narrow stairs and arrived at the office's cramped room. From afar, they could hear laughter coming from the stairway. In the middle of it, there were words like "Who got scratched by his wife again? Which colleague is dressed up today? Will definitely go to the bar after work. And if go drinking at night, might meet her," and so on. Lu Xin, who had been in a good mood recently, felt a sense of familiarity. He let out a long sigh and quickly walked up. Then, when he appeared at the top of the stairs, the laughter at the side of the stairs suddenly stopped. A few colleagues were still in a playful posture. One of them was grabbing another's shoulder from behind, while the other was squatting down, his palm like a monkey stealing a peach. He was reaching for the colleague's pocket with a smirk. The colleague who had his shoulder grabbed and was about to have his peach stolen, on the other hand, laughed. The atmosphere was indescribably cheerful. However, this happy atmosphere was frozen in an instant. They stared at Lu Xin with their eyes wide open, and the muscles on their faces twitched. "Good morning, Brother Zhao. Brother Liu, Brother Meng." Lu Xin had wanted to join them in the draw, but seeing how nervous they were, he could only smile and greet them. All right. His colleagues stared at Lu Xin blankly for a long time before they managed to react and force a smile. Lu Xin tightened the bag around his body and turned around to walk into his office. Just like in the stairwell, it was not time for work yet, so the atmosphere was lively. Some of his colleagues were gnawing on pancakes. Some were lying on the partition, chatting with a married female colleague with 2 children, and some were in the pantry, talking about their husband's problem of not paying the public food. As Lu Xin entered the office, the atmosphere began to freeze. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at Lu Xin's back. A piece of egg in their crepes fell. Lu Xin walked to his partition and put down his bag. He looked up at his colleagues. Her colleagues busied themselves with their work. Some took out their documents. Some turned on their computers. And some immediately forgave their husbands. Did someone say something bad about me? Lu Xin thought to himself. Why do I feel like my colleagues are acting weird? Hee. You're all very diligent today. Your working attitude is worth encouraging. Work harder and strive for another top performance this month. This way, we can fire 2 less Little Wang. Give me the name list of the model employees. The department director walked in excitedly with a bag under his arm. When he found that the atmosphere in the office was much more tense and cheerful than before, he thought that his usual strict orders had taken effect, and his mood was immediately lifted. He walked into his office while praising the staff, not forgetting to remind his subordinates of the documents he had asked for after work yesterday. However, as he spoke, he suddenly realized that Xiaoying's expression was not quite right. He was secretly looking in a direction. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in that direction. Then, the smile on his face suddenly became tense. Lu Xin raised his head from the cubicle and flashed a smile at the headmaster. The director's face turned into one of fear, and then he tried his best to smile from fear. His voice trembled slightly. This little Lu. Reply you're back. Yes, director. Lu Xin gratefully smiled at the headmaster. You don't welcome me back, I don't. The director almost shouted out the word. He quickly returned to normal and chuckled. How could that be? The company needs you. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Hee. That how's your sister's health? You have to do your best to take care of your family. Do you want me to give you more? How many days will it take? No need. My sister's doing fine. She's been happy for the past few days. Lu Xin replied, while smiling gratefully. He looked around with a strange look. Colleagues. Why is it so strange? The colleagues around them were also stunned, and their hair stood up a few centimeters. How could he? The director broke out in a cold sweat. With a smile on his face, he suddenly clapped hard. Welcome back, little Lu. Ha pa. Everyone in the office started clapping, and the atmosphere gradually became heated. Welcome back to work, brother little Lu. Congratulations to the Lu family for recovering. His colleagues followed their department head's lead and applauded while smiling kindly at Lu Xin. Little CEO Lu, you're finally back. Without you to keep an eye on that project, I wouldn't even know how to do it. Even Brother Zhang, who was running the procurement project for Lu Xin, ran over excitedly and placed a thick stack of documents on Lu Xin's desk. Lu Xin's sharp eyes immediately noticed that there was an envelope among the documents. It was quite thick. Thank you, everyone. Lu Xin was also quite happy to hear that. He gave everyone a kind smile. This was the atmosphere that he was supposed to have. All right, everyone. Continue with your work. The headmaster's hands were red from all the clapping, and he finally pressed them down. He had wanted to turn around and return to his office, but when he saw Lu Xin still smiling at him, he felt a little guilty and said, Little Lu is one of our company's capable employees. It's a good thing that he's back at work. Since it's Friday today, why don't we do it this way? Let's all finish up our work earlier today, and I'll treat you to a meal after work. How about that, all right? The group of colleagues cried out in excitement. They were truly happy. Okay. You guys settle your work first. If little Lu wants to take leave, come find me. The dean felt that the atmosphere made him feel more at ease. He smiled as he returned to his office. His subordinate, Xiao Wang, sent him a list of the model employees of the month. The director wiped his cold sweat as he slowly crossed out all the names on the list. Then, he wrote a new name on the list with the surname Lu, the name of the person who had the shortest attendance. What's the matter? The headmaster looked at Lu Xin's seat through the transparent glass partition. He wiped his cold sweat and sighed. I heard that this person who looks honest on the surface is a fierce person who dares to take advantage of the chaos in the city to do evil everywhere. He broke other people's legs with a stick. The whole company is saying that he is the illegitimate son of a big boss in the city. Killing without blinking. Breaking leg and robbing money. It's over. It's over. What should I do? The man who brought gun to work is back. Lu Xin quickly got into work mode and checked the work details and bills that Brother Zhang had handed in. Seeing how serious he was, Brother Zhang and Sister Sun felt a little guilty. After some discussion, they put together an envelope and sent it to him. It's been handled well. Lu Xin gave them high praise for their work. He also felt a little strange that they had completed the procurement project well while he was not in the company. Then what was he in charge of as the project leader? As he was thinking, he looked at the two thick envelopes. He was in charge of this. The department director was very generous, and it must be because the company would reimburse him. The colleagues all liked the director's treat because they could eat without restraint. As Lu Xin had just returned, the head of department was especially generous with the dinner this time. He added 2 more dishes and a drink to everyone's heart. His colleagues were also full of enthusiasm, especially after a few drinks. They were even more relaxed and came to talk to Lu Xin with their glasses in hand. Some said that he was the model employee, while others said that the company would be doomed without him. The respect they had for Lu Xin during the day had suddenly turned into enthusiasm after drinking. The respect and enthusiasm were clearly 2 extremes. Even the head of department slammed the table after a few glasses of wine. He pointed at Lu Xin and said, "Little Lu, I have to criticize you." "What?" Surprised, Lu Xin looked up at the headmaster. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. All the colleagues stopped and secretly turned their heads to look. The fat on the department director's face trembled, but he still put on the attitude of a leader. "You little brother, you're clearly dedicated and responsible in your work. Your performance is obviously so good. So why haven't I seen any supervisor application for you? What's the point of our company? It's about being proactive and daring to be the first. If you don't apply for the position of supervisor, what about me? Of course I'm applying for you. Don't worry. I'll leave my words here. I'll be the supervisor. If anyone dares to disagree, I'll curse their ancestors behind their backs." Lu Xin immediately offered a toast to the head of department. She really didn't expect that the department director not only loved his subordinates, but also quite humorous. The surrounding atmosphere became more harmonious. Everyone was good friends and good colleagues. Those who offered him a toast, those who spoke to him, and those who spoke to him. All of a sudden, Lu Xin had a few more life and death friends. Lu Xin wasn't a fan of such events, but he felt that he couldn't reject the kindness of others, so he tried his best to blend in. He waited until his colleagues left in a drunken stupor, and the director held his hand and assured him that even if he didn't go to work with a gun, the role of model employee and the supervisor position next month would definitely be reserved for him. Only then did the last batch of people leave the hotel. Slowly, he strolled to the vicinity of the guard station, where the orphanage was. She looked at the lights on upstairs and wanted to go up, but she felt that it was too late and she had been drinking. Hence, he stood there for a while, took off the water and electricity bill stuck at the entrance of the corridor, and walked away silently. Chapter 170 Mission Report 4. Chapter 170 Mission Report 4. Even though he had returned to work, Lu Xin realized that he didn't have much to do. Brother Zhang and Sister Sun had already handled the project that he was in charge of very well, and he had fallen behind a lot. Although he could catch up as soon as possible, it would be easy to disrupt their rhythm if he interfered when they were doing it steadily. As a leader, it was a great taboo to point out the work of his subordinates. Lu Xin was well aware of this. He didn't want to interfere with the work of his subordinates and wanted to build a good relationship with his colleagues. However, their enthusiasm made Lu Xin feel a little uncomfortable. Now, no matter where he went, his colleagues were all very friendly. They would let him take the water first, let him take the lunchbox first, ask him which one he liked when they talked about female colleagues, and even give him the cigarettes when they distributed them. They even praised his Zippo. However, Lu Xin didn't like the feeling of cowardice mixed with enthusiasm. He didn't like the way his colleagues avoided him. so he tried his best to avoid them. Since he had nothing to do, he began to think about how to write his mission report. Chen Jing gave herself 3 days off, which meant that she had to submit her work report after 3 days. This was a headache. It was refreshing to do a task, but it was the most troublesome to write a report while biting the pen. After some serious consideration, Lu Xin decided to make a clear distinction between what he could and could not say. The report was for the leader to see, whether it was a work report or a mission report, and what was shown to the leaders must be real. So, he started to follow this line of thought. He and the lizard followed the knights to Blackwater Town, where they captured the puppet ability user, Shen Zhang. After interrogating Chen Zhang, they found clues to where Qin Ran was hiding. Then, in order to track Qin Ran, he entered Happy Town. Because of the other party's strong resistance, he could only kill him and alert the queen of the town. The queen was terrifying, but she was also very reasonable. So in the end, he took the suitcase and left. Done. Lu Xin was very satisfied with the report. The report focused on the results and explained what he had done. As for the specific process, Lu Xin didn't think it was that important, so he skipped over it. It's not like he's writing a novel. When he was writing his monthly work summary, he did not write down the details of how he acted like a grandson in front of his clients. The company's leaders had said many times in meetings that what he wanted was results. Lu Xin spent a little more than a day writing a detailed work report and sent it to Han Bing. Han Bing had already said before that he could show her the work report first and she would give him pointers. After the computer that was connected to the High Wall City's local area network sent an email to Han Bing, Han Bing's phone call came back very quickly. She said in a soft and gentle voice, "I've already read your report. I didn't expect you to finish it so quickly. And it's very detailed." Lu Xin was actually feeling a little uneasy. "How's the writing?" "It's very well written. I'll help you polish it and submit it," Han Bing said sincerely when she praised him. That's good. That's good. Sorry for the trouble." Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief. Before Han Bing could say it's no trouble, he said, "But there's one more thing." "Go on. I'm listening," Han Bing hurriedly said. Lu Xin nodded. Seeing that there were no other colleagues around, he whispered, "Do you know what the second stage is?" "Second stage? Is it the second stage of an ability user?" Han Bing was slightly stunned. "I think so." Lu Xin nodded. Han Bing was silent for a moment, as if she was reading some information. After a while, her voice sounded again, appearing very calm. "I know this concept. It's part of the research on ability development. However, I only know a noun. The specific description and explanation of this concept is highly confidential. I can't access it directly with my current authority. However, if Mr. Shan Bing wants to know more, I will apply for it as soon as possible. This little girl is simply too good." "Thank you," Lu Xin said. "But there's no need to rush. I'll wait for your call." "You're welcome. It's my duty. I still have to thank you." After hanging up the phone, Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief. After submitting the mission report, all that was left was to wait for the corresponding reward to be approved, and then wait for Han Bing to tell him about the concept of the second stage. In fact, he had seen this name once in the previous information, but he did not explain it in detail. Lu Xin didn't really care about this, but now he had to figure it out. It had always been his wish to understand what had happened to him. Therefore, he was indeed very curious about document 3. However, his mother rarely asked him for anything. Since she said that she would go to the second stage, he would do it. However, if his ability allowed him to do so, he would do so as soon as possible. He asked about the concept of the second stage. However, Lu Xin had no idea that when he began to relax, the tension in another part of his body was building up. In Professor Bai's office in the Research Institute of the main city of Qinggang, Chen Jing was helping Professor Bai with his research as his assistant. On the screen next to her was Minister Shen's stern face. From the background, it looks like he was patrolling outside the city. Mr. Su was on speaker and was on the other end of the line. He was also very concerned about this matter. Yes, Yes. Chen Jing nodded and said, the details of the second stage are highly confidential. However, this concept is not a secret. Many people in the Special Investigation Department know about this, so it's normal for him to hear about it. The point is not whether he knows this concept or not, but we have to determine his true purpose. I've read his mission report, Director Shen said seriously. He's really sly. He explained everything he did clearly, including the 3 shots he fired in Blackwater Town and the 3,000 yuan fine he paid. Did you write so many details because you're worried that we won't even believe this? HMPH. He explained the small matters so clearly, but he didn't reveal anything about how he did it. For example, when he left Happy Town, he only said that the mysterious creature codenamed Queen had awakened, and then he said that he had come out. What's wrong is he trying to tell us that this mysterious creature is friendly and that we can retreat safely by reasoning with it. The more he spoke, the more dissatisfied he became. He was so angry that he wanted to laugh. As a soldier, this was the most unprofessional mission report he had ever seen. He's only willing to tell us what he can do, but he won't tell us the specific reasons. He must be hiding a lot of things, Director Shen concluded. You can even tell from this matter. Professor Bai raised her head and looked at the camera. She smiled and said, have you read the report submitted by the lizard? I've seen it. Minister Shen nodded. If you ask, it means you don't know anything. You are even more ruthless than Shan Bing in reporting the accounts. What does that mean? Professor Bai asked with a smile. Does this mean that he's not honest? Director Shen frowned. It means that they are actually on guard. Professor Bai shook her head and said, without waiting for Director Shen to answer, he smiled and explained. In this post-apocalyptic world, they already possess some abilities that are different from ordinary people, so it is reasonable for them to be wary. This kind of wariness is also a sign that they are the same as us. After all, our eagerness to understand their thoughts is the same as their desire to not be understood by us. Director Shen frowned slightly and didn't answer. Instead, Mr. Sus laughter came from the phone next to her. Well said, Brother Bai. Do you think we can trust him? He asked. Puzzled. It doesn't matter if you trust me or not. Professor Bai looked at Chen Jing with a smile and said, I don't have such a strong gambler's mentality. I want choose to place a bet for no reason. However, we need to understand that there is no one in this world that we can truly trust. However, we need to cooperate in order to survive in this world. Therefore, the rules were born, and the rules are to give us a foundation for us to trust each other. In the video, Director Shen was already frowning. Teacher Su's voice also fell silent for a moment before he said, then Elder Bai means follow the rules. Professor Bai smiled. Through this report and some of his previous performances, my opinion of Shan Bing has changed to certain extent. He is a person who is willing to follow the rules. For example, he has to pay fine for firing a gun in Blackwater Town. To be honest, in this post-apocalyptic world, ability users who are willing to follow the rules are the good fortune of ordinary people. They are worth us opening champagne to celebrate, and to a person who is willing to follow the rules. Professor Bai paused for a moment before continuing. The most terrifying thing is privilege. Shan Bing has the right to ask for privileges from us, but he doesn't. And the last thing we want is... His voice became more serious as he looked at the camera. LTS to exercise special rights to him. Mr. Su's voice came from the phone. So, everything should be done according to the rules. Well, follow the rules. Professor Bai nodded. Director Shen didn't refuse. After a while, he said, about the second phase. Well, follow the rules. My proposal is not to reject him, nor to skip the rules. Professor Bai said with a smile. Well, just agree to his request. After all, whether it's rejecting him or giving him the green light directly, it's a privilege and an act of breaking the rules. Professor Bai's words made Chen Jing in the office, Department Head Shen on the screen, and Mr. Su on the phone a little surprised. They could clearly understand every word that Professor Bai said, but this point of view made it difficult for them to understand. After a while, Director Shen said in a low voice, then, If he meets the requirements, we'll agree to let him enter the second stage. If the rules allow it. Of course I have to agree. Professor Bai furrowed her brows for a moment before she relaxed and said, "Why else would we set the rules?" Chapter 171 Chapter 171 Special Talent Introduction Mechanism Part. Chapter 171 Special Talent Introduction Mechanism Part 1. Department Director Liu was in a good mood the entire day. This was because Lu Xin had applied for leave again. When he saw Lu Xin waiting for him in his office early in the morning, he thought that Lu Xin was not satisfied with the reward for being the model employee. He trembled in his heart and wondered if he should give Lu Xin some money to cover the bill. However, he found out that Lu Xin was very embarrassed and said that he wanted to take a day off. He immediately approved it. Lu Xin wanted to hire him for a day, but the dean insisted on giving him 2 days. If you don't deal with your own personal affairs, how can you put your energy into work where a company that values efficiency and is also a company that has humane management? So, don't come back if you can't handle your personal affairs. Lu Xin left gratefully and took the subway to the police station. Lu Xin had just returned from his leave of absence, and it would not be appropriate for him to ask for another leave immediately. However, Han Bing had called him and told him that she had read the mission report of their trip and had checked the mission of their team. And she had confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the general gist of the mission. The reward was also going through the process of being distributed. As the amount was too large, Lu Xin had to sign it himself. When he arrived at the guard station, everything was as usual. It was as if the chaos of the past few days had become a distant memory. Whether it was those who came to report the case or to deal with the case, everyone was busy in an orderly manner. The young female police officer in the hall even asked Lu Xin if he would be having lunch there. Lu Xin agreed and went up to the 4th floor to wait. After a while, the policeman came back with a thick stack of documents, which smelled like warm ink. It looked like it had just been faxed over. Lu Xin opened the document and flipped through it page by page. He could not contain his excitement. Exploration of Happy Town due to the importance of first-hand information. Reward for Level 2 event 300,000. Mission acquired for motorcycles, firearms, bullets that's 8,000 alliance dollars. Intelligence collected 100,000. Note: due to the fight with an ability username Zhang Sihuo, the information collected during the fight was very useful in unraveling the logical chain of the special pollution incident in Satellite City No. 041 of Qinggang No. 2. Therefore, it was specially approved. Compensation for loss verification Blackwater Town fine. Ammunition loss checklist. Where's the 3 million? Lu Xin asked Mr. Shanbing. At this moment, Han Bing's voice was heard from the speaker next to the TV hanging on the wall in front of the conference room. Han Bing had always conversed with Lu Xin in this way during their previous training sessions, so he was already familiar with it. The reward this time, isn't it a little less? He asked, feeling a little strange. In fact, a large part of it was missing. Han Bing's voice appeared to be a little relaxed as she said with a smile, "I'm talking to Mr. Shanbing about this. Mr. Shanbing, there are some things that I need to discuss with you about the pursuit of the Knights. After the Knights attacked our Satellite City No. 2 of Qinggang and took the painting, the City Defense Department's original plan was to send our people to track them down and then report to the Alliance to put a unified bounty on them. However, the problem we're facing this time is the bounty hasn't even been issued yet, and you've already set off." And then Lu Xin was confused. "You're a member of the Special Investigation Department, and you're going out of the city to arrest him through a job application," Han Bing said. "So, according to the rules of the Qinggang Special Investigation Department, this is a special arrest operation approved by the Internal Department." At this point, she paused for a moment and continued, "There's no reward." Lu Xin was dumbfounded when he heard this. He raised his head with a whoosh. "Don't worry." Han Bing's voice rang out in a timely manner as she said gently, "That's true if we follow the rules. But I found a loophole for you after analyzing the rules. So, You can still get the reward. Lu Xin heaved a long sigh of relief. What loophole? Han Bing's voice seemed to have a hint of a smile as she said, according to your information, you're still considered a supernumerary member of the Special Clearance Department. In other words, you're not an official employee of the Special Clearance Department yet. Therefore, the rules of internal punishment do not apply to this situation. Lu Xin was shocked to hear this. You can do this. Immediately after, he felt grateful. Really? Thank you so much, you're welcome. I've said it before. I'm on your side. Han Bing smiled happily and said, I'll continue. It's also because I discovered this special situation that I submitted an application to the higher-ups and helped you obtain 2 payment modes. One of them is to transfer the reward to your account as a reward. The second way is to use this mission to submit your application for permanent employment and promotion. Lu Xin subconsciously wanted to choose the first option. However, he muttered to himself and felt that he could not be so anxious. So he still asked, the second, what is it? It's the welfare benefits of our High Wall City and the promotion system for special talents of the Special Clearance Department. You grew up in Satellite City, no? 2. I'm sure you know that people outside the wilderness need to go through a stage after entering the Satellite City. Han Bing said softly. Before living in the satellite town for 3 years, they would not be given an official identity and would not have the opportunity to study in school. Before you have lived there for 10 years, you are not allowed to register a company or take up a position in the administrative department. This is part of the system. Chapter 172 Chapter 172 Special Talent Introduction Mechanism Part 2. Chapter 172 Special Talent Introduction Mechanism Part 2. Those who have yet to obtain the status of an official resident, according to our internal regulations, will be called unofficial residents. After living here for 3 years and obtaining the status of an official resident, you will be a first-class citizen. Those who have lived here for more than 10 years without any criminal behavior and are allowed to register a company or work in the administrative office are second-class citizens. This set of criteria will not be made public, but it is an important basis for the stability of our city. For this system, we still have a lot of rigorous planning and various calculation methods. For example, the residents of the satellite towns cannot enjoy full retirement and medical benefits until they have lived in the satellite towns for a certain number of years, accumulated a certain amount of years of service in a company registered or specially circled in King Kang, or paid enough taxes to be able to enjoy these benefits. You are already a third-class citizen. As for the treatment of a level 4 citizen, you will have the right to enter a main city at will and choose to settle down. Mr. Shan. Han Bing seemed to be worried that Lu Xin would have any negative thoughts, so she explained in a soft voice, this system has a huge network and countless branches. Sometimes, it may seem unfair, but at its core, it's all about fairness. It's also to protect everyone in Green Harbor. No one can be above it. Perhaps, some people might think that this system is unfair to us. However, this was decided when the city was first built. During the process of building the city, it experienced many things. Betrayal, attack, and abandonment. The first batch of people who participated in the construction of the city and the ones who entered the city later on did not have equal contributions and sacrifices. We cannot maintain the same fairness and treatment for them. It was later proven that this internal evaluation system made the construction of our High Wall City more stable. Hearing Han Bing's detailed explanation, Lu Xin nodded slightly. I know. Although this was the first time he had heard of the first and second-class citizens, he had heard of similar differences many times before. Everyone in the satellite town knew that those who were born in the satellite town were different from those who had just entered. Those who worked in satellite cities were also different from those who worked in main cities. The factory workers supported by the administrative office were even more different from the workers in the small workshops. In the past, he had never cared about it, as he felt that it was too far away from him. His colleagues in the company, on the other hand, often joked that one day they would be able to stand out and become big shots in the main city. Of course, The direction of their hard work was to hope that a young, beautiful and rich girl in the main city would suddenly fall in love with. The system I just talked about is for ordinary people. As for aptitude users, there is another system. That is the special talent attraction mechanism. Han Bing paused for a moment, as if giving Lu Xin some time to digest the information. Then, he continued, for example, aptitude users who accept the recruitment will directly enjoy special treatment. In terms of treatment and authority, a first-class talent will be treated like a second-class citizen. After that, based on their performance and the completion of the clearing mission, they will be rewarded with contribution points and continue to be treated better. Once you have enough contribution points, you will be promoted to a level 2 special talent, and you will be treated like a level 3 citizen of Duking Harbor. Speaking up to here, Han Bing paused slightly and said, "As of now, Mr. Shan has not officially joined the company yet, so you are still not part of the special talent system. As someone who was born in Satellite City No. 2, you are currently being treated at the level of a Class 2 citizen of Green Harbor." Lu Xin immediately understood what Han Bing was trying to say. The problem of becoming a permanent employee, other than earning some extra pay, this was also one of the main issues he had been concerned about. He already had a bad feeling when he spoke. You've already met the requirements for becoming a full-time employee. You can also give your approval now. However, after becoming a full-time employee, you'll need the corresponding contribution points to achieve an upgrade in your position. And benefits? Han Bing said softly. The amount of contribution points you get is related to the cleaning tasks you deal with every time you go to the field. In addition to the reward that has already been given to you, you will also have the corresponding accumulation of contribution points. I have helped you calculate it. Now, it is about 100 points. That's good. Only then did Lu Xin relax slightly. He felt that they had handled the matter well and had not erased his previous contributions. It's because it's related to your promotion that I'm calling you. Han Bing's tone also became a little relaxed. This mission to capture the knights outside the city is a very important matter to the administrative office, and you did a very good job. If we had chosen to give out the bounty, you would have deserved the 3 million. And if you use the path of accumulating contribution points to upgrade, you can also obtain a large number of contribution points in one go, and become a level 2 talent. However, if you want to exchange it for contribution points, then correspondingly, you will only receive an internal reward, not a bounty. If we're only counting the internal reward, you've eliminated 3 aptitude users and taken back the painting. The internal reward should be around 700. Do I still have to make such a choice? Lu Xin was flabbergasted, and his head was about to explode. He suddenly felt like he was facing the biggest multiple-choice question in his life. Upgrade or get the reward? I have a suggestion. It's my personal suggestion. Han Bing seemed to understand Lu Xin's dilemma. She said gently, perhaps, for the sake of balance, you can choose a part of it as the reward for the bounty. This way, you can get a considerable bounty. The other part will be considered as internal punishment. This way, not only can I get a generous reward, but I can also accumulate a certain amount of contribution points and be promoted to a level 2 special talent. Lu Xin was taken aback by Han Bing's suggestion. It can be done like this actually. There's no such rule in the rules. But it's not forbidden. Han Bing smiled gently. Of course. The main reason is that you've completed your mission too well this time. If you convert all of it into contribution points, you can even be promoted from a grade 1 special talent to a grade 3 special talent. There's another important reason why I'm giving you this suggestion. You've asked me about the second stage, and I've already submitted an application to the higher-ups. The regulations state that the special talents recruited by the Special Investigation Department can only be exposed to the classified information when they are at least level 2. So, you think Zem NH1 if you find any errors ads pop up. Ads redirect. Broken links. Non-standard content. Chapter 133 Chapter 133 The Second Stage Part 1. Chapter 173, the second stage, Part 1. After Han Bing's detailed analysis, Lu Xun no longer had to hesitate. He quickly made his decision. He agreed. It was impossible for him to completely give up on the reward. I can't let the 3 million go away like this. Definitely not. However, the second stage was extremely important. He wanted to know more about it. Therefore, the upgrade of the special talents system was also very important to him. Since Han Bing had taken advantage of the loophole in the rules of Qinggang City, he would definitely not disagree. Lu Xun didn't even consider the possibility of getting paid and receiving special treatment at the same time. He felt that this was very normal. Qinggang City was a main city and 5 satellite cities. There were so many people here. Why should he be given special treatment? Based on this calculation, Mr. Shan Bing will get 1.5 million in this tracking mission of the Knights through the 12th special rule of Qinggang City. I will help Mr. Shan Bing to obtain the full amount after tax. In addition to being a regular, Mr. Shan Bing will also be promoted to a Class 2 special talent. It's a third-class citizen's treatment. Mr. Shan Bing will receive the corresponding mission allowance, retirement and medical insurance benefits from Satellite City No. 2 of Qinggang, as well as the right to hold important positions in the administrative office and purchase certain special land properties. In addition, Mr. Shan Bing will also receive a special pass, which will allow him to enter the other 4 satellite cities at will, or enter the main city if he applies for it in advance. The reward for this mission will be transferred to your account in batches within 3 working days. I will also prepare the permanent employment agreement and the identity upgrade in the system as soon as possible. The items seized from this mission, as well as the means of transportation you requested, have been approved by the higher-ups and will be delivered to you very soon. By the way, I've asked my colleagues in the RD department to modify the motorcycle you applied for. After you've officially become a full-time employee, you'll have the power in this area. Lu Xun felt an indescribable sense of joy as he listened to Han Bing's lighthearted and clear explanation. He especially liked to listen to Han Bing talk about these things, and he would not get tired of it. The only problem was that he still felt a little uncomfortable when he thought about the 1.5 million yuan that he had lost. Mr. Shan, if you agree, you'll go and apply now. You can wait for me in the guard station. I think all the contracts will be ready by this afternoon. After you sign them, you can go through the process and issue them. Lu Xun agreed readily. After Han Bing hung up the phone, he sat for a while and began to think about an important question. How much did you earn in total for reporting the Zhu father and daughter for hiding the painting? The reward is 10,000 yuan, 100,000 yuan for the pollution spreading in the mall, 300,000 yuan for dealing with the mental pollution bomb under the south wall. And then I didn't actually get fined in Blackwater Town, but I applied for it. 3,000. I asked for directions in Happy Town, so I can earn an extra 100. If you report the cost of the bullets to me, I can get 10 more bullets. And each bullet is $10. Add in the 300,000 you got from exploring Happy Town. The resources of the Knights have been seized, including the motorcycles and their weapons. 8,000. So cheap. Fortunately, I also got some from the guy in the red suit in Blackwater Town. 1.5 million for the bounty mission. So, for the time being, not counting those who don't know how much subsidies they'll give, I've earned a total of CC 22 million and 1,200 yuan. After a moment of silence, Lu Xun's lips curled into a smile as he decided to calculate again. Before she knew it, it was already noon. The policewoman knocked on the door and entered the meeting room. She thought that there would be no training today and would not disturb this special talent. But as soon as she came in, she saw that he had written a page full of shocking numbers. She immediately avoided his gaze in fear, quietly poured him a cup of tea, and slowly left. She should just call him directly next time. Otherwise she would always bump into him calculating some confidential information. In the afternoon, a brand new contract was sent over by an administrative staff member as promised. Lu Xun signed his name after reading it carefully. He carefully observed if there was a clause that said that personal secrets were not allowed after being officially recruited as a special talent. However, in the end, he was relieved that there was no such clause, so he could sign the contract without worry. It was a pity that during the initial recruitment, Shenjing had personally come to sign it. Now that she was a full-time employee, why did she become an ordinary staff member? Did this mean that the leader was at ease with him? Mr. Shanbing, I can see that you have been uprated to a Class 2 special personnel. Your authority has been changed. Now, I can explain to you the concept of the second stage. Han Bing's phone call came at the right time. Lu Xun didn't expect this girl with a pleasant voice to have such a resolute side to her. He calmed himself down and said, "All right," he said. The second stage is actually a concept that belongs to the scope of ability development. As Han Bing spoke, the sound of pages flipping could be heard. Lu Xun imagined a cute little girl talking to him while flipping through the information in her hand. This is because Mr. Shanbing has only completed the training on the classification and treatment methods of special pollution sources. That's why I haven't started learning about the differences between ability users and the scope of resistance. These two are connected together. I can also start to tell Mr. Shanbing. I'm not sure if you've ever heard that an ability user can develop 3 abilities under normal circumstances. Lu Xun immediately stopped his daydreaming and nodded. There are. Han Bing responded with a pleasant nasal voice and said, "Under the influence of the crimson moon, people with abnormal mental power can be classified as ability users. But not every ability user can develop 3 abilities. There were many aptitude users who had lost control due to the intensity of the abnormality and became the source of contamination. Perhaps it's because his mental energy level is not high enough, so he hasn't developed his own abilities. As for discovering your own abilities, and developing and familiarizing yourself with the 3 abilities while maintaining stability, this is the first stage." When Han Bing arrived here, she paused slightly and said, "The second stage is an extension of the first stage. Regarding the different ability users, we have given them different codenames based on the characteristics of their different abilities. As of now, there are 9 types of elements that have been recorded in King Gang City: Spider Element, Princess Element, Dream Element, Puppet Element, Spirit Element, Doctor Element, Dancer Element, Ghost Element, Curse Element, and so on. In addition, I can confirm that there are many more that have not been recorded. Different ability systems also correspond to different levels due to the difference in their mental energy level and the characteristics of their abilities. For example, under normal circumstances, Spider-type ability users can only reach B class even if their abilities are developed to the limit. There are also some ability users who have already reached the terrifying A class when they first display their abilities, or perhaps the invincible S class. Is this because there's a natural difference between aptitude users? Lu Xun was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to answer, Han Bing continued, "Actually, it's not like that. The Lunar Eclipse Research Institute once suggested that there shouldn't be a difference in power between different ability systems. It's just that some abilities are more common and stable, but if they are strengthened, they'll reveal their terrifying side." After saying this, the sound of a page being flipped came from Han Bing's side. "The second stage," she said softly, "helps the ability user to strengthen and even extend their abilities. To put it simply, the second stage is the ability user's evolution. Ability users can actually evolve." Han Bing's words gave Lu Xun a very strange feeling. The first was that it was somewhat inconceivable, and the second was a strange feeling that came from the depths of his brain. He had always felt that the birth of abilities was already very bizarre. These people who had obtained abilities were already ridiculously powerful to ordinary people. But now, he knew that there were still people who thought that they were not strong enough. They actually wanted the ability users to extend their abilities to a stronger level. Lu Xun didn't know why, but he subconsciously disliked this concept. Chapter 174 Chapter 174 Forbidden Experiment 1 Chapter 174 Forbidden Experiment 1 Yes, but evolution is just one direction. What we're discussing now should be the upgrade and enhancement of an ability. Hanbing didn't notice the change in Lu Xin's emotions through the phone. She thought that Lu Xin was just surprised and continued to explain in a soft voice. Through various methods, we can strengthen the abilities of the aptitude users, even allowing them to break through their own limits and safely and stably display their abilities. This has always been the most important topic for the Highwall cities and research institutes. And we have achieved many results. If the core of the first stage is to guide, then the second stage is to break through. Some researchers have long discovered that although the ability users that have been discovered today have different abilities, the mental strength of the stable ability users are generally below 1,000. On the other hand, the mental strength of the ability users who are unstable and even little crazy will often have certain degree of mutation. Some far exceed 1,000. Some in fact, it's impossible to predict. Lu Xin suddenly thought of the Queen of Happy Town. Just how high was her mental energy level? Normally, even when she was asleep, her mental strength would be able to cover the entire town, turning the area within a 50-kilometer radius into a restricted area. After some analysis, Lu Xin suspected that she could even turn day into night. When he entered the town, it seemed like it was day, but it felt like night. And the Queen of Happy Town had such a high level of mental energy. So his family. Therefore, the initial experiment was to strengthen the mental strength of some stable ability users to over 1,000. Speaking up to here, Han Bing paused slightly and said, Mr. Shan Bing, what I'm going to tell you next will involve some highly confidential and controversial topics. I hope you can keep it a secret after hearing it. Also, please pay attention to adjusting your mood. Lu Xin knew what she was going to say and fell silent for a moment. I've adjusted it, he said with a smile after a while. Han Bing was a little surprised by his answer, but she still continued. This type of experiment strengthened by aptitude users is classified as a forbidden experiment by the current union law. It has been explicitly prohibited. But I have to admit that there was a period of time when there were many such experiments. In that chaotic and disorderly era, many people who had the conditions started such experiments. And even, there's no fear at all. Lu Xin nodded his head in a daze, but his face remained expressionless. Han Bing paused for a moment before continuing. The fate of the aptitude users who accepted the enhanced experiment is also different. Some of them were originally stable, but after strengthening, they lost control of themselves and became sources of contamination. Some of them didn't show any unusual changes. It was just that their own abilities had been steadily improved. There's also a kind. Han Bing's tone became more serious. After breaking through the limit, it's as if they've entered a whole new level. Not only have their original abilities been greatly enhanced, but they've also mastered a new ability. Their strength is completely different from the abilities of the same system. For example, the spider type, which is only B grade when fully developed, has directly reached S grade after strengthening. And these are the earliest records of the second phase of research experiments. Lu Xin fell silent for a long time after hearing Han Bing's words. It was a sunny afternoon, and the sun was shining in through the window. However, Lu Xin felt a slight headache. What about the second stage, he asked after a long while. Through the arrangement and deduction of research data, as well as large number of experiments, this method of strengthening has now been spread throughout the major Highwall cities. Even though the Alliance has reminded us and tried to stop this research, the actual effect in the end is not great. What I can tell Mr. Shan Bing now is that this experiment has even matured. Han Bing said slowly, our Green Harbor has the ability to do this. The sunlight that shone on the conference table was gray and not bright, but it was a little glaring. Are you also using humans for experiments? Lu Xin asked with a frown. When Han Bing said this, her tone seemed to be more confident than before. Professor Bai is in charge of the research on mental ability users and the sources of contamination in King Gang City. He came to King Gang City when it was first built and set a few limits for his research. Therefore, King Gang City has never carried out such unscrupulous and forbidden experiments. At this point, she seemed to feel that her tone was a little too certain. She slowed down and slowly added, "Of course, I'm just a newbie. Perhaps I don't know much about the higher-ups, but at least that's what the laws of King Gang say. In other words, if they've done the same experiment, it's at least illegal." Lu Xin replied slowly, "Yes, it's illegal, and there's a price to pay. As far as I know, the concept of the second phase in King Gang City was brought over by Professor Bai from the Alliance Exchange meeting. Similar information was also collected from the forbidden laboratories that were destroyed during the crazy period. Those forbidden experiments are hated by people, but there is indeed a lot of useful information from their experiments. I can't deny that some experiments have been carried out in Green Harbor, but they were all voluntary and not radical. Of course, I'm only saying this because I'm new and I know very little about the secret." Hearing Han Bing's soft yet serious voice, Lu Xin's heart began to relax. He turned around in his chair, not looking at the scenery outside the window. "So, how does the second phase of the city of Qinggang work?" he asked in a low voice. "First of all, I need to have a sufficient level," Han Bing said. "Only ability users who have reached level 3 special talent are qualified to apply for the second stage of enhancement. It is used to strengthen their own abilities and make up for their weaknesses. However, just applying is not enough. The Research Institute also has to screen the people who apply. In fact, the strengthening of spiritual power is like building blocks. Increasing the level of one's spiritual energy is not the main direction of improvement. When the level of one's spiritual energy is increased, the main point of an upgrade is to ensure the stability of the ability user. It's like building blocks. No matter how high they are, if they collapse all of a sudden, it will be meaningless. That's why we evaluate the risk of an aptitude user losing control. Stability is the most important screening indicator." "Stable?" Lu Xin's brows furrowed as he thought of something. At this point, Han Bing seemed to have relaxed a little. She smiled and said, "In fact, although we have mastered the second stage ability enhancement technology for a long time, the number of ability users who have enhanced their abilities in Qinggang City is less than 1 hand. So far, among the people that Mr. Shan knows, there is only one person who has met the conditions for the second stage. That's Mr. Gecko. Him." This time, Lu Xin was truly surprised. "Mr. Lizard is recognized by the entire research department as the most stable ability user we've ever seen," Han Bing said with a chuckle. "If the ability is stable, it can be understood as a huge room for improvement." Lu Xin thought for a moment and nodded. "He's quite stable, then why didn't he strengthen it?" "Because Mr. Lizard is very careful." Han Bing's voice contained a smile that could not be concealed as she said. "He said more than once that he's fine now. He can already live a good life and have the special privileges that he's always dreamed of. It's easy for him to deal with the pollution source. So he'll never consider strengthening it. If the city forces him, he'll go to the Alliance to complain. It's his style." Lu Xinju nodded his head and heaved a sigh of relief. The inexplicable sense of irritation and disgust he felt just now had quietly faded away. On second thought, he could not tell whether he hated the second phase or the forbidden experiments. No matter what, he understood the concept of the second stage and the attitude of King Gang City. This reminded him of what his mother had said to him at home. She said that she would only look at the document locked in the cabinet after she reached the second stage. Was this because she knew that he would definitely reach the second stage? Or did she hope that he would never look at that document? As for himself, should he continue like this? Or should he figure out his current state? Da-da-da. Lu Xin remained silent as his fingers slowly rapped against the table. After considering for a long time, he finally made an extremely important decision. His face became somewhat determined. "Help me apply for the second stage enhancement," he said. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Han Bing remained silent. And so did Lu Xin. He was very serious. After a long while, Han Bing's laughing voice rang out. "I'm very sorry. Mr. Shan Bing, you can't. Han Bing's rejection was beyond Lu Xin's expectations. Because Mr. Shan Bing's level is not high enough. One could hear a little naughtiness in Han Bing's voice. Only level 3 special talents can apply for the second stage of enhancement. You're only level 2 now. Chapter 175 Chapter 175 The Ghost Catching Mission 1 Chapter 175 The Ghost Catching Mission 1 Lu Xin suddenly experienced the feeling of the lizard's emotions being interrupted. He had clearly made up his mind to make this request. But he had actually been ruthlessly rejected. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous when Han Bing was so heartless. Then when will I meet the requirements to apply? Let me see. Han Bing, who was on the other end of the phone, flipped through the information and said, LTS not far away. Mr. Shan Bing is now a level 2 special talent. If you continue to accumulate contribution points, you will be able to reach level 3 special talent. As for the exact number, there was another series of calculations. And then he said, although the special talent standard is based on the treatment of the citizens, it can only be improved through contribution points. Every time Mr. Shan Bing deals with an incident related to pollution or an ability user, he will give you a certain amount of contribution points, including the one you received before you became a full-time employee. As for the standard of contribution points, I have already made a list. Do you want to fax it or just tell me? Lu Xin was very concerned about this. So far, Mr. Shan Bing has dealt with 5 special pollution incidents, 1 exploration, and 1 capture of aptitude users. Han Bing said, 5 special events, other than the street calf incident during the first recruitment, which did not accumulate contribution points. You have accumulated 3 contribution points for dealing with special pollution incident No. 041, special pollution incident 039. Because I followed Mr. Gecko to deal with it, I focused on learning, so I only got 1 contribution point at that time. Then there was the incident of 072 and the city attack. The pollution in the mining area brought us 1 contribution point. The painting that was reported to the zoo father and daughter was awarded 10 contribution points. Wancheng Mall brought 10 to stop the spread of the pollution. And the mental pollution bomb under the south wall brought 30. After that, Mr. Shan Bing explored Happy Town and obtained 30 contribution points. He discovered Qin Ran's ability and solved the logical chain of special pollution incident No. 041. He enriched the database and was rewarded with 10 contribution points. Then, it was the night's arrest operation. Since we applied separately, we only got 150 contribution points out of the original 300. Han Bing paused for a moment and said, so, in total, it's 245 contribution points. Han Bing chuckled and continued, Mr. Shan Bing, you're still 55 contribution points away from the level 3 special talent treatment due. You need me to help you ask for more contribution points in exchange for a smaller portion of the reward. It can be done like this. Lu Xin was both relieved and surprised. It's impossible under normal circumstances. Contribution points can be converted into money with the consent of the higher-ups. Han Bing replied honestly. But money can never be used to buy contribution points. This is the principle set when Green Harbor was first established. However, since the reward for capturing the night order has yet to be issued, I think that if I immediately submit the application, the higher-ups might agree. Forget it. Lu Xin thought for a moment and rejected the offer. 3 million became 1.5 million, and his heart was already bleeding. If he took even less, wouldn't that be asking for his own life? If I am only 55 points away, Lu Xin considered the question seriously before asking, is there anything else that we can handle? It'd be best if it's someone with a higher contribution point. Through Han Bing's description just now, he could also tell. It seemed that events with high contribution points had high corresponding rewards. It was the best of both worlds to think this way. Those with higher contribution points. Han Bing's voice lowered after hearing Lu Xin's words. as if she was flipping through some information. After a while, she said, "Yes, there is." Lu Xin was a little nervous as he asked, "How high?" Han Bing said, "Quite few." Lu Xin's heart sank even further. "Isn't this too little?" His answer made Han Bing silent for a moment. "Mr. Shan Bing, you may have a little misunderstanding about the value of contribution points. A little, but it's also very high. He's so close. Why didn't he just level up to level 3? At this time, there were still many people in the main city of Qinggang who had received news of Lu Xin's change in personal information. Mr. Su had already classified Lu Xin's personal information to a level, so he received a lot of attention. Every time there was a change in his information, the corresponding person would be notified. One of the people who received the reminder was Chen Jing, who was a little surprised, because he can't bear to part with the payment. Professor Bai smiled and looked away from the monitor in front of him. He said, "But to be honest, his leveling speed is already rare. If the value of that item is confirmed, he might be able to level up 4 times. Shen Jing was slightly stunned and then reacted. "That painting?" Professor Bai nodded, took off her white coat from the clothes rack next to her, and put it on. She said, "The appraisal of the painting will be carried out at 8 o'clock tonight. Only experts in the relevant field above level 4 can participate. I've specially approved you to join in as well. Do a good job of security. If there are no accidents, the importance of this painting may far exceed our estimates." Shenjing nodded her head. She was not surprised by the professor's guess. Although it seemed like this painting was just a high-level contaminated parasite, it was definitely not just a high-level contaminated parasite that was worth it for a knight regiment like Zhang Sihuo to come and snatch it at the cost of causing a big mess. There must be another purpose. We were all distracted by Shan Bing's matter and neglected this painting. Professor Bai tidied up the documents and glanced at her docket watch. She said, "After all, in the Knight Order's document, Shan Bing was only ranked Kenya 3. This painting is the most important. What we need to do now is to evaluate its value. Then it'll delay the arrest mission at hand." Shen Jing knew the severity of the situation and immediately said, "Just hand it over to Shan Bing." Professor Bai said with a smile, "Isn't he trying to earn more contribution points now? He's not suitable for this mission, is he?" Chen Jing's expression became a little surprised. "We'll only know after we try," Professor Bai said. "Anyway, the contribution points won't be given to him before the appraisal results come out. So, if he's in a hurry to apply for the second stage, it's reasonable for him to do something else to earn the contribution points, not only the arrest mission you're currently on, but the other places that have been waiting for the right time to clean up can also be considered." This is. When Chen Jing heard these words, she looked at Professor Bai with a little surprise. Noticing Chen Jing's doubts, Professor Bai smiled and said, "If he can complete half of what you usually do, I'm confident that I can convince old Shen to let him truly enter the second stage." In the face of a question that made people hesitate, Shenjing only took a second to make a decision and immediately picked up the phone. Han Bing is a good person. After having his lunch at the guard station with chicken legs, Lu Xin made his way down the stairs with light steps. Originally, he thought that he could only accumulate 1 or 2 contribution points. He did not expect that Han Bing would give him a surprise. Before he made his final decision, he found a mission that could allow him to earn 10 contribution points in one go. Even though he did not have any experience in this type of mission, it was worth a try. He changed into the black uniform of the Special Investigation Department, put on an ordinary jacket, and stuffed a hidden headset into his left ear. Lu Xin walked down the stairs and saw a few police officers surrounding a motorcycle in front of the security hall. "This is the transportation tool that you applied for me?" Lu Xin asked in surprise. He had already reminded Han Bing to help him leave one of the 5 motorcycles seized this time for him to use as a means of transportation. However, he did not expect that this motorcycle seemed to be different from what he had expected. It was sprayed with a silver and slightly low body, with thick and solid tires and an exposed engine that looked a little ferocious. Like a monster's bone armor. Were these still the few cars that he had brought back? Yes. This motorcycle has been sent to the R&D department for a little modification. The body has been strengthened, and the flexibility has been improved. The front is equipped with a manual steel wire elastic device, and there is a voice warning and help positioning system near the instrument panel. At the back of the motorcycle, in the metal box on the right side, there is also a voice-controlled highly intelligent robot dog, which can do many auxiliary tasks. This is a means of transportation specially designed for spider-type ability users. Mr. Lizard has always wanted to apply for it. Hearing Han Bing's words, Lu Xin was also slightly surprised. He subconsciously said, "Then why didn't you give it to him?" Because he offended the girlfriend of the head of the new weapons research and development department. Han Bing replied with some embarrassment. "Mr. Shan, you can go up and try it first. If it doesn't work, you can send it back to adjust." Lu Xin took a deep breath and sat in the car. The police officers around him were clearly in awe of him, but they were reluctant to leave. He felt the car sink slightly, and it felt particularly sturdy. Under Han Bing's guidance, he started the car with a fingerprint scan. The engine roared like a beast, and the car shook comfortably. "It's pretty good, but it's a little different from what I had imagined." Lu Xin couldn't hide the joy on his face as he muttered to himself. What did Mr. Shan Bing originally want? Han Bing was curious. "It's that kind of. It will open with a press of a button." Lu Xin answered honestly. "There are pedals on both sides and a battery in the middle." Han Bing was silent for a moment before kindly reminding, "Mr. Shan Bing, what you are talking about is called an electric donkey." "All right." Lu Xin chose not to argue with Han Bing. Although the car was little different from what he had imagined, it was still drivable. "I'm leaving," Lu Xin said in a low voice. And then they began to move forward at the speed of a turtle. He definitely wasn't worried that he would get a scratch in this brand new car without his sister's help. He was only thinking about the work he had to deal with now. Catching ghosts. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. If you reject me, the consequences will be very serious. 1. Chapter 176. If you reject me, the consequences will be very serious. 1. In the beginning, Lai Mingming had only asked her best friend out for a cup of coffee. Her best friend came later, so she first sat in the coffee shop below the mall and waited in boredom. She was only 18 years old this year and had already graduated from the No. 3 secondary school of the No. 2 satellite town of Qingyang. It was the time when her collagen was at its peak, and her face could light up an entire street. Today, she was wearing a simple black t-shirt with a blue cartoon pattern on it and a pair of 30-centimeter long denim shorts. She was 168 meters tall, so her long and straight legs were very eye-catching. She was beautiful, and she knew that she was beautiful. Whether she was walking on the street or sitting in a coffee shop, there were too many people's eyes that told her this. She, who was in her youth, was more willing to enjoy such a gaze. As he drank and played, half of the cup of coffee disappeared. Her best friend had yet to arrive. But a man outside the glass window caught Lai Mingming's attention. The man was sitting under a parasol outside the cafe. He was wearing a light gray windbreaker with a suit inside. He was tall and had a handsome face. He was a rare handsome man. However, what caught Lai Mingming's attention was the man's gaze. He had been staring at Lai Mingming ever since they sat outside the coffee shop. That gaze was straightforward and bold, without any attempt to hide it. This made Lai Mingming feel a little uncomfortable. Originally, if this man had come over to strike up a conversation, Lai Mingming might have said a few words to him. However, as he looked at her more and more boldly, and as time passed, Lai Mingming was already very disgusted. She was going to pack her things and wait for her best friend to come to another place. However, to her surprise, the man suddenly stood up, walked into the store, and sat in front of Lai Mingming, waiting for someone. His eyes swept across Lai Mingming's face and chest. His pupils dilated slightly as he grinned. Lai Mingming did not intend to answer. She just packed her bag silently and prepared to leave. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The man grabbed Lai Mingmeng's small bag and looked straight at her. He smiled and said, "We're just friends. I have a boyfriend." Lai Mingmeng struggled out of her small bag and rejected him with a frown. The man frowned, but quickly relaxed and smiled. "It doesn't matter. You can change your boyfriend." As he spoke, he leaned back and said, "After all, the red moon has appeared. What can't happen?" Lai Mingmeng was unhappy and rejected him directly. "I don't like this kind of way of hitting on people. Find someone else." She had already stood up as she said this. The man suddenly called out, but his eyes were still looking straight at her, as if he was admiring or greedy. He smiled and said, "1. Understand what you women are thinking. Don't you just like rich and handsome men? I happen to have both." As he spoke, he took out a roll of cash from his pocket, flashed it, and put it back. "How is it?" His smile became even more unbridled. "Have a meal with me. You won't lose out." Lai Mingmeng could no longer hold back the disgusted expression on her face. "I like money and handsome guys, but I don't like you. The guard station is just next door, so you'd better not bother me." After saying this, she turned around and left, pulling the chair out with a heavy sound. The man did not chase after her. He just sat there, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. "Think carefully," he suddenly shouted from behind. "If you reject me, the consequences will be very serious." Lai Mingmeng did not like the threat in his words and turned to look at him. However, he found that the man just looked at him deeply, then slowly got up and walked out of the coffee shop with a smile. After he left, he turned around and waved at her. "Are you crazy?" "Hello." Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder. Lai Mingmeng was shocked to find out that it was her best friend. Her best friend could tell that Lai Mingmeng's expression was off and asked curiously, "It's nothing. I just met a very annoying person. I already told him that I have a boyfriend, but he still pestered me." "Why didn't I know that you have a boyfriend?" her best friend laughed. Lai Mingmeng rolled her eyes at her best friend and said, "Aren't you the one?" After seeing her best friend, Lai Mingmeng quickly forgot about her earlier unhappiness. The two of them walked into the shopping mall across the street. Hand in hand, they talked about finding a job after graduation while happily shopping around the stores. Even though he only bought a pair of plastic earrings after shopping, he still felt very satisfied. After shopping, they went to their best friend's rental house. They took off their high heels, relaxed their toes, and lay on the bed. They used a computer that was made before the catastrophe and later renovated to watch a movie from the civilized era copied from the hard drive. In this era, this was a common form of public entertainment. Many people in the entertainment industry collected these movies and songs from before the disaster, recommended them to each other, and even sold them. "It's too boring." This time, the movie was not good. The two of them lost their mood halfway through the movie. They rolled around in bed out of boredom, and said, "They are all movies from before the disaster. No one's filming them now. Even if they did, they are not worth watching." Lai Mingmeng nodded. "That's right. But I heard that King Gang is going to start up an entertainment industry. I wonder what it's going to be like." Her best friend sized up Lai Mingmeng and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Her gaze slowly moved from Lai Mingmeng's face all the way down, sweeping across her not-so-exaggerated chest, then her exposed waist, and then her two long and straight legs. She appeared to be emotional and a little envious. Shaking her head, she chuckled and said, "However, if you really want to do it, you'll definitely be at the level of a celebrity." Lai Mingmeng felt numb from her best friend's stare and even froze for a moment. Then, she came to her senses and patted her on the shoulder with a smile. "Do you know how perverted your eyes are?" Her best friend laughed forthrightly, turned over, and jumped up. She took a bottle of red wine from the cabinet and said, "Let's drink." Lai Mingmeng was a little surprised. "This is your treasure, you're willing to open it?" Her best friend looked at Lai Mingmeng and the corners of her mouth curved up. "Wine is meant to be drunk. I'll treat you to a drink." Lai Mingmeng was a little tempted, but she subconsciously felt that her best friend seemed to be a little different from usual. He might have gone crazy again. She thought of her best friend's temper, Perhaps now that she was very generous to share this bottle of wine with her, her heart would ache again and she would want to freeload a meal with her. She smiled and said, "Forget it. You can keep it first. I heard that red wine and white wine are getting more and more expensive before the disaster." The smile on her best friend's face disappeared for a moment when she heard Lai Mingmeng's rejection. Then, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up as he laughed in a low voice. "If you reject me, the consequences will be very serious." Lai Mingmeng's heart suddenly trembled and she quickly looked up at her best friend. At this moment, she realized that her best friend had returned to normal and was looking for a bottle opener. Was that an illusion? Lai Mingmeng thought about it subconsciously, but she felt uncomfortable for some reason. In the end, her best friend opened the bottle, but both of them vomited after taking a sip. Not every kind of wine could be kept for so long. The bottle that her best friend treasured looked fine, but once she drank it, it was completely ruined. However, the two of them were so happy that they still played until very late. Lai Mingmeng stayed over at her best friend's place under her strong request. It wasn't the first time she had stayed at her best friend's house, and there were even her toiletries in the bathroom. But this time, she, who usually slept very well, suddenly felt a little hot in the middle of the night. When she woke up from her sleep, she saw her best friend lying on top of her, her head buried under her, and her palm on her lower abdomen. "Your sleeping posture is too bad." Lai Mingmeng pushed her best friend's hand to the side, but she then placed her hand on her leg lazily. Lai Mingmeng pushed her to the side and stood up, intending to get some water. "Where are you going?" She had just moved when a voice suddenly rang out, giving her a shock. She looked down and saw her best friend, who had buried her face in the ground. Slowly raising her head, she was looking straight at him with a strange smile on her face. She seemed to be looking at him greedily, her fingers slowly moving on her legs, like a little person. Little by little, he walked up. However, her eyes were fixed on her own face. Her tone was a little feminine as she said slowly, "You're really beautiful. You're pretty and you have a great figure." Her movements and voice made Lai Mingmeng feel extremely uncomfortable. She hurriedly sat up and pushed her best friend away. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" "Ha ha. I'm just joking with you." Her best friend suddenly laughed out loud. She reached out to take off her pajamas and said, "LTS, so hot. Let's go take a shower together." "Why are you taking a bath in the middle of the night?" Lai Mingmeng felt an indescribable awkwardness in her heart. She subconsciously shook her head repeatedly. "I'm not going. If you want to go, you can go by yourself." "Not going." Upon hearing Lai Mingmeng's answer, her best friend's face darkened. The neon lights on the street outside the window cast a colorful shimmer on Lai Mingmeng's face. Some of her facial features were dyed in different colors by the lights, but most of them were buried in the shadows, giving her a strange feeling. "Did you know?" She looked straight at Lai Mingmeng with a strange glint in her eyes and her voice was deep. "If you reject me, the consequences will be very serious." Chapter 177 Chapter 177 Surrounded by Ghosts 1 Chapter 177 Surrounded by Ghosts 1 "Doctor, I'm really not lying. I'm about to go crazy." In an old building, in a narrow office with a sign that read psychological counseling, Lai Mingmeng looked haggardly at the psychologist, who was wearing a white coat and a pair of glasses across the desk. She was so nervous that her whole body was trembling. From that day on, I didn't dare to see my best friend again. I felt like I was being watched by something. That person. It's too scary. Really? Too scary. Hee. Don't be nervous. It's very common for you to be like this. The psychiatrist smiled and pushed up his glasses. He looked at the documents in front of him and said, "Are you about to graduate?" Lai Mingmeng nodded her head and said, "Yes. But this is it." The psychiatrist smiled. "You just graduated. You need to find job and start family. It's normal for you to be stressed, but you don't have to worry. There are still many jobs now. You have to pay attention to your emotions and not give yourself so much pressure." "No, it's really not." Lai Mingmeng interrupted the psychologist and bit her lip hard. She couldn't help but think of all the strange things that had happened in the past 2 days. After she ran out of her best friend's house that night, she never dared to see her again. However, the next day, her best friend called her as if nothing had happened and asked her what was wrong. She even wanted to come and see her. She was so scared that she hung up the phone, and her best friend called her parents, looking a little angry. That nightmarish scene made her lose her energy the entire day. When it was time for dinner, she still had no appetite at all. Her father had specially bought a rib stew for her to eat, but she still couldn't eat. Ayo. It's normal for good sisters to quarrel. You have to eat after all. Her father scooped a full bowl for her and insisted on passing it to her. I really don't want to eat it. You guys go ahead. As Lai Mingming spoke, she planned to go back to her room and lie down for a while. Before she could react, the bowl was suddenly smashed on the table, and the soup and ribs splashed all over her. Lai Mingming raised her head in horror and saw her father, who was usually kind and smiling, looking at her with a sinister expression. He said coldly, "If you reject me, the consequences will be very serious." Lai Mingming was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat and slipped on the ground. She had a high fever, and her body was weak. She slept for a whole day and woke up a few times. She did not even dare to see her father. Fortunately, she had her mother to take care of her. She used a wet towel to lower her temperature while scolding her father for his temper and even cooking porridge for her. Why is there a rotten smell? When she was feeding him the porridge, her mother suddenly sniffed it and said with a smile, "You haven't changed your clothes for a few days, have you?" Only then did Lai Mingming remember that she had indeed not changed her clothes for 2 days. Her face was red as she begged her mother to pass her underwear. Her mother rummaged through the cabinet and found her underwear. She came over with both hands and smiled as she wanted to change into it. Go out for a while. I'll change myself. Lai Mingming pleaded with her mother, but her mother smiled and said, "What's there to be embarrassed about in front of your mother? Take it off quickly." The more she said that, the more embarrassed Lai Mingming became. She pushed her mother out quickly. However, while she was acting coquettishly, she did not notice that her mother's expression had already darkened. She suddenly threw her underwear at Lai Mingming, then grabbed her hair and pressed her face close to Lai Mingming's. Her eyes were red and bloodshot. The greed, anger, and teasing in her eyes were indescribable. "Do you know?" There was a sinister smile in her voice. "If you reject me, the consequences will be very serious." At that moment, Lai Mingming's mind went blank and her heart almost stopped beating. Looking at her mother's gloomy face, she suddenly remembered the man she had rejected in the coffee shop. Finally, an uncontrollable scream rang out. His father broke in and saw the overturned porridge bowl and his mother, who was at a loss. But I really saw it. The more Lai Mingming thought about it, the more nervous she became. She subconsciously grabbed the psychologist's sleeve. "Hey, don't be nervous." The psychologist looked at Lai Mingming's hand and smiled. "I've already told you. You're under too much mental pressure now, and your mental health is too weak. You just need a professional to help you with psychological counseling. How about this?" His gaze, which was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, fell on Lai Mingming. He slowly moved downstream and scanned Lai Mingming's figure. A faint smile appeared on his face. "I'll treat you to dinner tonight. And then, don't." Lai Mingming was so frightened that she shivered and retracted her hand. She looked at the psychiatrist in surprise. She had a bad feeling, but she wasn't sure. "You don't want to." The psychiatrist tidied up his white coat calmly and slowly looked at Lai. "Hey man, are you sure? If you reject me, the consequences will be very serious." Lai Mingming let out a shrill cry filled with panic and despair. She quickly rushed down the stairs and covered her ears with both hands. She felt that the whole world had gone crazy. She rushed to the main street, where there was the most traffic, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. She didn't dare to go home, nor did she dare to contact her best friend. Her heart was filled with panic, but she didn't know where to go. Her vision was blurred by her tears, and she saw pedestrians walking around her as if they were looking at a lunatic. A voice came from behind her. It was a kind little girl who was looking at her with concern. Lai Mingming's heart was filled with gratitude. The little girl suddenly changed her smile and looked at her with a sinister look. Now, you know the consequences of rejecting me. Don't come over. Lai Mingming screamed again and kept retreating. At this time, the people who passed by him suddenly had strange movements. Most of them were still cold as they quickly went around it. However, from time to time, someone suddenly approached them and whispered, "If you reject me, the consequences will be very serious." After saying this, they were already far away. However, another person suddenly approached them again. "Do you understand the consequences of rejecting me?" Lai Mingming shrieked and looked at the different faces in despair. But the same expression appeared. They used different words to say to her viciously. "BTCH. Do you still not understand? You can't refuse me. From the moment I set my eyes on you, you were already mine. I want you to submit to me. I want you to put away that hateful expression and kneel on the ground to beg me. Who are you? I beg you to let me go." Lai Mingming's voice was already a little hoarse, and she was shrouded in fear. Her hair was in a mess, and her body was weak. She squatted on the street and started crying and screaming. If her rationality was like a thread, then this thread was constantly being attacked and had reached an unusually fragile point. She could no longer say anything else. She could only squat on the ground and cry, shouting, "Spare me! Please spare me!" The pedestrians around her looked at her from afar, not daring to get close. It was just that in the crowd, there would occasionally be a gloomy and cold face that would disappear very quickly. Lai Mingming's cries weakened, and she might break down in the next second. However, it was also at this moment that a hand was placed on Lai Mingming's shoulder. Lai Mingming shrieked in fear and fell on her butt. She crawled backward while looking at the person in front of her. It was a young man sitting on a motorcycle with one leg on the ground. He looked ordinary, just like the office workers you could see everywhere in this satellite town. He looked at him quietly and handed him a piece of tissue. Lai Mingming was afraid of everyone and did not dare to get close to him. However, a smile appeared on the young man's face. He stepped off the motorcycle's frame, bent over, and handed the tissue to Lai Mingming. "Don't worry. I'm here to help you." His smile was warm as he comforted her. "I'm fine now." Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Chapter 132 A Ghost 1. Chapter 170, Chapter 172 A Ghost 1. Lai Mingming was on the verge of a mental breakdown. She was subconsciously afraid of anyone, but the young man's smile gave her a feeling of calmness. At first glance, he gave off a quiet feeling. Unlike the indifference of the pedestrians who were looking at him like he was a madman, and unlike the gloominess of those who suddenly changed their faces, he just sat in the car and looked at him. The smile was sincere and gave Lai Mingming an indescribable sense of security. Slowly, Lai Mingming stretched out her hand carefully, took the tissue from him, and wiped the tears on her face. How can you help me?" Upon hearing Lai Mingming's question, the young man smiled. However, before he could answer, he suddenly grabbed behind him. His actions were very sudden. Without any warning, even his arm seemed to be twisted to the back, which seemed to be against common sense. This sudden movement gave Lai Mingming a shock. Her body trembled and she almost ran away in panic. Only then did she realize that this young man's actions had nothing to do with her. The person he had caught was a middle-aged man in a suit. He seemed to have just happened to pass by, just a little closer. Suddenly being grabbed by the wrist, he seemed to be a little confused and then a little vigilant. "What are you doing?" "It's nothing." The young man looked at him carefully and let go of his wrist. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry." The middle-aged man left suspiciously. The young man turned to look at Lai Mingming and said with a smile, "Just now." He suddenly leaned over, as if he wanted to touch me. Lai Mingming was a little confused, and the vigilance in her eyes increased. "When he touched me, I saw him change into another person," he said with a smile, as he slowly recalled. He described it to Lai Mingming in a serious manner. When his face turned into another person, he suddenly came close to me as if he wanted to grab my arm. I knew something was wrong with him, so I wanted to grab him, but the smiling face was very vigilant. When I grabbed him, the face disappeared and turned back into this uncle's face. These words sounded very strange. However, Lai Mingming suddenly became a little nervous when she heard that. That face, what does he look like? There's no point in saying that. The young man said. Elle should say that his smile is very proud and arrogant. As if he is very amazing. Lai Mingming felt as if a beam of light had shone on her heart. She was almost trembling as she quickly got up from the ground and held the young man's arm tightly. Her tears flowed down quickly. It's him. It's him. He's a ghost. He's driving me crazy. I'm begging you to save me. The young man's arm was held tightly by her, and he seemed a little unnatural, but he still smiled and said, "LTS fine. Don't worry. I will." His voice made Lai Mingming feel a little more at ease. She held on to him tightly, as if afraid that he would run away. But the young man looked at the nervous Lai Mingming and smiled. "You have to stay away from me first." Lai Mingming was stunned for a moment and looked at him in a panic. The young man lowered his head and looked at Lai Mingming's legs. He was also a little embarrassed. "You're rubbing against my car. If you want to solve the problem, you have to listen to me first." Lu Xin turned to look at his surroundings. Among the crowd of people, there were some who were curious, some who were indifferent. However, there was a sinister-looking face hidden in the crowd. He knew that the person was there, but he couldn't pinpoint his exact location. Thus, he turned to look at the beautiful girl whose eyes were swollen from crying. "Now, follow me first." He patted the back seat of the motorcycle and tried to look at her as gently as possible. He knew that this girl must be very nervous and was afraid that his bad attitude would scare her away. After all, she was the core of his work. "Go where to?" Hearing his words, the girl was indeed a little scared, like a frightened little white rabbit. Her voice was trembling. "Let's find a suitable place to catch him." Lu Xin lowered his voice. He was about to explain that he looked fierce, but was actually a good person. But he didn't expect the girl to agree directly. Although Lai Mingming was still suspicious of Lu Xin, she had been tortured for the past few days. At this moment, it was as if she had found a life-saving straw. She sat on the back seat of Lu Xin's motorcycle and wrapped her arms around his waist. Her eyes were filled with fear and vigilance as she looked around her. But who are you?" "I'm specialized in handling these things. But I can't show you my identification now," Lu Xin replied in a low voice. "We have to be careful not to let him see us and escape." Then, he slowly started the car and said a little unnaturally, "Don't hug me so tightly. I'm feeling uncomfortable." Only then did the girl react. She blushed and quickly let go. The car started slowly and drove into the distance. There was a busy crowd around them, and everyone had their own things to do. No one cared about the girl who had just squatted on the ground and cried, or what the person who had appeared beside her on a motorcycle and picked her up would do. No one cared about the relationship between the two. However, among the busy crowd, a young man carrying a briefcase suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned to look in the direction of the motorcycle and gritted his teeth, especially when the girl was hugging his waist, as if her whole body was going to stick to him. It stung his eyes. Special Pollution Incident 102 Ghost Capture. Lu Xin brought the panicking girl with him as he drove to the location he had chosen. The information about the mission flashed through his mind. To be more precise, this was not a cleanup of the source of pollution, but a ghost-catching incident. In other words, it was captured by an ability user. Source of contamination: suspected mental mutant carrying out illegal activities. Ability system: ghost type. Ability level B. Ability description: an ability user of the spirit system can separate their consciousness or spiritual body from their body and attach themselves to other people. For a short period of time, the person who was parasitized would possess the memories and thoughts of a spirit system ability user. In other words, they would become another person for a short period of time. The method of parasitism is contact-based or air-based, depending on the level of your mentality. After a spirit system ability user leaves the host body, the host will suffer from temporary memory loss. Being parasitized by a spirit system ability user for a long time will cause serious and irreversible mental damage to the person being parasitized. Parasitic duration unknown. Weakness of a spirit type ability user unknown. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Chapter 133 What took you so long to come? Chapter 139, Chapter 133 What took you so long to come? This time, the mission that was worth 10 contribution points was to capture this spirit. From the description of the mission, the ability user could be seen as a ghost living in another person's body. According to Han Bing's introduction, this spirit system ability user had an unknown origin. No one knew how long he had been wandering around. Initially, he was discovered because he actually planned to parasitize someone else's body and sneak into the main city. He was then discovered and caught in the eyes of the Special Investigation Department. King did not allow such an invisible person to wander around. Originally, Shenjing was personally in charge of this mission. However, she was delayed by other matters, so it fell into Lu Xin's hands. The investigation team had been secretly searching for this ghost. It was obvious that he was very bold. He knew that he had attracted the attention of the Special Investigation Department, but he was still wandering around the satellite town. In 2 days, the investigation team had determined the general area of the spirit's activity and found the target it was currently targeting. They then informed Lu Xin to come over. When he first arrived, Lu Xin was still unsure of what the spirit looked like, until he came to the girl's side and saw the change in the crowd around her. He saw the spirit, because he saw that there were people approaching her from time to time, whispering something to her. When these people were talking, they would suddenly become another person in his vision. It was as if countless people had come to the girl, changed their faces, and left. An invisible ghost that can wander around different people. Lu Xin thought to himself, how do I capture it? He didn't have to worry too much about this ghost hurting him. Just as he approached the girl and was about to hand her a tissue, the ghost suddenly approached him. It seemed like he was planning to parasitize him, but he changed his mind at the last minute after discovering something. Instead, it was her sudden grab of the middle-aged man's arm that scared him and made him immediately escape from the man. The combat power of the aptitude users of this system should not be strong. However, they came and went without a trace, so it would be difficult to capture them. However, Lu Xin had a rough idea of what to do after studying the information. We're here. Lu Xin drove the girl named Lai Mingming to a tall building in the west of the city. The girl seemed to have fallen asleep in the back seat and was jolted awake by Lu Xin's call. She looked around in confusion. Where is this place? It's a hotel. Lu Xin carefully locked the car and got out. Now, you need to come in with me. Lai Mingming was taken aback. She looked at Lu Xin warily and subconsciously hugged herself. Don't be so obvious. I won't do anything to you, Lu Xin said in a low voice as he pulled out a document from his pocket. He used his body to block it and let Lai Mingming take a look. Did you see that? He then explained in a low voice. There's a stamp of Qinggang on it. So I'm illegitimate now. I need you to come into the hotel with me. You can look relaxed and don't scare him away, don't worry. He'll help you catch him and solve your problem. Perhaps it was Lu Xin's serious expression when he spoke, or perhaps it was the bright-colored stamp and steel seal on the identification card. But Lai Mingming finally let her guard down. She looked around at her surroundings in a daze, bit her lips slightly, and jumped off the motorcycle. Lu Xin chuckled before turning around and walking back into the hotel. Suddenly, he bent his arm and felt something soft on his elbow. Lai Mingming was holding his arm. Lu Xin was a little surprised. It seemed like he had underestimated the girl's courage. Are you a Taoist priest? Lai Mingming almost leaned her head on Lu Xin's shoulder. However, her entire body was tensed up and she kept her guard up. You can catch ghosts. Right. The book says there are no ghosts. Right, Lu Xin chuckled and said in a low voice. Lai Mingming blurted it out subconsciously, only to suddenly realize that she should not have said it. She fell silent. Don't worry. Even if the red moon appears, there won't be any ghosts. After all, it could be something even scarier than a ghost. Lu Xin consoled her in a low voice. Lai Mingming was dumbfounded. Was he trying to comfort her? Lu Xin and the little girl, Lai Mingming, walked into the hotel. They looked like a real couple. This hotel was considered relatively large. It mainly had couple suites, and the neon lights full of ambiguous atmosphere outside could be seen from far away. After the catastrophe, this style became very popular. It was probably because there were fewer people on business trips, so the demand for business hotels was lower. However, because some people's suppressed instincts were released, the demand for another aspect increased. Most of the hotels in Satellite City know, too. We like this. Lu Xin led the girl who was holding his arm to the front desk to register and choose a room. During the entire process, he paid attention to his surroundings. He was waiting for the apparition ability user to show up. After all, he was already at the point of registration. If he really didn't come, then wouldn't she be? Did he really have to pay? Lu Xin had really paid up. When he handed over 250 yuan notes, he frowned. It was only when Lu Xin and the frightened girl who was clinging onto him began to make their way to the elevator that an auntie who was mopping the floor at the entrance suddenly raised her head and glared at Lu Xin coldly. "Who are you?" The cleaner seemed to be a woman in her 50s. The traces of life on her face made her look even older, or rather tired. Lu Xin had already noticed her when they first entered the hotel. She was mopping the floor in the lobby, smiling at everyone she saw. Although no one paid attention to her, she still tried her best to smile and then lowered her head to do her work in silence. However, she lifted her head slightly and glared at Lu Xin with narrowed eyes. That gaze made one shudder. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to understand. Sometimes, changing one's expression was like changing into a different person. However, in Lu Xin's eyes, not only did she change her expression, but her face had also changed. At this time, her face had turned into that of a man. His cheekbones were slightly higher, and the distance between his eyes was a little wider. He had a cold expression on his face, but there was also some arrogance that could not be hidden. At this time, his eyes were greedily sweeping over the girl beside him. Lu Xin turned to look at him, and after a long while, a smile slowly appeared on. "Why are you only here now?" Chapter 1E Chapter 1E Chapter 134 You've broken the law. Chapter 100E Chapter 174 You've broken the law. When Lai Mingming saw the cleaner's expression, she could not help but scream. She couldn't see the man's face like Lu Xin, but she recognized the expression. This expression had appeared on her friends and family countless times. As soon as this expression appeared, it made her feel as if she had fallen into a nightmare. Her legs were trembling, and she subconsciously wanted to escape. Lu Xin gently pinched her arm, and she immediately covered her mouth in a hurry. However, his eyes were already filled with a pleading look as he looked at Lu Xin's face. "Bitch!" Lai Mingming's gaze met Lu Xin's, and it immediately stirred up a strong sense of dissatisfaction from the person inside the cleaner's body. The way she looked at Lu Xin was filled with hatred, and her cold eyes seemed to be seeping out directly. She lowered her hoarse voice and said fiercely, "Listen, I don't have seeking care who you are. Get out of here right now. I've already set my eyes on this prey." Lai Mingming, who was beside him, could not stop trembling. Everything she had seen and heard was beyond her understanding. She subconsciously tightened her grip on Lu Xin's arm as if she was holding onto her only life-saving straw. Her soft body under the sweater was trembling. Lu Xin's expression remained calm as he gestured for Lai Mingming to not panic. Then, he inadvertently looked to the side, but his sister had not appeared. She was really naughty, running around everywhere. Logically speaking, he was not in his rebellious phase yet. Fortunately, he could also forcibly borrow her power at critical moments. He was not skilled at first, but after this experience outside the city, he was much better than before, so he did not panic. He only looked at the cleaner in front of him calmly and said in a low voice, "No, one is your prey, and I want leave. Also, do you know that what you're doing now is illegal?" When the cleaner heard this, he was a little stunned. After a while, she revealed a strange mocking expression on her face. "You're telling me it's illegal, haha. You don't know who I am, nor do you know what I can do. I don't care who you are. But you'd better not mess with me. Give me back my prey. Actually, I do know. Lu Xun looked at him helplessly and said, LVE, read your information. And my job is to bring you back. Come back with me before you start committing a crime. Then, he sighed and looked at the cleaners seriously. If you want to resist, then I'll have to fight you. But to be honest, I don't have much experience in fighting ability users. If I go too hard, you might die. Lu Xun's words gave Lai Mingming and the aptitude user a strange feeling. Lai Mingming felt that it was a little unreal. She thought that the young man was here to catch a ghost. But from his tone, he sounded like he was catching a thief. The cleaner, on the other hand, seemed to be on high alert. He stared at Lu Xun and sneered. You followed me here from the main city, right? He. It's no use. I've already noticed that someone was watching me. But I don't care at all. Go back and tell your people that I don't ask for much. You're lucky. So, I won't mess with you. But you'd better not mess with me. It's good. Everyone is good. Otherwise, even if it's the most powerful men in King Gang, I can still kill them for you to see, she said with a ferocious expression. Her voice had a deliberate tone, and with her gloomy expression, it had some effect. Lai Mingming, who was standing beside Lu Xun, was really frightened by her. She could no longer stand steadily and was almost hanging on Lu Xun's arm. Lu Xun furrowed his brows upon hearing her words. You can go. The cleaner's expression froze when he heard this. At this time, the younger sister was slowly climbing down from the smooth wall with the bear in her mouth. No one knew where she had gone, but she had a mischievous look on her face. As soon as she climbed down, she saw Lu Xun holding a girl in his arm. She was surprised and quickly circled the girl before looking at her chest. Then, she pouted and looked uninterested. You can deal with those gentlemen. That has nothing to do with my job. Lu Xun was also relieved. He looked at the cleaner with a serious expression and said, But I don't think you can go. She seemed to have sensed something around her. Her face was slightly vigilant. And then she suddenly whispered, Then you're looking for death. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she suddenly sprang up from the ground. His speed was completely different from his weak-looking body. He was extremely fast. When he pounced on Lu Xun, he had already raised a small silver shovel-like thing in his hand. It was a scraped blade with a sharp edge. She pointed the sharp end of the blade at Lu Xun's eyes with a sinister expression on her face. Lai Mingming was frightened by the expression on her face and wanted to scream again. Gentler, Lu Xun suddenly said. Lai Mingming thought that Lu Xun was talking to her, so she quickly covered her mouth. However, Lu Xun's eyes were fixed on his sister. Before the cleaner could pounce on him, Lu Xun's younger sister had already grabbed onto her leg, and a cold feeling spread all over her body. At the same time, Lu Xun's state of mind also changed. His arms suddenly shot out like a spring, and he grabbed the cleaner's neck. With his ghostly speed, the cleaner's movements were extremely slow. In comparison, it was as if she had handed her neck to Lu Xun. Lu Xun's gentle words were to warn his sister not to go too hard or she might really be hurt. Sure enough, the moment Lu Xun grabbed the cleaner's neck, the vengeful expression on the cleaner's face disappeared instantly. Her entire body went limp, and she fell to the ground like a puppet that had lost all its strings. If it wasn't for Lu Xun's grip on her neck, she would have already fallen to the ground. The cleaner's face was dazed for a moment before it slowly regained its spirit. When she focused her eyes, she saw Lu Xun holding her neck. She shrieked in fear and almost lost her soul. She subconsciously waved her arms around as she opened her mouth and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, customer. I'm sorry. She didn't know why Lu Xun had pinched her, and she thought she had angered him. It's okay. I don't blame you. Lu Xun's palm went down and supported the cleaner, who slowly sat down against the wall. Then, he frowned and looked around. At this time, the people in the hall all heard the movement over here and subconsciously looked over. Many people were surprised. Some security guards noticed that something was wrong and walked over. See that? At this moment, the young lady who had just helped Lu Xun register and accepted his 100 yuan bill looked at Lu Xun with a half smile and said softly. We're not the same type of people at all, or rather, I'm not the same type of person as anyone else in this world. You're just ordinary people. But I'm already like a god. When she spoke, she no longer cared about the others and attracted many surprised gazes. Who was this young lady at the front desk? Her tone was so chunibu. Think I've heard someone say something similar before. Lu Xin turned to the receptionist and said softly, he's a psychopath. I think you're the same. He looked at the little girl seriously as he spoke. However, his sister, who was beside him, understood what he meant. She was a little happy and secretly rushed to the front desk. However, just as the younger sister was about to reach the front desk, the young lady's expression suddenly changed and she became confused. The next moment, one of the security guards, who had just realized that something was amiss and was about to reach Lu's inside, suddenly pulled out a rubber bat from his waist and smashed it down on the back of Lu Xin's head. Chapter 181 Chapter 181 You're surrounded for 1. Chapter 181 You're surrounded for 1. The security guard's sudden and ruthless action made it impossible for anyone to react. However, Lu Xin seemed to have anticipated something. His sister's eyes told him that something was amiss. He turned around in a strange way and reached out to grab the security guard's arm. When he grabbed the security guard's arm, the security guard's expression suddenly became confused, and the spirit disappeared again. The lights in the hall flickered, and everyone's faces were illuminated for a moment and then dimmed for a moment. The sudden disturbance and the abnormal voltage had already made everyone in the hall feel a little panic, and they looked around nervously. In this tense atmosphere, their faces kept changing. A strange voice came out of his mouth. Do you think that I can't feel the spiritual energy you're charging at me with? These words came from different people, but they were all connected. The surroundings became even more chaotic, and this voice also had a strangeness to it. You're courting death by going against me. Lu Xin furrowed his brows when the voices from the different people stopped. People with this ability were not scary, but they were difficult to deal with. Lai Mingmeng, who was beside her, was already trembling in fear in this strange atmosphere. The sudden change in everyone's expression and the eerie feeling of everyone looking at her made her feel distorted and strange, as if everyone had turned into monsters. Originally, this scene was even more impactful than the previous one. However, because Lu Xin was beside her, she did not scream. No one can protect you. If it wasn't because I wanted you to kneel in front of me willingly, I would have had you long ago. I can even use your father's body to get you. The changing faces once again exerted pressure on her. Their expressions kept changing from one person's face to another. It looked like an absurd nightmare. They used different voices, but the same tone, to say something that made people shudder. I can be anyone by your side, and I can also kill anyone by your side. So, you still want to resist me. You still dare to reject me, the administrative office, the police, and even him. No one can protect you. Lai Mingmeng, who had been tormented to the point of insanity for the past few days, seemed to have gained strength from Lu Xin. She suddenly closed her eyes and roared. You're a lunatic. You're a lunatic. Get lost. You pervert. Get lost. Lu Xin looked at the girl beside him, who was so scared that she didn't even dare to open her eyes, but was still cursing and swearing. He admired her courage. His younger sister, on the other hand, tilted her head and sized them up. She gave a strange laugh. Ha ha ha, you still have the guts to reject me at this time. You're looking for death. Lai Mingming's words seemed to have infuriated the ghost. Under the flickering lights in the hall, a roar suddenly sounded. No one knew whose mouth this roar came from. However, amidst the chaos, a strong young man suddenly shook off his girlfriend who was hugging him. With a sinister smile on his face, he took a big step forward and charged toward Lu Xin. He had already pulled out a dagger and, taking advantage of the dim light above him, he quickly stabbed it into Lu Xin's lower abdomen. Gentler, Lu Xin reminded the young man again. He grabbed the young man's hand and twisted it. The young man screamed as the dagger fell to the ground. His face was filled with confusion. Wang Zhai, what's wrong with you? His girlfriend was shocked and ran over, seemingly trying to help him up. However, as soon as she reached Lu Xin, her hand suddenly lowered and grabbed the dagger on the ground. She then stabbed it toward Lu Xin. He didn't even try to grab her, because when he opened her wrist, her expression had already become frightened and dazed. In the hall, people began to charge toward Lu Xin with vicious expressions. However, after Lu Xin blocked or dodged their attacks, they suddenly stopped in their tracks and screamed in horror. At the same time, another person quickly revealed a sinister gaze. The entire hall had become a strange and distorted world. Everyone had been frightened by the continuous abnormalities and screamed in horror. However, among these frightened people, they didn't know when someone would suddenly change their face and attack them. This scene was simply like an upgraded version of a nightmare, giving people the feeling that the whole world was trying to harm them. Under such circumstances, Lu Xin had no choice but to keep retreating to put some distance between himself and the others. Gradually, he had already retreated to the wall. Frowning slightly, he simply retreated along the wall. He held Lai Mingming in one hand and retreated to the wall as if he was ignoring gravity. Then, he frowned and looked down. This strange action caused the entire hall to become even more chaotic. Even outside the hotel, there were people who came over curiously and stuck their heads in to look inside. The more people who gathered to watch the show, the more dangerous it was. So, you're not an ordinary person either. Seeing how Lu Xin had backed off against the wall, an uncle carrying a briefcase suddenly raised his head. He looked at Lu Xin with a dark gaze under his glasses and chuckled. In that case, we should be considered the same kind. Since we're the same kind, why are you still going against me? Let me have this woman. I can help you if you choose another one. We can join forces. As long as we want to. Everything in this city is ours. Isn't it as long as we want it? There's nothing we can't get. It's true. You've broken the law now. Lu Xin lowered his head to look at him. Hee hee. The middle-aged man with the briefcase chuckled, thinking that Lu Xin was mocking him. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Although there are many people here, it's a pity that they don't have guns. But it's fine. I can find someone with a gun. As he spoke, his face suddenly became confused. After a long while, he suddenly woke up and then became terrified. He pointed at Lu Xin and shouted, "Ghost a ghost." Even Lai Mingming, who was hiding against the wall in Lu Xin's arms, started to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Xin pulled her to the wall, and she was just as scared as he was. However, she did not scream. Instead, she chose to close her eyes, not daring to look down or at Lu Xin. Lu Xin's unusual actions had exceeded her expectations. However, the chaos below and the sinister expressions that suddenly appeared on everyone's faces also made her feel terrified. What's going on? What's going on? She kept muttering these words, and her rationality seemed to be under attack again and again. It's okay. Don't be afraid, there are some lunatics in this world, but at the same time, someone will protect you. Lu Xin consoled her softly before sliding down from the wall and placing Lai Mingming to the side. Through the transparent glass window, he saw a police officer rushing over. "Look at her, and don't play with her," Lu Xin said to his sister as he picked up his pace. By this time, he had already borrowed his sister's strength. His movements were agile, vigorous, and extremely fast. Under the dim lights in the hall, it also had a somewhat strange smell. However, compared to the time when his sister helped him, his movements were still clumsy and slow. Fortunately, it was enough for him to rush to the door before the police officer rushed into the hall. The police officer rushed into the hall with a gun in his hand. He raised it and fired, with a sinister and crazy expression on his face. He didn't even care who he was shooting at. He just wanted to fire the bullet. However, it was also at this moment that Lu Xin rushed in front of him and lifted his wrist. The bullets were all fired at the ceiling. Lu Xin's next step was to grab the man's neck, but he realized that the man's face had already turned blank. Ha ha ha. Is this one not enough? At the same time, a little girl standing behind Lu Xin suddenly burst into laughter. Her young face was filled with excitement. It doesn't matter. You can have as many as you want. I can even get a submachine gun from the city patrol. As she shouted, she waved the pencil in her hand and stabbed it into Lu Xin's back. That should be enough. Lu Xin took a step back and said in a deep voice. He didn't even make a move, because he knew that the other party would definitely dodge. Sure enough, the little girl's face became confused, and then she burst into tears. On the left side, an old man who was lying on the ground and seemed to be scared by the chaos here suddenly raised his head. There was unconcealable mockery in his eyes. You're already scared. Lu Xin furrowed his brows as he looked at the old man. The old man glared at him with a provocative look. Lu Xin slowly lowered his head and pressed a hand to his left ear. There should be enough time. Right. He didn't know what sound came from his left ear, but he nodded and said, That's good. The old man suddenly became alert and stared at him. It's almost done. Lu Xin turned to the old man with a frown and said, The city patrol army has already surrounded this place. Can you stop making a scene? Chapter 182 Chapter 182 Chapter 126 Winning Before the Battle. Chapter 182 Chapter 126 Winning Before the Battle. Surrounded. The old man was taken aback by Lu Xin's words, and his face turned blank. A few seconds later, a woman in a flirtatious leopard print coat suddenly sneered. You're playing with me. Do you think I didn't pay attention to my surroundings? As she spoke, she sneered and looked out of the hotel. At this time, it was chaotic outside the hotel. Many people heard the sound of gunfire and looked over from afar. Those who were closer to them were running around nervously. The chaotic crowd was like an ocean of freedom for her, or the ghost. And just now, this spirit had obviously gone out to take a look, and she knew very well if there were any patrolling soldiers outside. When I said surround, I didn't mean surround this place. Lu Xin turned to her and said in a serious tone, It's this area. In order to not alert you and scare you away, we have surrounded the 3 blocks around us. As he spoke, he frowned and said, In the beginning, I came here because there were fewer people around and the buildings were good, so the blockade could be tighter. Just now, when you were shouting those crazy words, the patrolling army had already tightly sealed off this area. I don't even know how many of them are here, but from their style, not even a rat can escape. He shook his head. The woman's face clearly became a little shocked, and then a little twisted. So what? Do you think that you can trap me with more people? The more people there are, the more beneficial it is for me. As she spoke, she seemed to be about to let out an arrogant and proud laugh, and then say a few harsh words. Is this the reason why you don't want to leave Green Harbor? However, Lu Xin interrupted her and said softly, That's right. Your ability will be less useful in the wilderness. Then, he explained to her in a seemingly sincere manner, We're not just surrounding this place. The soldiers who are sealing this place outside are all wearing mental pollution protective suits. In addition, there are 2,000 sets of protective suits being transported over. Everyone in the encirclement would put on their protective suits one by one. I don't know how long you need to enter someone else's brain, or how far you need to go, but even if the protective suit can't stop you, it can slow you down. Right. It doesn't matter if you're a ghost or a specter. But if you're using other people's brains as your soil to survive, this soil will slowly become smaller, until you can't escape. Under the flickering light, he raised his head and showed a gentle smile to the leopard print lady. You're finished now. At this moment, he smiled very confidently. This was because this unaffiliated aptitude user had obviously not undergone formal training. There was one of the 3 main principles of a battle between aptitude users. Hearing Lu Xin's words, the leopard print lady's expression changed. Her face instantly became confused, as if the ghost had left and did not appear on anyone in the hall. Lu Xin knew what he was going to do, so he wasn't in a hurry. Everyone, don't panic. He turned around and said to the panicking crowd in the hotel, You're in the middle of a drill, and there will be a generous subsidy given to you after the exercise. Was he really going to give it to her? Oh, everyone, try to keep your distance from others to avoid getting hurt. Don't run around in panic. or the city defense army outside may shoot you directly. His expression remained calm as he transmitted the words that Han Bing had asked him to say through the earpiece. The hall was in a state of panic, but it was difficult to keep calm for a while, and screams came one after another. "Don't FC King argue anymore." All of a sudden, a loud shout was heard, and everyone was so frightened that they kept quiet. Lu Xin was also shocked. He turned around and saw that it was the police officer who had just been arrested. He turned to look at Lu Xin and asked in a different tone, "Big brother, this what just happened?" But unexpectedly, before he could say it, the police officer had already come to a realization and said, "Say no more." Seeing Lu Xin's confused expression, he lowered his voice and said, "One, remember now. I've seen you in the guard station and know. You're professional. Big brother, just tell me directly. Now what do I have to do to cooperate with you?" "Don't call me big brother," Lu Xin said, stunned. Then, she looked at him and said, "Just help me maintain the order." The police officer subconsciously stood at attention and immediately ran to the hall, shouting, "Spread out. All spread out. Keep your distance, be quiet." His clothes and the gun in his hand, as well as his fierce-looking face, were all very intimidating. The clamor in the hall immediately reduced by a lot. You guys. Lai Mingming had also opened her eyes at this time. She looked at Lu Xin with trembling eyes, not sure if she was afraid or curious. Lu Xin nodded at her with a warm smile. "We're the people who will protect you." Then, he looked out of the hotel. Lai Mingming looked at his side profile and actually felt a strange sense of security. Men were extremely handsome when they were serious. Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, it was so chaotic just now. My motorcycle was not touched by anyone." Lu Xin wasn't lying. 3 streets away from the hotel, rows of fully armed patrol guards, each in a group of 3, were approaching the hotel with guns in their hands and specially made glass helmets on their heads. There were still many panicked people in the encirclement. Seeing the fully armed soldiers approaching, some of them knelt down in panic, while others ran around. "Attention, everyone. You are now in the middle of a temporary military exercise. Please cooperate with us. Hold your heads and squat down. Let me see your hands. If there's any action of colliding with the patrolling soldiers, we will choose to shoot, but the bullets are anesthetic bullets, so there's no need to panic." Under the repeated broadcast of the big muzzled weapon, more and more residents squatted down in fear and held their heads in their hands. However, there were still people who seemed to be extremely afraid and suddenly rushed forward. Pa. Every time they encountered such a situation, someone would immediately shoot. However, the bullet was indeed a small syringe, and when it was shot, the sound was suppressed to an extremely low level. This was to prevent the gunshots from causing unnecessary panic. Prepare for the second step of the plan. At the same time, seeing that the situation was largely under control, the commander immediately waved his hand. A large truck drove in and stopped at the scheduled location. The bright lights cut through the darkness of the city. From the trucks, rows of support team members in white protective clothing jumped down. They wrapped themselves up a little too much, but they looked very professional. They were in groups of 3, with 2 in the front and 1 behind, carrying a large bag. After rushing into the encirclement, they came to the residents who were squatting down with their hands on their heads. 2 of them pressed down on them, and 1 took out their masks. It was a type of glass helmet that was similar to the protective mask worn by the patrolling guards, and it could be directly worn on the head. "It's fine. It's going to end soon. Don't move first." After putting the helmet on the residents, they comforted them and then rushed to the next person. As everyone in their field of vision put on their special helmets and the blockade line remained unchanged, a group of people ran over, with heat detectors in their hands, scanning the surroundings inch by inch to make sure that they did not miss a single person or animal. The leader of the team, Shang Hui, raised his gun and smashed a rat that had sneaked over from the corner. Although the information team did not say that the spirit had the ability to possess a mouse, a bird, or even a fly or mosquito, for safety reasons, They would rather kill the wrong person than let it go. He put away his gun and ordered sternly. The first team, stay alert and control the situation. The second team, start moving forward. A second team of fully armed soldiers rushed in and narrowed the blockade, step by step. Every step was done very carefully. In contrast to their calmness, a certain face in the crowd was watching all this in horror. He felt a power that made him feel despair, but he could not stop it. Chapter 183 Chapter 183 Chapter 137 Complete Death 1 Chapter 183 Chapter 137 Complete Death 1 You guys, do you really want to go against me? In the hotel lobby, most of the people had already escaped while the spirit was not around. Even though their legs were still sore and they were out of their wits, unable to escape, they had already crouched down in various places, under the command of the police officer, keeping a certain distance from each other. Lu Xin didn't force them to escape because it would be meaningless. Less than a minute had passed, and after everything seemed to have settled down, one of the security guards jerked his head up and glared at Lu Xin with eyes full of hatred. Do you think that you can make me surrender? He suddenly changed his expression and said something that no one could understand, which faintly caused some disturbance. However, because the surroundings were too orderly, the chaos was not too big. Some people even raised their heads curiously and looked at him. Don't misunderstand. I'm not going against you. Seeing that he had returned, Lu Xin turned to the security guard and said, we don't have any grudges. Right. I'm just doing my job. The higher-ups have given me instructions. I have no choice. As for whether I can catch you, Lu Xin also considered for a moment before replying. From the information, it should be possible. You can enter other people's bodies. There are two kinds of contact entry and space entry respectively. The speed of contact entry is very fast, but it requires you to touch others, which extends the process. If you enter through space, it should not be an infinite distance. The furthest distance it shouldn't be more than 10 meters. He seemed to recall the contents of the information and then nodded. So, from the current situation, he paused for a moment and said, you really can't escape. The security guard gritted his teeth and his face was twisted. He seemed like he wanted to say something harsh, but he had already gone to the edge of the room and knew that Lu Xin was telling the truth. This made him even more uncomfortable. This young man in front of him looked very ordinary. He originally didn't take him seriously. He was someone who dared to sneak into the main city and challenge authority. How could he be willing to be threatened by such an ordinary fellow? However, this guy, who looked like an office worker, said those words without any anger, which made him angry. There was even a faint fear in his heart. He did see the people surrounding them and knew that they were closing in. He suddenly stood up, gritted his teeth, and shouted fiercely, now, you're forcing me. Are you trying to kill everyone? Everyone is my hostage as long as it's within my ability. Since you must go against me, I'll kill them all. As he said this, he suddenly turned around and slammed into the pillar. The distance was too far, and his action was very sudden. In almost an instant, the security guard's head was already covered in blood. In the next moment, another person stood up and laughed viciously. He picked up a fountain pen and stabbed it into his stomach. The surroundings became chaotic in an instant, and everyone was screaming loudly in fear. Even the young police officer who was helping to maintain order was so scared that his face changed, and he took a few steps back. I found it. Another voice was heard. It was the young lady at the front desk. She pulled out a fruit knife from her drawer and placed it against her neck. She then glared at Lu Xin and said, speak, do you want me to kill them all? Lu Xin's eyes turned cold. He frowned and looked at the young lady at the front desk. In his eyes, the young lady's face was that of a man, looking into the man's fierce eyes. He shook his head after a long time. You've already broken the law. His expression became somewhat serious, or perhaps indifferent, and there was no special emotion in his voice. I don't know if the injuries of the two people just now are fatal. If they are, you have already committed 2 lives. And if you continue to hurt others, then Crime you've committed is not something that can be repaid with the death penalty. So, are you planning to pay for it with a price higher than the death penalty? As he spoke, he moved slowly, as if he was warming up his limbs. Although I haven't fought many aptitude users, but I do have some experience in making you suffer more. The calm expression on Lu Xin's face and the calm tone of his voice made the specter's hair stand on end. He didn't know why the young man's words made his hair stand on end. It took him a while to react before he understood. He was only counting his sins, and there was no option of compromise. This made him feel very conflicted. The muscles on his face kept twitching. Suddenly, he grabbed the fruit knife and pushed it against his neck. "You!" he shouted at the same time. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xin suddenly rushed forward. As he rushed forward, he reached into his backpack, took out something, and threw it far away. Lu Xin was rushing toward the front desk, but he suddenly changed his direction. He rushed to an uncle on the left and grabbed the thing in his hand around the man's neck. At the same time, the thing he had thrown out was also flying in the air strangely. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed the circle and then accurately wrapped it around the neck of the leopard print lady on the right. The girl at the front desk was confused for a moment, and then became extremely frightened. She was still holding the knife in her hand, but it was already trembling non-stop. "The rest of you, retreat." Lu Xin gave the police officer a look before raising his head to check on the state of the receptionist. "We've caught him," he said in a low voice into his earpiece. "The support team can come in directly." They were wearing 2 ability suppressors around their necks. Whether it was an ability suppressor or a protective mask, they were not all powerful. It was just like how an ordinary person wearing such a protective mask could not guarantee that they would not be contaminated. When he encountered those with high spiritual energy and high contamination, even if such a mask did not exist in name only, it was essentially the same. However, it could still be of some use. It was especially effective against aptitude users whose abilities mainly affected others. The main function of the protective mask was to protect one's head. When an ability user attacked, their psychic energy would usually start from there. If this spirit wanted to enter the brain of the soldier wearing the protective mask would extend the process by at least 3 to 5 times, which would give the people around them enough time to react and plan. No matter if it was entering or leaving. If it was slow, the spirit would not be able to appear and disappear on everyone's body. If he slowed down, he could easily be locked in the body of a target by the people around him. The principle of the ability suppressor was somewhat different from the protective mask. It was mainly composed of 2 parts. One was a spiritual power sensor, and the other was an electric shock chip. As long as it felt an abnormal fluctuation of spiritual energy, it would immediately release a powerful current. Whether it was by knocking the ability user unconscious or by causing them pain to distract their attention, it could achieve the effect of suppressing their ability. What Lu Xin had just done was to capture the ghost with the suppressor. As the number of people in the hall was much smaller, the remaining people had been scattered as much as possible. Thus, they were quite far away from each other. When Lu Xin rushed toward the receptionist girl, he knew that the timid ghost would escape and enter someone else's body. What Lu Xin did was to separate from his sister and rush to the person on the left to put on the ability suppressor. The younger sister, on the other hand, rushed to the right and put an ability suppressor on the leopard print lady. This way, no matter which of the 2 people the specter entered, it would be restrained. And if he were to escape back into the front desk girl's body, it would be difficult to escape again in the situation where the people close to him were locked. Thus, the specter's escape route was completely sealed. Chapter 1b4 Chapter 1b4 You read Definitely Not a God 1. Chapter 184 You read Definitely Not a God 1. Looking at the flustered receptionist, Lu Xin slowly walked toward her. At this time, he was already very relaxed. On the other hand, the young lady at the front desk was obviously panicking. She clutched the fruit knife tightly in her hand and gestured at her neck. Her voice was sharp and crazy. "Are you crazy? Do you really not care about her life anymore? You don't come over Lu Xun didn't even slow down as he continued to walk forward. His calm eyes continued to stare at the man, as if he was thinking and talking at the same time. Of course I care about her life. Our leader once said that in this world, every normal person is worth doing our best to protect. But after thinking about it carefully, I don't think you might dare to hurt her. You have no other place to escape now. From the analysis of your ability, if you enter a target's body, the target will become you. If the target dies, what effect will it have on you? From your reaction just now, it seems that after you hurt your target, you will immediately transfer into another person's body. Does this mean that you can't live in a dead person's body? So, in a situation where there is no way to transfer her, what will the consequences be if you hurt her? As he spoke, he seemed to have analyzed more and more things, and his mood became better. He smiled at the girl at the front desk and said, "Of course, even if you can, it doesn't matter, because if you hurt her, you'll definitely be sentenced to death. People like you think of yourself as a god, so of course you think that your life is more precious than others. So, how could you bear to die with her?" As he spoke, he walked straight to the front desk and looked into her eyes. Do it or just surrender. Lu Xun's calmness drove the receptionist girl, or rather, the spirit inside her, even more crazy. The essence of madness was a fear that was deep in the bones. Lai Mengmeng, who was leaning against the wall in the distance, had just opened her eyes secretly when she saw a familiar expression on the face of the young lady at the front desk. This should be the expression he had when he was about to go crazy. And now, it returned to the face of that ghost. You forced me. You forced me. I'm going to fight you to the death. A person like me. How? How could I be forced to this extent by you? You don't even know the consequences of me being angry. The girl's expression became increasingly twisted, like a beast trapped in a cage. Every inch Lu Xun got closer to her. The pressure on her increased. Finally, her eyes turned blood-red, as if she was going all out. She suddenly screamed, and at the same time, her pupils rolled up. Her bloodshot eyes suddenly turned white. At the same time, the lights in the hall, which had just stabilized, suddenly flickered, and the sizzling sound of incandescent lamps could be heard everywhere. A few of the lights couldn't withstand the voltage and exploded, sending sparks flying. It was as if a few wisps of cold air had suddenly swept through the hall, making people feel numb. From Lu Xun's point of view, he saw a huge figure appear above the head of the receptionist girl. The figure was about 2 to 3 meters tall and had the shape of a human. Its skin was dark, and the most eye-catching part was the face of the human figure. The face was twisted and arrogant, and its eyes were deep and filled with indescribable hatred as it stared at Lu Xun. Since you're forcing me, I'll take you to hell with me. Lu Xun wasn't the only one who heard the figure's angry roar. Everyone else in the hall could also hear it. However, to them, this was more like an auditory hallucination. Lu Xun didn't even try to dodge. The figure was extremely fast, and the moment he appeared, he wrapped his arms around Lu Xun's body. At that moment, Lu Xun could feel his thoughts changing. It was as if emotions, memories, and perception that did not belong to him were all growing wildly in his mind. In these countless fragments, he even saw a person who was originally a little frustrated and envious of other people's lives. After obtaining the ability, he began to enter other people's bodies and experience life in other people's bodies. He saw a beautiful woman enter her husband's body and spend a happy night with her. Before he left, he used his husband's body to hang himself in the bathroom. Then, he entered their daughter's body and looked at the woman who was beyond their reach with a sinister look, crying his heart out. He saw a rich man enter his body and enjoy the life of spending money like dirt and ordering his subordinates around. Then, before he left, he raped the female secretary and burned all the documents to ashes. When he saw the man, who had no idea what had happened, jump down from the roof in despair, he smiled happily at the secretary. In the beginning, he tried to borrow other people's bodies to gain some benefits for his original self, or give some money or get promoted. But gradually, he grew tired of it. he felt that it was too slow, and he was not satisfied with the original appearance of his body. In addition, he found that he could live well as a spiritual body, so he gave up his body. He began to live freely and willfully in this city as a ghost. Lu Xun opened his eyes. He had partially succeeded in making Lu Xun feel that way, but it was only for a moment. Similar things had happened before. Qin Ran had used death to cast a curse on Lu Xun. Originally, it could have turned Lu Xun into another Qin Ran, but in fact, it only affected a part of Lu Xun. Lu Xun's mother found out and cut it off with scissors. From the strength she used, the ghost was not even as strong as Qin Ran. After all, Qin Ran had made Lu Xun grow a face under his flesh. Lu Xun only saw him as a ghost. So, you didn't just break the law. Lu Xun looked up at the ghost with disgust. He had seen the ghost's memories, so he knew what he had done. In his disgust, even his tone had changed. A look of horror appeared on the spirit's face. It tried to enter Lu Xun's body without any regard for the consequences. But it could not. This caused him to panic, and he suddenly opened his mouth and bit down. This was an ability he discovered after he became a spiritual body. It seemed like he could bite others. However, this ability was useless, and he had not studied it carefully. Of course, a black shadow was floating in the air. A man who was 2 or 3 meters tall suddenly opened his mouth to the size of his ears, revealing uneven fangs and biting down fiercely. It looked a bit scary. However, Lu Xun had already jumped to his feet. He stood still, but with a slight bend of his legs. He jumped more than 2 meters high. As he jumped up, he had already reached out his hand. Lu Xun had thought that his sister would come over and hold his hand so that he could borrow her power. However, he did not expect that. His sister would just squat beside Li Mingming and look at him curiously with her head tilted, as if she was watching a show. As soon as he jumped up, he went straight for the ghost's big mouth that was about to bite him. Lu Xun had no choice but to slap her. Ha! It was a very strange feeling. Lu Xun's hand landed on the spirit's face, but it went right through. His palm felt numb, as if an invisible electric current had passed through it. He couldn't hit the spirit, but the spirit's face quickly caved in. It was as if Lu Xun's consciousness had hit him instead of Lu Xun's hand. PFFD. Lu Xun's palm slammed Lu Xun to the ground, causing his huge body to tremble. Lu Xun fell from the sky, but without his sister's help. He was not as agile as before. He did not dare to fall headfirst, so he simply maintained his position and stumped down with all his might. Lu Xun's action, or rather, his consciousness, caused the spirit to scream in madness. This foot stepped on the middle part of his body, which had fallen to the ground, and the lower part. The place where he was stepped on began to twist and collapse inch by inch. It was like a human-shaped white paper, with a hole in it. A large part of his body was missing, and his entire body was trembling in pain. He wailed and cried out as he shrank back into the little girl's body. Immediately after, the one wailing was the young lady at the front desk. She clutched her lower abdomen with all her might, tears and cold sweat pouring out in an instant. Lu Xun walked up to the front desk girl and knocked on the table. Then, under the little girl's frightened eyes, he said in a low voice without any expression on his face, "Just stay here. To be honest, I don't want to hold back this time. But you're too weak. I don't even have the chance to hold back. I don't know why you have the illusion that you're a god now, while they haven't arrived yet. Quickly help me with another matter." The young lady at the front desk was looking at him as if she was looking at a demon. "I'm not here to stay," Lu Xun replied seriously. "I'm just trying to lure you here so that it'll be easier for me to do my job. So, you have to return the room money I paid just now." The girl at the front desk, or rather, the ghost, was about to go crazy, but she didn't dare to disobey. She raised her trembling hand and took out a wad of cash from the drawer. She then handed it to Lu Xun. Lu Xun was silent for a moment before he pulled out 2 cards. "Thank you," she said. Chapter 185 Chapter 185 Completion Level B1. Chapter 185 Completion Level B1. Tap. Tap. Tap, tap. Outside the hotel, a fast and rhythmic sound was heard, and a fully armed support team rushed in. It's him. Lu Xin pointed to the young lady at the front desk, and the support team immediately rushed over. What are you guys doing? Why did you capture me? The girl at the front desk shouted in horror as the support team rushed over. Looking at her, it seemed that she was really afraid. She wanted to struggle but did not dare to resist. Han Bing saw this scene through the camera on Lu Xin's chest. She explained softly, "She probably really doesn't know what's going on. The ghost should be hiding by now. He has the ability to take over all the actions and consciousness of the person he parasitizes. He also has the ability to hide in the depths of the person's consciousness to avoid being discovered. However, as long as we can confirm that he is here, we have a way to force him out of this girl's body." Lu Xin nodded. He trusted Han Bing's analysis. Han Bing's analysis was the reason why they were able to deal with the specter so smoothly. What will happen to the spirit, he asked. According to the rules of Qinggang City, he's most likely going to be sentenced to death. Han Bing said in the channel. Is it really the death penalty? Lu Xin asked, raising his voice. Han Bing paused for a moment before saying softly, the death penalty is the same as stripping him of his right to live. If that's the case, he's already a dead man in Green Harbor. So, whether he's sent to the research department to help with research or sent to the city defense department to become a member of the Class D Special Dispatch Team, it will be a good ending for him. Lu Xin nodded his head. This answer was within his expectations. He turned his head and looked. Since the support team had already entered, he felt more relaxed. He just watched as the little girl struggled in fear. A protective mask was added to her head. An ability suppressor was buckled to her neck, and she was wrapped in 2 3-layered fiber protective suits. She was wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Then a strong staff member bent over and carried her in a princess carry. He strode to a car with a glass cabinet outside. The only thing he said was, please cooperate with us. We will guarantee your safety. We will also give you at least 10,000 yuan as a subsidy after this. After the little girl heard it, her shouts obviously became much weaker. But she was still a little scared. Lu Xin's scalp went numb as he watched the series of actions. The support team was too strong, based on their entire process. Unless this ability user of the spirit system had a psychic power strong enough to tear the suppressor apart and break through the protective mask, protective suit, and the box made of bulletproof glass, it would be impossible for him to escape. The only uncertainty was the little girl who was implicated, and he didn't know what the outcome would be. Outside, rows of warriors were pressing forward, still sealing off the place. Lu Xin knew that even though he was certain that he had caught the ghost, their work would not stop there. According to their regulations, they would continue to conduct tests until they were sure that the arrest was correct. In addition, these people who had seen the strange phenomenon also needed to be tested, and the final closure. There's nothing for me to do now. Right. Lu Xin looked at the leader of the team and greeted him. The person was someone Lu Xin was familiar with. He was the leader of the investigation team that Lu Xin had worked with before. Shang Hui. Mr. Shanbing. You've worked hard. Shang Hui saluted Lu Xin before relaxing. It's the same job. Lu Xin smiled at him before turning around and walking out of the hotel. A slightly trembling voice called out to him. Lu Xin turned around and saw the young lady. She seemed to be called Limingmang. She had not calmed down yet, but she still called out to him. I'm done with my work, Lu Xin said with a smile. Limingmang hesitated for a moment before raising her head to look at Lu Xin with anticipation in her eyes. What's your name? Lu Xin looked at her in surprise. Not far away, his sister, who was lying on the wall, suddenly laughed coldly. Limingmang's face turned red from Lu Xin's stare and she hurriedly explained. You don't get me wrong. He just felt that he might encounter some problems later on, and then I can call you and ask you something. Oh right. Let's put it this way. Can you give me your phone number? She asked. Her face flushed. It's no use. Lu Xin shook his head. Even if he had given her his number, she wouldn't have remembered it. According to the special pollution regulations, She might have forgotten these things when she left the testing agency. However, after a slight pause, he still smiled and said, "You don't have to be afraid. He's been captured. There won't be any more." Looking at Lu Xin's smiling face, Lai Mingming's expression seemed a little complicated. "If I encounter such a problem again, Yao'll still come to protect me, right?" She lowered her head. "That'll depend on our leader's arrangements," Lu Xin said with smile. "It's also possible that my other colleagues are here to protect you." Lai Mingming choked for a moment, but she still smiled. "No matter what. Thank you. It's fine. I'm getting paid," Lu Xin replied with an honest smile. It was as if they did not know how to continue the conversation. Even Lai Mingming did not know how to continue the conversation. After a while, she seemed to have gathered a lot of courage and raised her head. "I still think." Before she could finish, there was a sudden click and a glass hood was put on her head. She suddenly couldn't finish her sentence. Lu Xin's expression was a little strange as he turned to look at the two members of the support team beside her. The two members of the support team were also a little confused. They looked at each other and then turned to Lu Xin apologetically. "How about we'll take it off for her?" Lu Xin smiled at them and waved them off before walking out of the hotel. In the hotel, Lai Mingming kept looking up until a member of the support team wrapped her in a protective suit and lifted her up. "I'll go back to the guard station first." Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief as he hopped onto the motorcycle. Thinking about the entire process of this arrest mission, he more or less felt a little absurd and unreal, but fortunately, it was resolved smoothly. "Okay. I'll help Mr. Shan to sort out the payment application and hand it in with your work report later," Han Bing said happily in the channel. Thank you. By the way, if there's anything else I can do, please help me take a look," Lu Xin said happily. Seeing that his sister had already climbed onto the handlebars, he turned to Han Bing and started the car. A cool breeze blew across his face, and after driving for a long distance, Lu Xin suddenly thought of something. Younger sister, his sister, who was sitting on the handlebars, immediately turned to look at him. In the channel, Han Bing seemed to have knocked over a teacup. After a while, she replied in a low voice, "AI." Lu Xin's face turned red, but he had no choice but to continue. "Wasn't I quite handsome just now?" Slightly. His sister immediately made a face at Lu Xin. She was really good at acting. In the channel, Han Bing laughed happily. "Although I didn't see the process, but he's especially handsome. It's done well. It only took less than 2 hours." After Lu Xin left the scene on his motorcycle, he saw a Loki commercial vehicle parked near the sealed-off area where the final inspection was being carried out. Inside the vehicle were 3 staff members in casual clothes. They were looking at a row of computers in front of them, and the data that was constantly being updated as they summarized Lu Xin's go-sketching mission. To be exact, from the moment he contacted the target to the moment he executed the arrest, it only took 1 hour and 4 minutes. Another staff member added, 0F course. The preparation time is not included in the arrest mission. We will borrow 200 people from the City Patrol Army, 50 people from the support team, 10 sets of ability suppressors, 500 sets of special protective clothing, and a number of vehicles. 132 people were affected, 5 were injured, and 2 were seriously injured. The medical team has the latest news. The 2 seriously injured people are not in danger. This is a plus point. After they had calculated all the data, they looked at each other and gave what they thought was a reasonable evaluation. B rank. One of the young men with a more tender face asked curiously. Only B class in fact. I think it's not that bad. That kind of ability user, an aptitude user living in someone else's brain is too scary. He was able to come up with this plan without our reminder and only used an hour to successfully capture this aptitude user. Isn't that already very good? The other 2 staff members looked at the young man and smiled. We used to work for team leader Chen. Do you know what she would do if she were the one who made a move? One of the slightly fatter staff members thought for a moment and smiled. Although I'm only saying this after the fact. I guess that after team leader Chen has locked onto the Spectre's target, He will hypnotize the target through secret contact and make her seduce the specter. He will make her bring the specter to him, or capture it directly in an encirclement where there are no other people. And if the city defense department were to take action, they would be able to choose suitable bait from the Class D members and spread them all over the city. This way, no matter which target the spirit has set its eyes on, the bait could activate an electric shock attack to subdue the spirit when they are making love. Of course, it's also possible to directly choose long-range artillery coverage. In that case, there's no need to use the patrolling army, and there will only be 2 casualties at most. Chapter 186 Chapter 186 The Drunkard's Invitation. Chapter 186 The Drunkard's Invitation. The young man looked surprised. He wanted to refute, but found that he didn't know what to say. Another tall staff member smiled and said, "We won't lower our evaluation just because Shan Bing asked for the cooperation of the patrol army. In fact, whether it was him or his information analysis specialist who came up with this idea, it was a good thing that he could ask for the cooperation of the patrol army. We're not afraid of the aptitude user's request for cooperation. We're afraid of the aptitude user's refusal. So, it's already very good to give him such an evaluation. After all, I heard that he's still a newcomer." Looking at the 2 seniors who were very reserved and arrogant, the young man showed a little doubt. What our out-of-control risk evaluation team has to do is to analyze the situation after the aptitude users have completed their mission and see if there is a better way to deal with it. Then, we will discuss it and give an evaluation of their mission. The 2 seniors choked at once and looked at the young man with gloomy eyes. The young man shuddered and began to worry about whether he could pass his internship. "You're wrong," the slightly fatter senior thought for a moment, then looked at the young man seriously. "Our mission is not to judge if there is a better way to deal with them, but to judge how much humanity they still have from the process of carrying out the mission. The more human nature there is, the lower the risk of losing control." Another senior with a higher point sighed and said, "You may not know this, but the risk of this aptitude liger losing control was initially set at 80 PA as he completed a few missions well. The risk was lowered to below 80. However, due to the previous attack by the Knights, the risk soared to over 90. But now, I don't know if there's any new progress, but the information shows that his strength has dropped a little. It's 85 now." The young man was slightly surprised. 85 Isn't this beyond the recruitment limit? Right. The taller senior nodded. And our job is to still observe him and see if you can lower the price a little. From the performance of this mission, I think a 5 reduction should not be a problem. Only 5? That's too low. When faced with different opinions, the young man felt that it was no longer important whether he could pass the internship or not. He continued to argue weakly. "I think he's very gentle and kind. He's been trying his best to protect others. And from the moment he received this mission to the final handling of it, he has done much better than ordinary people." "You're right. But you've missed a detail," the slightly chubby staff member slowly said. "When he was threatened by the ghost ability user, it seemed like he first used his words to intimidate the ability user, then caught the ability user off guard and locked him in a person's body. As for how he did it, that's not within our scope of work. We won't discuss it. But what I care about the most is that he didn't react at all to the other party threatening him with a hostage. You can think of it as him trying to break down his opponent's psychological defense. But if does he really not care?" When the young man heard this, he suddenly could not continue. It seemed contradictory for a person who cared so much about others to show that he didn't care about the hostage. "I have a different opinion on this." On the other hand, the tall senior at the side frowned and said, "Although it's possible, the possibility is low." "It's possible that it's low," the chubby senior said. The tall senior said, "If that's the case, then everyone in this world can be a pervert. Let's just pick the smallest possibility. This child stole a candy from another child. Should I suspect that he'll definitely be a criminal when he grows up and eliminate him in advance?" The chubby senior said, "Oh, that makes sense. What do you mean? Higher. Why don't we just let it go this time? Every time we change the rating, we have to write an additional report." Then I'll give him a higher price next time to balance it out. I think it's fine. Drive. Drive. At this moment, the two seniors had already come up with the final answer. They shouted in a low voice. He just chose to accept. Another mission. It seems like we have to go to Satellite City No. 4. At the same time, Lu Xin's motorcycle came to a stop near the guard station. Lu Xin was sitting under a street light, staring at the small display mounted on the card slot on his arm. On the display was the information that Han Bing had just sent him. The content was the field missions that Han Bing had chosen for him under his request, which had cost him more contribution points. Drunkard from Satellite City No. 4. Requesting for the deployment of a spider-type ability user to assist. In the channel, Han Bing added softly, the source of this pollution incident was an assassination of a business owner in Satellite City No. 4. The investigation team determined that there was something wrong with the incident, and the drunkard was in charge of the investigation. After a month, she found some useful clues and was ready to kill the opponent in one go, so she sent a request for help to the headquarters. Lu Xin nodded as he slowly swiped his finger across the screen. It was filled with information on the recent criminal cases. The general manager of No. 4 Satellite City Yin Huan Business Co. Limited was killed under the protection of bodyguards. The doors and windows were intact, and his head was lost. The members of the Red Tank Top Brotherhood's criminal organization were all killed, and their limbs were placed in a potted plant. The third issue of the Crimson Moon Story Club, The Headless Spirit Wandering in Satellite City No. 4. Lu Xin's brows furrowed as he read the information. It was too messy. After only a few pages, he saw that some of the information were murder cases reported by the regular newspapers. Some were confidential information that was strictly prohibited from being leaked, and some were urban legends published in story clubs. How did these things that were completely unrelated come together? These were all submitted to the headquarters by Drunkard. Han Bing explained softly. The Drunkard is a level 3 special talent. She has a high degree of autonomy. After she took over this matter, she was fully in charge of it. Even the information we have now was handed over by her. So, our information team has not received any report on the specific progress of the matter. We only know that this matter is very important, and the danger level, it's set at level 3, she said after a slight pause. Third rank. Lu Xin's heart skipped. Beat. The overall reward has reached 1 million. And there are also 100 contribution points. It's a big deal in Qinggang City. Logically speaking, when Drunkard applied for the help of a spider ability user, the first candidate would be Mr. Gecko. Han Bing said. Lu Xin nodded. From the information, Gecko was a level 3 special talent, which was indeed higher than his. Then why can I accept it? Because. Han Bing seemed to be holding back her laughter as she said, Mr. Lizard has always been afraid of drunkards, and his behavior is very resistant. Considering the mental pollution incident, the emotions of the aptitude users on both sides are also a factor that needs to be seriously considered. So we didn't make things difficult for him. Why isn't a drunkard quite good-looking? Lu Xin was slightly surprised, but it was not a difficult decision for him to make. But it doesn't matter. I'll go over. The $1 million reward was really not important. The most important thing was the 100 contribution points. He was only 4 to 5 away from level 3. If he could get half of them. Alright. I'll inform Drunkard. Han Bing said with a smile. Lu Xin, who had initially thought that the reward was not important, paused for a moment before asking. Not only the contribution points, but also the remuneration will be given to me. Right. I will. Drunkard has always been a very generous person. Han Bing smiled happily. The picture of the monster with human face stitches under the south wall has been drawn. Yes. It's the one that was abused by my sister. Chapter 187 Chapter 187 Mr. Drunkard. Chapter 187 Mr. Drunkard. Since Lu Xin had no idea when the drunkard was going to make a move on the organization he was investigating, he decided to come over earlier to discuss with her. That night, He asked Han Bing to book a ticket to Satellite City No. 4 for him and set off the next morning. The subway went higher and higher, and finally, it had climbed to an elevated railway dozens of meters above the ground, passing through the sky of the city. When the high train drove out of the high wall of Satellite City No. 2, it felt the sunlight pouring in from the outside. Lu Xing peeked out of the car window and was greeted by a refreshing sight. Between the huge high walls, there were large patches of green vegetation, which covered some broken buildings. The layout of King Gang City was the most common in the world after the Red Moon incident. Inside, it was the main city of King Gang, which had the best architecture and the most modern atmosphere. Around the main city were 5 satellite cities, namely the East, South, West, North, and the Observation Tower. They were like a huge palm that was spread out on the ground. The main city that was far away, which seemed to be emitting a silver light, was the palm of the palm, and the satellite cities were the fingers. Between the satellite city and the main city, there were large areas of farmland, orchards, ranches, greenhouses, and some lakes and rivers. Further out, there was a wilderness with no end in sight. There was an elevated railway network between the 6 cities. When there were still many lunatics in the wilderness, King Gang City relied on these high trains that were nearly 100 meters above the ground to transport goods to prevent attacks from lunatics. However, now that there were fewer lunatics, the ground transportation had also flourished. This elevated railway network that spanned between various cities had become a feature. Nowadays, only people who traveled between cities would choose this mode of travel. After all, because they were on the Duga, even if they left the high wall city, they would not be considered leaving the city. On the ground, even if he went from one satellite city to another, the system would still judge him as leaving the city. When Gao Lai stopped at the station of Satellite Town No. 4, Lu Xing followed the crowd out of the carriage and went to the last carriage to retrieve his motorcycle. After observing the motorcycle carefully for a while and seeing that it was not scratched by the rough pushing of the staff, he finally relaxed. He then rode it through the underground tunnel and came to the exit above ground. He had already talked on the phone on the train, and Drunkard should be waiting for him here. Lu Xing's gaze swept across the room before coming to a stop. He saw a young girl in a school uniform waving at him. Lu Xing quickly pushed his cart over and greeted him with a smile. The words reached his mouth, but he paused slightly, not knowing how to address her. Mr. Drunkard, a lady little sister. He, you must be Little Bing. Right. Before Lu Xing could come up with an appropriate way to address him, the ponytailed drunkard was already looking at him with a kind, "We've met before, but it was too chaotic at that time, so we didn't have time to talk much." He smiled and stretched out his hand. "Thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to help me with my work. I wanted to look for that Zai Huzi, but he said he had a stomachache." "Stop it. Who's I?" It took Lu Xing a moment to understand what she was referring to. He laughed and said, "LTS, what I should do. I'll do my best to cooperate." The girl in front of him was pure and clean. She was at the age where she was full of collagen and was unrivaled in youth. However, the kind look on her face made Lu Xing feel a little strange. When he spoke to her, he subconsciously felt that he was shorter by half. The main reason was that they were half a step lower in terms of seniority. Good. Young man, you're in good spirits. Drunkard gave him a thumbs up, unscrewed the thermos cup, and took a sip. "Don't just stand there. Let's go. I'll take you to dinner." "Oh, okay." Lu Xing sniffed the aroma of the wine in the thermos flask, and a sense of respect rose in his heart. As he waited, the drunkard soon drove her car over. Lu Xing's eyes widened in surprise. It was a rusty tricycle without a hood, with a hood at the back, and paint peeling in many places. The drunkard was wearing a school uniform, sports shoes, and his hair was tied up in a ponytail. He drove the 3-wheeled motorcycle and attracted countless eyes. He pulled on the brake, patted the back of the car, and said, "Get in the car. Young man, what are you waiting for?" Just throw your motorcycle up. Oh, why don't I follow behind you? Lu Xin agreed. But in the end, he couldn't help but ask. This is your car? Drunkard unscrewed the thermos and took a sip. This car is good. They don't even check for drunk driving. So, Drunkard rolled up his sleeves, revealing 2 white and tender arms. He held the handle of the car and drove steadily in front. Lu Xin rode his motorcycle and followed behind at a snail's speed. The oil on the tricycle was not burning well as black smoke kept billowing out. Lu Xin stopped to take a look and saw that the silver bumper had been blackened. He had no choice but to keep a distance from her. Anyway, Drunkard's car was so stable that he could keep up even if he walked. The drunkard said they were going to have dinner. Lu Xin wasn't hungry at first, but after following him all the way here, he dragged it out and became hungry. Originally, he thought that if the drunkard treated him to a meal, even if it was not a big restaurant, it would be a small restaurant that made meat rice. After all, they were on business trips and could be reimbursed. Moreover, Han Bing had told him before that the drunkard was a very generous person. However, as they followed Drunkard into a small district in the city center, Lu Xin was a little surprised. Lu Xin stopped the car and looked at the rows of residential buildings around him. This is my home. Let's go. We'll have dinner upstairs and then discuss the mission. Drunkard got out of the car, parked the tricycle, and went upstairs with his hands behind his back. You're actually here for dinner. Lu Xin was a little surprised, but when he saw that Drunkard had already entered the building, he quickly locked the car and examined it, before quickly following behind. Wu Ge is back. The neighborhood looked grand and clean, and the staircases were livelier than other places. It was the weekend and it was time for lunch, so there were many people walking around. While waiting for the elevator, the neighbors greeted each other warmly. An old man with a kind face looked at the drunkard with a smile. He even sneaked a glance at Lu Xin and said, "This young man is your friend. It's my colleague, Grandma Wang. Did you buy good food again?" The drunkard answered with a clear and melodious voice, like a curious and lovely girl. Lu Xin could clearly sense that she was pretending to be young and innocent even though her answer and behavior were befitting of her status. "Oh my, you only have a sharp nose. You bought some yellow flowers." The kind old man opened the basket and showed Drunkard a look, then smiled and said, 111 send some over to your house when I'm done. I also want. A couple holding hands at the side also joined in the fun. The man raised his hand and said, "My wife loves to eat Grandma Wang's little yellow flowers. You know I like it, but you didn't buy it for me." The girl next to him looked at him reproachfully, then took out a box of cherry beads from her bag with a smile and stuffed it into the old man's hands. She smiled and said, "I've eaten Grandma Wang's delicious food so many times in the past that I'm embarrassed. You can bring these fruits back for your grandson to eat." "Ayo, I can't. This is expensive." "There's no such thing as expensive or not. It's not as delicious as the little yellow flowers." The elevator door opened, and a slightly chubby woman pushed an old man in a wheelchair out. She had a kind and polite smile on her face as she greeted the neighbors. "Auntie Wang, Xiao-sun, and Gigi, you're all back. Sister Liu, you're pushing father-in-law down for a walk again." The neighbors backed away. When they entered the elevator, everyone was still discussing. Sister Liu is also not bad. Her husband died while he was out transporting goods, and her father-in-law broke his leg. In the end, not only did she not send her father-in-law back, but she also took care of him. In this world, there are not many good people like her. Lu Xin stood in the middle of them and listened quietly. He also felt that these neighbors of Drunkard were actually quite good. It was good to have such a neighbor to take care of him in his daily life. It was a pity that very few people lived in his old building. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." The drunkard's house was quite spacious, looking like it was about 140 to 150 square meters. The decorations were classical and heavy, filled with exquisite little potted plants and books, giving off a very intellectual atmosphere. As soon as they entered, a middle-aged man and woman came up to them. They were all in their 40s, The man was wearing a pair of glasses, and the woman was wearing a bluching sam. They looked very elegant. From the photos in the living room, one could see that they had taken a group photo with their students. Were they all teachers? Aya, quickly sit down. Quickly sit down. The drunkard's parents were pleasantly surprised to see Lu Xin, who had followed her into the house. They looked at Lu Xin with great enthusiasm. Gege finally made friends. This is my colleague. You guys sit with him first. I'll go cook. Don't stand on ceremony. Young man, drunkard called out to Lu Xin. Peel an apple for yourself. As she spoke, she took an apron and went into the kitchen. Lu Xin had no choice but to take a seat on the sofa. The drunkard's parents sat on either side of him, and they looked at Lu Xin from head to toe. They exchanged glances secretly, and Lu Xin could see that they seemed to have been relieved of a heavy burden. Not bad. Young man. The drunkard's mother looked at Lu Xin with concern. What's your name? How old are you? I'm 23 years old. My name is. Lu Xin hesitated, not knowing if he should reveal his real name. According to their rules, they should use code names to communicate. In fact, he didn't know the drunkard's real name. Moreover, logically speaking, he should not have come into contact with the drunkard's family. The drunkard brought him home for dinner, which was not in line with the habits of an ability user. 23. That's good. That's good. The drunkard's father didn't make things difficult for Lu Xin as he nodded with a smile. My Gege is already 18. Don't be fooled by her temper. She's actually a good person. We originally planned to let her take the college entrance exam after she graduates from high school, but she wasn't very interested, so we let her be. Right now, we're more concerned about her. You two, what stage are you at now? PFFD. Lu Xin almost spat out his tea. He suddenly felt that something was amiss. Did the drunkard's parents misunderstand something? What are you guys thinking? At this time, drunkard stuck his head out of the kitchen, frowning, and said, This is my colleague, Bing. He's here to help me with my work. This is only the second time we've met, I say. The two of you are so young. Can't you have a higher level of awareness? Don't think about these things every day. Can't you put more energy into your career? The drunkard's parents suddenly looked a little embarrassed. After a while, the drunkard's mother pushed some fruits to Lu Xin and said, You eat. I'll help her cook. Lu Xin and the drunkard's father sat in the living room, staring at each other. Soon, drunkard's helpless voice came from the kitchen. Lil Wango. No. Mom. You're already an adult, but you're still so clumsy. Can you scale that fish like this? You'll have to use your knife to pick what's wrong. You're already unhappy just because I said a few words. I really don't know what you young people are thinking. You're a university professor. How are you going to teach those children in this state? Chapter 188. Chapter 188. That's right. Very enthusiastic one. Chapter 188. That's right. Very enthusiastic one. Even though they were eating at home, the dinner was surprisingly sumptuous. It looks like he had only been tinkling in the kitchen for about half an hour, and the drunkard had already steamed a fish, fried a few side dishes, and stewed a pot of red braised meat and braised rice. He also lectured the drunkard's mother for 10 minutes. When the dishes were placed on the table, the drunkard bit open a white porcelain bottle of wine and greeted Lu Xin and his parents with a kind smile. Come, 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 quickly eat. The drunkard's parents were in despair, and they would occasionally send Lu Xin a pleading look. What could Lu Xin do? Of course, she pretended not to see him and ate 2 bowls of rice. Little Bing, don't just focus on eating. Come, come, fill up the wine. The drunkard was very enthusiastic. Not only did he eat by himself, but he also sipped on his wine. He even called out to Lu Xin. As it was his first time here, Lu Xin was too embarrassed to get a 3rd bowl of rice. He quickly shook his head and said, No need. After all, he didn't finish his sentence. After all, he didn't know if his drunkard's parents knew about the recruitment of drunkards. The Special Investigation Department had a confidentiality agreement, so they couldn't talk about this in front of outsiders. Hey, it's okay. Wine is a grain crystal. The more you drink, the younger you will be. Drunkard insisted. He poured some for Lu Xin and chuckled. If you want to eat meat, then eat it. After all, you're a young man. And you're still growing. Lu Xin looked at the high school girl in front of him, who was wearing a pair of old-fashioned flip-flops and a wrinkled white shirt. She was pouring himself a glass of wine while serving him food. Lu Xin felt that everything was surreal. The drunkard's father came out to help. I don't want to drink. Don't want to drink. You don't drink too much. You little girl. At this point, he suddenly stopped. He was unable to say the words that he had originally said. Sigh. You'll understand when you reach my age. The drunkard sighed, took another cup, and placed it in front of her father. He filled it up with a raise of his hand and advised, There's no one else in the house now, so I won't call you Dad. Little Wu. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you're just too honest. You don't drink or smoke. What did Little Wang see in you back then? Look at the interpersonal relationship you have in school. If you really can't do it, you can retire and come home. He'll support you. We don't lack a pair of chopsticks at home. The drunkard's father was so touched that he almost cried. The drunkard's mother had wanted to say a few words of advice, but after glancing at her daughter, she didn't dare to speak. After all, he had just been lectured for more than 10 minutes. What kind of life does this family usually live? Lu Xin thought to himself. He was so tormented by the atmosphere that he didn't even dare to say a word. He just kept his head down and ate. After the meal, the drunkard's father, Sao Wu, was forced to drink 3 glasses of wine. Even the drunkard's mother, Sao Wang, couldn't resist her daughter's enthusiasm and was persuaded to drink a glass. On the other hand, Lu Xin had only taken 2 sips and had, indeed, eaten a lot. That night, after dinner, the drunkard and Lu Xin sat on the sofa and smoked while Xiaowu and Xiaoying washed the dishes in the kitchen. Seeing that drunkard was not going to talk about anything serious, Lu Xin decided to bring it up. He didn't know what the drunkard's specific plan was. Whether they were going to discuss business at night, or to find a place to stay. Unexpectedly, the moment he mentioned it, drunkard waved his hand and said, You can sleep in my room tonight. A crisp sound suddenly came from the kitchen, and then the sound of washing the dishes disappeared. Without even looking, one could tell that its 4 ears were already perking up. What Lu Xin was also shocked. Drunkard was surprised. What, you're already at my place? Can't you rest tonight? Lu Xin was dumbfounded as he looked at the 17 or 18-year-old girl who was smoking a pipe. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a suggestion that he would never have taken the initiative to make. Then, well, let's just stay in a hotel. Anyway, the headquarters the company will reimburse it. Which hotel? Drunkard looked at Lu Xin with dissatisfaction and said, LS the company's money, not money. But you. Lu Xin had never been so embarrassed in his life. And his face turned red as he looked at the drunkard. We're all men. Why are you so long-winded? Drunkard rolled his eyes at Lu Xin. However, following Lu Xin's gaze, she looked down at her chest, which was covered in a t-shirt, and immediately understood why Lu Xin was so embarrassed. She chuckled and said, Don't treat me like a woman. Just take me as your grandpa. Lu Xin's worldview was about to split apart. Unexpectedly, Little Wu and Little Wang came out of the kitchen nervously. They thought that help had arrived, but they were overjoyed. Little Wang said, You're right. Since you're already at home, how can we let Little Bing go out and stay in a hotel? Just stay at home. The drunkard's father, Little Wu, opened his mouth and seemed to be hesitating, but Xiaoying immediately pulled him back and gave his daughter, who was smoking a pipe on the sofa, a look. Little Wu hardened her heart and said, I have a new set of pajamas. You'll get one for the soldier later. Lu Xin felt a little uneasy at the family's hospitality. If I really can't, you'll sleep on the sofa. The drunkard's mother, Little Wang, showed an unusual ruthlessness. She gritted her teeth. You'll stay in Wu Jiji's room. It's more spacious there. Lu Xin looked at the drunkard, who was grinning at him, and felt a sense of despair. After washing the dishes, The four of them sat on the sofa and watched TV with a strange atmosphere. Little Wu and Little Wang suddenly felt sleepy. Under their urging, the drunkard and Lu Xin quickly washed up and were ushered into the bedroom. The bedroom was indeed quite big, and surprisingly, it really did look like a high school girl's room. The bed was covered with a quilt with cartoon patterns, and there were some posters of old movies on the wall. Many of them were restored and printed according to screenshots from old movies, and they were the most popular products among children now. Right above the head of the bed, a bald man in a cloak was looking forward with a dull gaze. This bedroom isn't that big, Lu Xin mumbled as he hugged his backpack, not even daring to sit. SHH. Drunkard sat on the edge of the bed with his legs crossed. He gave Lu Xin a look and said, "They are listening." Lu Xin was stunned for a moment before he understood what she was saying. His face turned red again. Drunkard was very calm. He took a sip of tea from the big porcelain jar, shook his head, and sighed. It's not easy for them either. For the sake of their daughter, they've put in so much effort. They've seen so many doctors and invited so many dancers. They've also decorated everything in the house as much as possible to make me look like a young girl. They even thought about letting me go on blind dates and get married directly. At least just changed her hobby. It's good to change from an old man to an old lady. Lu Xin didn't know what to say. It seemed like something was wrong, yet it also seemed like nothing was wrong. She sighed deeply again. It's useless. Even the old guys in the special investigation department can't understand me. Let alone second brother Wu, who's a god dancer. Lu Xin's expression turned serious as he listened to her. He had just captured a spirit before, and it could also live in other people's bodies as a spiritual body. Could it be that the drunkard's current state was actually the same as when the spirit used its ability? Was there an uncle's spiritual body in the little girl's body? However, it seemed that spirit ability users could not stay in a person's body for a long time. Otherwise, he would be assimilated by the other party's brain and really become that person. As for the drunkard's condition, it seemed to have been there for a long time, which could not be explained by the ghost incident. Besides, if a drunkard really had a cognitive disorder, she shouldn't have such rigorous logic and clear cognition. He was also curious about this question, but he couldn't ask in detail. After all, this involved the privacy of a drunkard. If he asked too much, it would be a little impolite. It's almost time. Just as Lu Xin was deep in thought, the drunkard glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. He suddenly stood up and drew the curtains. FY. Lu Xin was so flustered that his voice trembled. What do you think? Drunkard took off his t-shirt and glared at Lu Xin. Just as Lu Xin's body turned cold and he was about to run out of the door, she crouched down and pulled out a box from under her bed. She then took out a special protective vest and put it on. After that, she put on a whole set of protective clothing, tied the shoelaces of her military boots, put on her headphones, and took out a gun. After a careful inspection, she removed and reloaded the gun before putting it into the gun pocket beside her leg. This is. Lu Xin couldn't understand. Drunkard raised his index finger at him, shushed him, and turned off the light. In the dark, Drunkard leaned close to Lu Xin's ear and exhaled a breath of wine. I made Little Wu and Little Wang drink some wine. They'll fall asleep soon. Those monsters should be here soon. There's a monster. Lu Xin was shocked. They've been looking for me for days. Drunkard's voice was a little low. Do you really think that I'm living in the same room as you, because I'm lusting after your body? He shot Lu Xin a sidelong glance. Part 3 ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.